The new goddamn year, man. Mm, mm, mm. Let the people come in the building, man. Man, January the 1st. Happy New Year's to everybody, man. Happy New Year's to everybody. A lot going on, man. Let the people get up in the building, man. Yeah, get up in the building, man. See what it is, y'all. Mm-hmm. Get up in the building, man. Let the crowd come up in here, yo. Start the New Year's out, man. It's important, man. Let me post a video, man. Get it going, man. Shout out to all the combatants, man. You know, shout out to all the combatants. They didn't even want to get in the ring with this information. That's first of all, man. It ain't easy taking time away from your family. Your study habits got to be right, and everybody just can't do it. So shout out to everybody to get in that ring and bring coherent information, man. Shout out to it, man. Shout out to all the pseudo killers around the damn world. Because it's definitely a movement around the world. All right. Definitely that, man. I appreciate everybody that support pseudo killers, man. It's a hell of a movement and it's working. All right. Got the babies interested in it. And y'all know I'm appreciative, man. We got 36,000, man. Hit them likes, man. Get them likes up, man, before we get started. We're gonna go in, you know, a lot of time people focus on the religion, the summer solstice, the winter solstice, and they think it has some kind of religious thing to it. And of course, later on, it got placed in religion, and there's a reason for it. Human beings have to have a way to remember things that are very, very functional in their daily lives as a whole. Some things are just that valuable. And if you can link the value, right, to why they would be doing certain things, as opposed to applying your religious mind to it, it'll make sense to y'all, right? A lot of times people will just jump straight to, oh, they had this in Egypt the 25th, you know, they took it, Jesus resurrecting. That's the religious thing. That's the religious thing. So we gonna really give y'all a real good explanation. Real good. Let me show you how this works. All right. Appreciate when they always, when the gift falls into my lap. I just appreciate it all the way, man. See if I get some pseudo killers on here. Where the hell y'all at? The hell's the goddamn pseudo killers at, man? We talking astronomy today. Brother Vance. Oh, I can't hear you, bro. Good to hear you, Brother Vance.
Oh, yeah. What's good? What's good? I'm the first one on. You just started?
Yeah, I already started. It's good. We're going to be talking a little astronomy today, right?
Okay,
good, man. Just say hi to the people, man.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm looking for my headphones now. I literally just hit the link. I seen it in the chat. What's good, everybody? I seen Garfield and Jarbri got extended even further. Damn, is it ever going to...
Well, they got extended very far. They got crazy. I don't know what I don't know, bro. But they, you know, hopefully Garfield go over there and do his thing, man. I hope he can get that right. Hope they both can get that right. And the rest in peace, man. But I'm gonna let the room pile up a little bit, man. You know, we ain't went live in a while, man. So we wanna get that straight. Vance is out the building. It's all good. All right, man. Hit that like button, man. hit that like button. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, man. I'm gonna post this in our groups, man. Yep. Yeah. Boy, that pulley got the real icon in there now.
What you say?
So you got the pulley incorrect. That was my shit right there. I fucks with that.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell Google keep this on thumbnail. I had switched and everything, but yeah. Yeah, but like I was saying, I hope with Garfield not in that situation straight. That's a real serious situation. But yeah, I'm here to support. It's Sunday, so you said make sure we here on Sunday.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 8 o'clock. Ain't the day ain't.
Oh, okay.
The day is Sunday, ain't it?
Is it? Yeah, because I got the damn games about to come on. I got Red Zone on right now.
Ooh, the games. Yeah, I wanted to get us something in a little early. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all, if y'all make it back through the night, man, y'all make it back through the night. It's all good, man. You know that game coming on anyway, that Ravens game coming on. So I don't know.
Oh, they play tonight?
Steelers, yeah, they how they do it, the NFL moved it to the night.
Oh, damn, okay. I didn't know that.
Steelers and the Ravens. Yeah, it's the
Steelers. Yeah. Of course. I understand the rivalry.
Yeah, so we ain't got the strict schedule yet, yo. But I'm a pop through on their ass though. But I wanted to get our show in a little bit earlier because they, you know, it ties into the debate, Vance. You know, we've been having that great conversation about astronomy, bro. You know, that started between me and you on that podcast you got right there. Politically incorrect. Sure. Right? When you showed your propensity to talk about that. And I've never heard you talk about it from a religious standpoint of view. You feel me?
Right, for sure.
Never can't do that. Right, but we'll hear people talk about Christmas and all that, the winter solstice and all that from a religious standpoint of view. That's when Jesus resurrected. They're debated. They stole that from Kemet. You'll hear that conversation, right?
For sure.
Yeah, so I just want to bring some clarity on how it actually got incorporated into the religion, okay? And it got incorporated because it was a process that occurred prior to writing. And so human beings have to be able to stay on schedule for things that are valuable to their survivability. So by the time it get the Jesus Christ myth, that's not a valuable, survivable situation for human beings. Whether Christ rise from the dead or not,
right,
does not have anything to do with the functioning of a population of people. Not at all, right? So much so that now it generates it's a holiday that stimulates stores and businesses. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And people actually wait for these holidays to get money. So now it's still, and now it's important again for real, because this is when you make a lot of money in business, right? Around the world, they all set their clock to these holidays to make money. But in ancient times, right, it was a more basic reason on why they would even have the need to understand a winter or summer solstice. And we're just going to talk about that a little bit, though, Vance.
No, that's a fact. Yeah, you can never be religious with it. You just got to rely on the sources for the most part. And if you, like Brother Anthony, if you could get into a little bit deeper level of understanding.
Where the hell Anthony at? Yeah, Anthony kills us.
He just sent some pictures in there.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Yeah, you can take you can be an amateur and potentially make an impact. Terry Sims. Oh, Terry Sims said drop the link. Somebody just hit me on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link. I don't want to put it in the back thing. There's a reason. Nah, I'm gonna put the link in there. Hold on, man. Put the link in there for everybody, man. Before we get started, we got 127,000 to build, man. That's good numbers. We ain't been live in a minute.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, that's Truth Ministry. My fault.
That's
I didn't mean to call his name out like that.
That's the truth. Well, that's the truth, boy. That's the truth, boy. Yeah, and you know we got the thing going on with the Garfield to Jabari. Hey, Jabari, you know what you're gonna stop doing, Jabari? You're gonna stop making it seem like I don't support good information, man. I'm team support good information. When Sarnetta say some crazy shit information, I'm banging. When Garfield says something crazy, I'm banging. Hell, I bang on myself if I got something wrong. You know what I mean? Come on, yo. I ain't teaming up against Jabari. I like the way Jabari actually did that for y'all, though. We call framing. Doop, doop, doop. He framed it as if it was Jabari against the atheist world. That's what he was really doing to y'all. I'm gonna say this again. He was framing it and making it seem like that it was him, the spiritual litmus test for the community against these godless people. Now he didn't use those words, right? But he says Garfield and them against me. It wasn't. Garfield, this is Garfield's topic. His topic is religion. From an academic standpoint of view. That's actually his topic. So he don't need my damn help. But I'm going to choose the side that chooses sound scholarship in academia and science, thing that make the sense, right? That's what I'm going to do. It has to line up. So I like the way he made it seem. If I beat Garfield, I beat Unc. How? And Reggie. How? No. I mean, I like the way you did it, though. Yeah, I just can't let you get away with that, though. Yeah, I actually can't. Damn, is that a dick? What is that in the back group? Yeah. Oh, come on, Ty. I found Garfield. Jabari had put him in the back. Y'all stupid. Y'all crazy. All right, so I'm gonna also drop the link for the family. All right. Drop the link for the family, man. Now, I'm telling you, don't get on here all rude and crazy. We got 150 people in the building. Don't get on here all rude and crazy and out of order, man. We ain't doing that. Them days, man, can't be that. You want to hear people talk. And no, Jabari won't be coming on because he's having his services at his church today. He's having his services. They're probably worshiping the winter solstice or something, or whatever the hell they do, and do some humnas, and yes, that's what he's doing. Yeah. And I got a clip ready. Also got a clip ready because I got a clip. All right. Definitely got a clip. I'm gonna put that clip. So yeah, man, look, Black African Power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killer in the house. And I'm coming to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall, I'm standing strong, man. Look, it's Pseudo Killas on deck. Hey, Vance, what's good, man? What it do?
What's good? Happy New Year to everybody listening. I hope y'all enjoy the show. Yeah, positive things coming in 2023.
Yeah, powerful show, man. Powerful show. All right, powerful show. And glad to be here, man. Absolutely glad to be here. And yeah, it was a missed debate yesterday. We all know it was. Now we got the full-blown whole spectrum of what actually happened. And it's really a good social experiment because it's the brain. That's why we talk about the believing brain over here all the time. Yeah, we just talk about that and how human beings are subject to beliefs, vulnerable to beliefs. And Lord knows, don't have a fractured consciousness from 400 years of trauma constantly happening in rotation. And being human is to be vulnerable to beliefs and superstitions. Anyway, we know that over here. We're a scientifically literate channel. And so it was wild how it played out, how everybody had their little the way they felt, how they felt about the situation. They hear Jabari and them express the way they felt. They hear the way Sarnetta did it. We got a Discord. Make sure y'all subscribe and join the damn Discord. Moderators, put Discord in there. And I was telling people in the Discord, hey, y'all don't got all the information. Slow it down. People know when I say slow it down, that I know something you don't know. Slow it down. I know what you don't know, right? But even with me saying that, I didn't tell them enough for them to, they still was, where they believe that, oh man, sorry that it ran. So it's a thought experiment. Like, you have to be intelligent enough to know, one, why would Garfield be afraid? Watch this. To handle a conversation he's been having for the last 10 years. Like, that's easy, right? That's like thinking that I'm afraid to have a conversation with said person over evolution. Why would I be scared of that? That's something I do without no slides. I can just recall the sources and references. That's easy for me. So if you you sit back, you think of the whole thing, okay, it couldn't have been that. It must have been something else, deeper. You would have to put that there, right? And you say, I'm thinking could have been something deeper, right? But then your mind will say, wait a minute, yo, this debate been trying to happen for a year now. It's not happening. So that push back at you, right? But it has to be a moment, and this is what we need to learn. There has to be a moment where, as African Americans, Homo sapiens sapien, where we block out all the noise. And this is where I'm trying to get everybody to. We are emotional human beings. That's the male and the female. They share like emotions to situations no matter what. That we have to find spaces where we can reach clarity, right? Because there's these outside patterns that we're always picking up as Homo sapiens sapiens. This is the way we communicate. We read body language. Like, I was good when I was in the street. Times when I was homeless, right? Times when I was just straight up taking people money, right? You know what I'm saying? You would have to read the person's body language, you know what I'm saying, that you was about to take the money from. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, so let me tell you a story real quick before we get into all that. Let me show you how this works as human beings, and how we kind of our senses work, and how our senses can actually get fooled, right? And so this is what happened to us yesterday. Our senses, our reality got bended and twisted, right? But this is what the brain is. And those who handle that the best are the ones that stand atop of the rest. Then you get people that can handle that, and they take advantage of that, and they use it against you. And it's scientific literacy that'll help you through these situations, right? Because how do you know who's telling the truth? So, times when I was homeless in Baltimore, say I was homeless for 2 years, right? Strung out, whole 9 yards, right? And I ain't had no damn dope. And the reason I ain't had no damn dope, because I was using all the dope the niggas was giving me, right? So I couldn't handle my habit enough, right? At first, watch this, to the point where I could actually hold on drugs and sell them. I would use them. Dumbest shit ever. And I'll show you how I got out of that, and that's funny too. Out of that, just fucking up your shit. But so anyway, me and my man, shout out to Brian. Not Brian Bagley, but my other man, Brian. We used to get high together. The dude had a sixth sense of reading body languages on who to burn. We used to take some fucking some chalk, some Taylor's chalk, and the shit looked just like Ready Rock. So we put it in the bag, package it up, and we go beat people for their money, right? But when you was approaching certain people who was looking, right, you couldn't burn everybody. Because if you burn everybody, you put your own life in danger. Because the key is burn the person, get out of there, and come back. Right? That's the key. You got to do it all day. But you had to read certain body languages to know who you was fucking with and who you wasn't fucking with. Now, here's the rule. I'll give you a rule. Don't burn a nigga with a dope habit, meaning somebody that sniff heroin. Now, they sniff heroin, but they still might smoke Ready Rock. But you want to stay away from them. So you would have to read, you would have to figure out what drugs was they on before you got them. That's the first point. You say, well, what that mean? Because heroin, right, that particular drug makes a person mean. It do, right? And they need the drug. So it's different between a person that smokes Ready Rock, which is different from crack, in case y'all didn't know. There's different things going on, right? And a person that sniff heroin or shoot heroin. Two different things, bro. If you take a person to sniff heroin's money, they're going to come back and you're going to have to deal with that situation because the drug affects them differently. It gives them a certain amount of energy to be ferocious, even if they not. The drug promotes that in a psychology. On the other hand, the cocaine chills you down. It dociles you. You're not aggressive like that with the cocaine. So you would have to read the body language and figure out what drug a person was on before you got them. You had to read those context clues. You had to get it right. And even if you decided to get somebody money who was smoking and sniffing, you would then have to read, well, are you going to be able to handle that situation? All these things you had to read in a split second. To get it wrong, your life was on the line. I done seen dudes out there with me doing the same thing, right? Burn somebody, come back, yo, their brains blown out. I done seen dudes trying to do the same thing, they even got beat up and stabbed. Telling you, so you had to be at a high level. So you say, well, Uncle, what you talking about? I'm saying, me and my man, we did it at a high level. You said you tripping. Yeah, so I always got to have the fix in, first of all. First of all, the niggas in the hood, they respected me for the levels I had reached prior to going homeless. So I always had that little thing. And so the younger guys, right, the ones that was doing a thing based off me being out the way because of my drug habit, right, I would always have a certain level of protection, but they can't be everywhere every time. Right? So my level of discernment in that situation of who to get and who not to get had to be there or my ass would have been grassed. Now they would have came to my fucking rescue or something, but that don't mean I couldn't have been found in an alley. Now things might have happened after that, but shit, I'm dead. So what I'm telling you is, right, your sensory, the way you believe, the way you see things is important. Also, I had to put the deception game. I had to look as if I had something real. So now I'm tricking the other person who's coming to buy the drugs. All these things is in a believing brain, ladies and gentlemen. All this ties into what I'm trying to give you something. I'm trying to give you game on how your mind works and how people come on these platforms and they trick you with fake and crazy information and they bait you in and they use certain tactics to get you because you're trying to buy the dope. What dope you trying to buy? You're trying to buy information. And we've all been tricked with information, right? Why? Because our brain is a believing brain. And so I talk about the story of how I had to survive in Baltimore, Maryland when I was homeless, right? Reading certain things, certain level of conscious, the ability to read another person's body language, the way they spoke, how they moved. All these things had to be read in a split second before I decided to take their little $30, $40, $50, $100, yo. One false move, my ass was grass. Get the wrong person, my ass in trouble. Simple as that. So the point I want to make here is hard, but there's a tool. Scientific literacy is a tool that helps you think properly on what to choose and what not to choose because people can get you. And so even in the street, we learn how not to get burnt in buying drugs. So on the other end, as I burn you, I got to know where to go to get the real shit. And you're going to get got a couple times. You feel me? I'm saying my greatest tool was that I always had access. So even if I burnt the person, so if I burnt the person that I knew was going to come back, right? I knew that I had the ability by the time I seen that person again, one, talk them out of it, and two, had something for them. Because at the end of the day, that's all they want is something. So a lot of times I run back into people, I'm like, oh, nigga, don't worry, but nigga got me, nigga, here you go. Nigga, shut the fuck up. Here, take an extra one while you at it. Nigga still fucking, I still got him. He's still fucking with me. It's the way you had to do. All that shit is crazy. But I just want to tell you that the mind, man, is wild. The evolutionary process to the brain is wild. And they're gonna always get you. We've heard these conversations, man, on Sarnetta TV with Inky and all them, and the God is like, we've been through all of that. And those who have graduated to the level of that level of thinking, right? We know when a person is bullshitting us. So, was Garfield bullshitting us? That's the point. You would think he would be bullshitting you based off of the level of information you have to discern it. Now, I made a point. I said, well, why would Garfield run from that conversation? As I look at the whole picture, because I had to look at the whole picture, right? He wouldn't run. It has to be something bigger than this going on why that man wouldn't show. I know when I talked to him at 12, man, I can show you the call up. He was all game, right? I know Sarnetta they was trying to get the link together. It didn't. They couldn't actually get together, which is fine. There's technical problems, right? But we just probably got to be better at getting our thing together, right? But the technical problem of not being able to get that link out and the manual problem of having to send it to a lot of people, that ran the shit over, yo. So now it's running into the time where Garfield got a commitment to his family and his daughter. So if he started one on time, maybe two something, maybe they'd have been finished by 5 or so, right? 2-hour debate, right? 2-3 hours maybe, tops, right? He's finished and he can go do what he need to take care of, right? So none of them don't know that. Jarbri and them don't know that. So at this point, they wilding. I'm trying to tell them, hey, everybody, slow down. Nobody's listening to me. Slow down. I know what you know. I had actually never expected Garfield to blurt out to the world that he was setting somebody up. Oh, y'all didn't know that? Yeah, he was setting a person up that had robbed his daughter. And shout out to Garfield. We see, watch this. The guy who actually robbed Garfield's daughter had robbed other Black women in different parts of the country. See, y'all didn't know. So actually, Garfield did a service to Black women, or just to women, period. You got to be careful when you meet these people on the internet. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad. It's a certain level, watch this. It's a certain level of discernment when you're meeting people online or meet people, period. There's a certain process. So everybody slow down. When y'all meeting dudes on the internet, slow down, sisters. Take time and conversate. Take your time. It's a learning experience for everybody. Take your time. The same way I had to learn how to not get burnt and buying drugs is the same way I learned how to burn people and getting drugs. All that shit was a learning process. All of it was. So during the process of getting the person who had robbed his daughter, it ran into the time of the debate. What was this man supposed to do? He gotta support his family. Y'all don't know it. Get it? Y'all don't have enough information for it. Makes sense to me. I get it. But we gotta get in a clear space and say, why would he run? He wouldn't run. There's something else going on. We might not know it. We're gonna hold the rush to judgment. And this is what we all gotta learn how to do. Because whether y'all know it or not, man, the people in the chat, man, y'all put a lot of pressure on us, man. That's why y'all hear me say the peanut gallery. I say this as a marker in my brain not to feed into shit. That's a marker for me. It's not to say that everybody in there is a peanut gallery. It's the comments that you make that will either put you on the line of peanut gallery or the line of a person with intelligent speech and wisdom. So we have a chat full of people with intelligence and a chat full of people with the peanut gallery. And they will show themselves based off of their level of intellect and the way they convey their ideas with their fingers. So if you're not the peanut gallery, then you're not making certain comments. Because people will take, oh, I'm not the peanut gallery. Wait a minute. The peanut gallery is simply based off the way you comment and respond. Whether you're an intelligent chatter, it's based off of the way you respond and what you say. So we'll know if you're part of the peanut gallery or a part of intelligent people. So it's not an offense when I say it's the peanut gallery. No, it's the peanut gallery because it's the way you're saying what you're saying. It's intelligent conversation based off the way you're saying what you're saying. So, point taken. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, nobody got the damn link. My man had to take care. I was on the phone, right? The brother was explaining what was going on. He wasn't giving them all the details, right? No, he wasn't. But he was saying, if I got to wait till 5 o'clock, I can't do it. Everybody knew this. Can't do it. Now we know why he couldn't do it. And why would he do it? I think at the end of the day, you got to spend a lifetime with his daughters. And then you know how that shit go. You got one daughter that the thing happened to. You got the other daughter watching. Oh, so this how dad gonna treat the situation something happen? He gonna pick that shit over me? Y'all already know, we get pressures from our family every time we go live, man. Your kids, you see me go live, your kids start coming around. Hey, you see me like this. It's like some kind of like mechanism that make them want to fuck with you when you go live. I don't know what it is. I do know what it is. It's they be wanting attention. So we allow y'all into our lives, right? You in my home, okay? Wisdom, trying to give you wisdom, giving you information, trying to stir right. We've been doing this for years, man. And that's why I appreciate when people actually support. So hit the damn Cash App. Do that. But what's important is that every time we live, we taking time away from our family and friends. I'm not gonna lie, right? Y'all friends. But stop being selfish. Understand that all y'all gotta do is just listen to this shit on the phone while you going through your life, spending time with your daughter, you got your earphone in here, but we gotta have our attention on this situation. So I understand the high pitch of wanting to see the two combatants get together. I understand that and I get all of that. But at the end of the day, we're all human. And after you cuss a nigga out, come back and give a nigga a break. What the hell is the man supposed to do? If he don't handle that, he got one daughter saying, oh, that's how the nigga gonna handle that? I always like to talk about Chancellor Williams and how I met Chancellor Williams. He wrote one of my favorite books, Destruction of Black Civilization, Issues and Race, 4,500 BC to 2000 AD. And his granddaughter was like, man, look, my grandmother was done with him, man, because he never spent no time with her. We barely knew the man. This is the grandkid of Chancellor Williams. Chancellor Williams gave a lifetime to y'all. Same with Dr. Ben and all of them, a lifetime. And selfishness will make you say, I always want this, I want this. When in truth, we forget that the man is human too. Sarnetta is human, Jarbri is human, I'm human, Chancellor Williams is human. And at the end of the day, all you got is your friendships and your memories of your friendships and family. When you're dead, you're dead. You're not going to heaven, not unless you build a spaceship and you travel to heavens, goddammit. And they barely get you the damn moon at this point. Can't get the Mars yet. They can send probes. So let's all slow down. Yes, we all want to see it, but put all this shit in perspective, man. It's a new year, and I don't even like to say that. I'm saying is we just work on changing our behaviors. We just do, right? And so I'm going to offer you something here besides that to show you how our context can be affected by our level of education on subject matter. You can get beat for a bag of dope if you don't understand. You can get beat, right, on real information, right, that's fake if you don't understand. The great equalizer is being literate in that subject. So, Truth, what's up? You still here? I see your thing on the thing. What's up?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here. Shit, I'm over here trying to share the show real quick.
All right, keep going. All right, okay. Got a nice, healthy crowd in there, man. Y'all hit that crash app, man. Make sure y'all do that. Don't forget that. Don't play. Don't play. So my thing is this. The hell's going on with Christmas and the 25th day and everybody thinking they stole that from Kemet? Let's see. Did you know in Alexandria, Egypt, the city was actually started by Alexander the Great. And did you know that it's parts of the year where it actually snows or actually sleets? Y'all know what sleet is, right? Like rain and snow mixed, right? Hail, sleet. It actually does that. It's not a tropical city. It's safely fixed on the Mediterranean. You can launch boats from that. But that shit was created during the Greek period. Now, don't run behind me and say, come on, yo, with people in there. Listen, man. We know who, what, when, where, and why. So we don't play this game. We understand that for the better part of the history, Egyptians was goddamn naked. We know, we study, we know this. We know they in hot spaces and clothes is at a, you don't need clothes like that. So you barely covered, had these things around the waist, and a lot of the workers didn't have on no damn clothes. That's something y'all don't know. Look that up. So you ain't running around this motherfucker super light skin with no clothes on. It's gonna eat the sun, gonna kill you. UVA rays and UV rays. And how do we know this? Because we have anthropology books that talk about that. Now you can run around and now, because we fully invented clothes, hats, the whole nine, cars, air conditioners. A person living in Egypt now in Cairo, they can leave their houses AC'd up, get in their car that's AC'd up, and drive their ass to work, run outside the car and get in the building that's AC up, work for 8 hours, and turn around and get home and ain't got beat up by the sun. Okay, different environment, different things are occurring now. But in the times we talking about, dog, ain't no AC, ain't no cars. You waiting for the shade to come. That's why the hottest point of the day, everybody was trying to get in that damn shade. I say all this to say that we're too now-centric, meaning the way the elders taught us was they taught us we was monument watching. What do I mean? I mean, they only showed us the monuments and the priests around the monuments because all the writing is on the monuments. We didn't actually do a detailed study of the things away from the monuments. We talked about the flood and we talked about the great monuments and the pyramids and all they built. And we did that, but we forgot that the people was in the villages in the eastern deserts, in the western deserts, in the southern regions, and near the Red Sea and all those areas, away from the rivers where a lot of the people was. And if we really did a detailed study on that, we would see they lived in grass huts like most Africans in that area would have looked dead. We would have seen that Africanness come out. With throw you is that high level precision building, all that shit. And then you say for instance, you look at like West African, you don't see all, you like, oh, they too different. They, oh, okay, I guess. You don't, yeah, but once you get to the core of what we're looking at, see, this is what anthropologists do. They don't be stuck at the monuments. They out in the villages. studying, right? The archaeologists are out there and they got these archaeological sites, right? And they know how buildings was built. And they know these things, and they say, yo, these things looking very similar to these things here. They see the basic plans, they see the Anapta Playa, right? That in Anapta Playa, yo, you see these first villages, and they organize, yo, and some of the huts they got is in stone. This is prior to Egypt, right? So a mixture of grass, huts, sticks, stone, right? Study the outskirts. That's going to give you your answers, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to give you your answers. Study the outskirts. The point I want to make here, right, is that talking about the city of Alexandria that was created by the Greeks and popularized by the Greeks, right? Even the great library of Alexandria, man, the Africans didn't stop it. That's the Greek thing, ladies and gentlemen. We all learned the great library of Alexandria. Man, come on, yo, you can look up the date. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure they found the foundation of the library, right? They say it burned down. It wouldn't make sense to put everything in one place. But listen, man, that's another discussion topic right there. But you talking Alexandria, we're not talking about indigenous African thing. You're not. Snowing and shit. No rituals around the snow and ice. Find that ritual for me. So let me show you something. This is what I want to do. Remember we talking about the religion, right? Hold on. All right, we talking about the religion, and let's see. Okay. All right, let me share the screen. So we talking about the religion, and people keep showing us the birth of Christ, the 25th, how they stole that from Egypt. And let me say this the right way. People develop things not for their God. That's like they worship their ancestry. Remember, your ancestors become the great God. People that were important in the community get deified, and over years of transition, of deification, and certain portions of the tribe and the clan over eons, this becomes the God. See, you would have to really get that. Hope I didn't go over some of y'all head. Y'all think humans looked up and the sky cracked and the God came down with the tablets, like this with the tablet in his hand. Lord, humans, these are the laws. That's actually not how it was. So how do we get to a winter celebration? It's a winter celebration now. The winter solstice. Thank God for did a great job of talking about what the winter solstice was. But you got to go back to Stonehenge, somewhere in Ireland, correct? Why would these people be celebrating the winter solstice? Because there's a reason for that. There's a reason for understanding when winter was coming, right? Deep winter was coming, and prior to that, there were certain reasons for what they was planting, whatever they was doing, it was based on some survivability for real. And they all came to celebrate that time period so they knew what to do. But would people in Africa celebrate? Would they have a need for that? No, they wouldn't. So now we have a fundamental problem here. We're claiming that a winter ideology or winter event, right, was stolen from a people or borrowed from a people that's dealing with summer conditions. Let me show you what it was. Let me show you the thing that confuses me the most. Here you go. Come to a credible source, astronomy, because this is what they was doing. This is astronomy. Right here. Go to this website, excellent website, astronomy. I'm subscribed to the magazine. right? You even see these ads here with different telescopes on it. That's the magazine right there. Okay? That's it. All right? The magazine. Get that, How Stars Explode. Get the magazine, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to that, and you'll get an understanding of what I'm saying. So when you come in, why would this magazine have a picture of Nabta? Well, let's see. Nabta Playa, the world's first astronomical site, was built in Africa and is older than Stonehenge. But are they celebrating winter? No, it says this 7,000-year-old stone circle tracked the what, ladies and gentlemen? The summer solstice. Watch this. Why? 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 And then why? This will give you an inkling of how Egypt started. See, I'm getting all y'all clowns in one little box right now on some easy, simple scientific literature, y'all. They play these games with y'all. Oh, Egypt come from the Mediterranean. Oh, they stole this from the Egyptian. Oh, my ass. I'm getting right to it. This is easy work for me. This 7,000-year-old stone circle tracked the what? The summer solstice. And the what, ladies and gentlemen? The arrival of the annual monsoon season. It's also the oldest known astronomical site on Earth. 7,000 years ago. Listen, man. So what am I saying? I am telling you that you do not plant any damn thing, not unless you can record and understand when the what, y'all? The annual monsoon season starts. So before they could even play the game of any farming in Egypt, they would have had to understood the seasonal changes and the coming of them damn monsoon rains. They would have had to have been able to track that. And once you're able to track that and use this scientific information, then you can develop festivals around that to remind the people when it's time to plant. This is why they would have had it. And then it becomes your religion. But there's a stage prior to that that has to happen, right? And then we're saying it's how religion evolved and why it endures today. And that's in this book right here. So the point I'm trying to show you is that this was essential for the survivability of these Homo sapiens in Nabta Playa, where you find a what, ladies? You find a cattle cult. This is what the hell we've been talking about. This cattle cult stems all the way to North Africa and Northeast Africa. Why? Because these cattle need to eat, and they follow the grains, and they eating in the grasses. So primarily speaking, the cattle cult that you find in North Africa and Northeast Africa is a Nubian thing. And this is what connects everything. Is the cattle cult where you find the oldest statues. I'm going to say this again. The oldest such statues of a cattle, ancient statues in stone, you find in Nabta Playa prior to the inception of Egypt. You're not doing any planning until you can understand this. How long did it take for them to learn this? So if you go back 7,000 years, that's 5,000 BCE. We can count. You talk another 2,000 to 3,000 years prior to that to even get to this stage right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the goddamn rubber meets the road. And this is what the hell we've been talking about. Thousands of years ago. This is why they incorporated it into their damn religion, because it was survivability. It had nothing to do with the God. It had something to do with understanding nature and how it's working and when it's raining and when it's not. And we got to find a way to track that shit, because not, we're going to die. See, this is where the rubber actually meets the road at. So why would the winter people need to know the summer solstice. They wouldn't have. So Christmas is a winter thing. It's a Stonehenge thing. Look at all the things around the evergreen trees. This is a winter thing. We gotta be able to know the difference there, else people will take that shit and trick us. I'm opening up the panel, man. Where y'all at, man? Where you at, Trip? Did you want to say something? Kind of quiet there, bro.
Yeah. I want to say something. I think you need to play the clip of what Jarbri actually said regarding the winter solstice, so everybody can get a better understanding of where you coming from. Because I don't find anything wrong with what you said. I just don't think that was the point that he was trying to make.
I'm not focusing on Jarbri and the point he was trying to make. I'm educating the people on what we was doing. I don't know what point he was trying. Okay, tell us truth. What point was he trying to make? Because I'm not even talking about Jarbri at this point. I'm talking about why we would do this. Go ahead.
The presentation that you just made, right? You just showed those stone figures, right? And showed how they was representing the summer solstice.
Yeah.
Right? So my thing is, this is before Egypt. Right?
Yeah.
This is before even Egypt.
Yeah.
What Jarbri is trying to say is the Egyptians created their own theology and incorporated certain things into their theology. One of those things that they incorporated into their theology was the summer solstice. And he was explaining what they meant when they incorporated into their images. You see what I'm saying? I think both
now
of you.
help me out. Come back again. Say it again. Two different things. One survival. One is surviving off of nature in winter. One is surviving off of understanding nature in the summer. So why would a winter person need to steal something from a summer people? That's what I don't get. But go ahead though.
Like what I'm saying is, if somebody understood the summer solstice, if they studied it that hard and they can understand that, they probably understood the winter solstice and the spring equinox and the fall equinox.
But you don't have a winter to even have to understand it.
They wouldn't, of course, they wouldn't call it the winter equinox. I mean, the winter solstice. I mean,
you helping me out now.
Definitely didn't call it the winter solstice.
Yeah, you helping me out now.
Understood what happened with the sun during that period of time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Correct. So do we understand Stonehenge though? So what I'm saying is that the people at Stonehenge don't need people that not apply to do what they're doing. And we gotta be able to stop that. Like, because they're all ancient people looking at the stars, bro. And the running narrative is that everybody needed to get it from us. Hell, yo, like when ancient people left out, there's a certain level, listen to me, there's a certain level of cultural things that occur that you're gonna take with you as Homo sapiens sapiens, yo. But you this is where the rubber meets the road at, yo. And I think we forget, man, we've been in America for roughly 250 years, right, Truth?
Yeah.
And we got reading and writing, bro, and we still don't understand our custom and tradition we came from. Imagine being in a space where there is no reading and writing, yo. You're not remembering that shit 250 years later, yo. It's not going down, yo. So I think my thing is that the elders just wanted to give us a quick cursory history, and they wasn't giving us an anthropological study. Diop's did the best job of giving us an anthropological study because he used the anthropology, right? That's a different thing, right? So when you read Dr. Ben and them and John Jackson, they was giving us a surface understanding. I'm saying I had to get underneath of that debate to put the piece that I just gave everybody. So I'm saying is, yo, like the people in Stonehenge wouldn't need to run across no damn body, even though we know their ancestors would have came from Africa, but after 2-3, we just talking 250 years. Imagine being 1,000, 150,000 years later. No one's remembering that, yo. So I'm saying humans are intelligent. They can look at the stars and they will develop the shit that's gonna help them survive. There's a need to understand when the winter is coming, my nigga. You gotta be ready for that. That the animals, bears, they're locked in, right? Certain sensory, that like they know they got to eat a certain amount of food to store the fats, and they have a mechanism in their body that allows them to fall asleep, bro. And they fall asleep, and it's called hibernation. We don't have that. We got to develop tools that help us survive through the winter. We can't store fat, but you can eat a lot and have, but you're going to run that fat out. Bears will go to sleep and hibernate and wake up and come out their den when it changes. We need clocks and mechanisms to know. So I'm just making a point. I'm saying we're not going to keep sitting up here thinking some winter people need to borrow from us. The shit is slap crazy. We know that Jesus Christ and then the shit was freezing. Yo, you can read the Bible, yo. They wouldn't have had the sheep outside during that time because it was winter.
I just want to say one thing, yo.
You get my point?
Yeah, I get your point. 100%.
It was freezing cold
disagreeing with you at all. Everything
dog.
Listen, is absolutely true from a historical point of view. From a historical and scientific point of view, you are absolutely correct.
But that's all I want to get.
From a theology point of view, Jarbri is trying to give you the theology behind what the Egyptians were using that science that you just described and their theology. That's what he's trying to describe. And he actually, what you are, this is my question. Are you going to argue with scientists?
Why would I have to argue with scientists?
Because he showed an actual scientific study that he said just came out sometime in November that actually vouches for what he says. It actually says everything about the winter solstice and how they actually made temples for the winter solstice. He actually showed it during his presentation.
Who made temples? The Egyptians?
Yeah. He said it was totally, he said it was totally new. It came out in November. I think he said 22nd or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime in November that it came out. And it says he showed it. It actually supports what he was saying. You feel what I'm saying? And
I'm gonna have to read through it. But how are you celebrating winter, yo, when you ain't got no winter, yo?
I don't think they celebrate.
Make it make sense, though.
Celebrating the position of the sun.
Okay, got you. Okay, it's different. Good point. So let's make this assertion. Hold on. Wait. No, keep talking, yo. Let me hold on. Let me get this. Go, keep talking. Make your point. I don't want to cut you.
Yeah, no. That's pretty much the point. I think Jarbri is coming from a whole different perspective than y'all coming from science and history. Y'all all of it's good. All of it's iron sharpening iron. You know what I mean? But really to have this conversation, I think everybody involved in this debate needs to have a better understanding of what is called today Kemetic science. What they call Kemetic science. I think people should have even read the books that you think is pseudo, just to see where they're coming from. Eat the meat, spit out the bone. You feel what I'm saying? Because it is a lot of links between Christianity and Egypt. And either Egypt stole, I ain't gonna say stole, either Egypt got information from Christianity or Christianity got information from Egypt. Like even one of the festivals they had when they used to grow wheat and barley. It's called the sacred wheat and the sacred barley.
Okay.
On a specific, I think it might have been the winter solstice that they actually did this festival. I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that.
You talking about the Egyptians?
Yeah, the Egyptians had a festival where they used to take the wheat, the sacred wheat, and turn it into the body of Osar.
Okay.
And people would eat it. And they would take
the
body and turn it into a wine.
Hold on. You might got some points. Wait. We need a fucking map. There's always a map that gets you. Right? I don't want to be, now you know we ain't speaking in absolutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. I think the discussion is would they have needed us to get that? I know Stonehenge don't need us. I know Africans don't need people in Asia to teach them farming. And I beat anybody up on that because the reality is when you look at farming, you'll see an Asian crop be produced in Egypt, but it's in a whole different packaging. So like humans have music, but when you look at hip hop, it's in a whole different packaging than rock and roll. Although it's music, the way it's packaged is totally different, meaning different people expressing music in a different way. Nobody needs Africans to learn how to sing, right? Like, and this is the way we've been, so I'm saying the way we've been taught has been against anthropology. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The people in Mesoamerica don't need the Egyptians to recognize resurrection. right? Because nobody wants to die. This is scientific. Listen, there's a level in human beings, we do not recognize our own death. Nobody sitting up here can actually see your own damn thing. You can have a dream about you dying, but in your mind, yo, you don't really think you're gonna die, dog. You can't visualize your death. You can't experience your death. You don't think you're gonna die, man. That's part of it. And so with not thinking you're ever gonna die, we will build custom and traditions around that. We don't accept death good, bro. And so we make traditions that say we live forever. This is why we do that. So you don't need Africans and a Saurian resurrection in Mesoamerica to have the same type of thing. Women been feeding babies from day, there wasn't infamil from day one. All women have breasts, they're mammals, they lactate. When the baby is born, the umbilical cord is broken, and the mother, who hasn't even been trained, automatically allowed the baby to latch on. I've seen it with my own eyes. And the baby don't need you to teach it to suckle the milk. He automatically does it. You don't need an African mother or African. Come on, Stu, please, you gotta mute that. You don't need a African statue of Aset feeding a baby to come to Mesoamerica to find that same statue in Mesoamerica. You don't need that same statue in Israel for Asiatics that have mothers that are Homo sapiens sapien, that have breasts that lactate, that also broke the baby away from the umbilical cord. They don't have time to ask now, excuse me, how do you breastfeed? That's not how it works. We've all been taught that, bro. And I'm just saying, yo, we gotta knock it off. Man, they laugh at us when we do these things. Like, it's the craziest thing. We talking about basic, let me slow it down. Come on, man. Don't nobody, listen, yo. Listen, breastfeeding is hard. Don't get it twisted. It's not an easy process for women. The women in the village will teach the women how to do it. And I surmise that the first groups of humans struggled with it until they got it right. But it didn't take all goddamn month to do it because the baby might be dead by then. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right now, you get classes on how to breastfeed. There's certain things the women need to drink plenty of water, right? So see, y'all know I've been around it, right? All my kids got breastfed. Almost all of them. Oh, no, my fault. All of them did. It's just how long do the mothers stick with it? So drink a lot of water, keep the milk flowing, the whole 9 yards, man. They don't need an Egyptian statue. This is the Egyptian statue of the mother bird. No, all humans do that thing. And Garfield can clearly prove that. So I'm just saying, man, like there's so much religion in the area that is far more superior to what the Hebrews was bringing. Like, we don't have our times together, right? And this is something I think we forget. The level of understanding how things are transmitted in culture and how things aren't, we haven't been taught that. We think that religion just spreads like wildfire. No, people are resistant to religion. The question is, what the fuck are you talking about? Why is people resistant to religion? Because religion is sacred burial practices. You're talking about the burial of your friends and family, the mystery of death. Life revolves around death. That's why in ancient Africa and Nubia, they had cities of the dead before they had cities of the living. What am I saying? I'm saying that these large-scale cemeteries and between the blue and the white Nile and those areas in Sudan that predate Egypt, right? There were thousands of people buried in these cities before there was one city in Egypt. It was all based around the burial practices. Watch this. Before they was farming, it was an economy based around the burial of the dead. Why? Because dying is something that happens every fucking day. There are plenty of people dying. If you want to always have a damn job, go be a mortician. You will never be broke. Go be a nurse. You will always have work. So nobody, first of all, sidebar, nobody has to make you sick. You're going to get sick because we're surrounded by viruses and pathogens. That's going to happen. So the economy based around grave goods, based around body ornaments, all these things is what's actually stimulated Egypt prior to farming. I will beat anybody up on that. Simple. And these traditions are older in the Sudan. And wherever you find the oldest grave practices, and wherever you find the burial practices is where you start to find the origin of what? Kingship. Why? Because the king will die. And when the king died, everybody around him got to die too. They call them retainer sacrifices. Wherever you find the retainer sacrifices, that's where you find the origin of the king. Now, that's only going to last for so long. The retainer sacrifices are only going to last for so long. I'm going to tell you right now, because if I'm watching and I see dad just died, he's the king, right? And then I see dad, got to kill some of the other servants, or sometimes they even act like this was the queen. It really wasn't. They played, it. But I'm like, man, I don't know. I ain't going to do that one. And so then you'll find that people stop doing that shit. The old kingdom, the first dynasties, first few dynasties, you'll see the shit start to wade out. But that's where the tradition started, where they kill people with the king, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I never could lose that conversation, because I know that the kingship starts where the king murder everybody. When the king died, they start killing people around it, and they bury you. That's the origin of the kingship. None of y'all can get past that. Y'all can say what you want to say. You can talk that slick talk that non-scientific talk all you want to talk. That's the key, ladies and gentlemen. Look that up. Anyway, point that I want to make super clear here is this. When I'm having a conversation, I'm not having a religious conversation. I am telling you that humans don't need each other to tell them how to bury a person and how to do any of them things. They don't need none of that. So you don't need Africans, what I'm saying, to tell you how to make a mother sacred. The milk proves the point that she's sacred. So they just deify those ideas. You can find Mesoamerica everywhere else. There's enough religion around Palestine, Judea, and all those Mesopotamia, watch this. I'm going to hold something. I'm going to hold that for a minute. I'm going to let somebody else get in here. I thought I seen Reggie in here. Who I see in here? I got
Stupies. Let me just say one thing, Reggie.
Stuck in there. Stupies, you was next. What's
yes,
on your mind, Stupies? I appreciate you joining me. Happy New Year, Stupies.
Happy New Year, my brother. I agree with you on this winter solstice. According to lifescience.com, they found an unfinished, and that's in capital letter, an unfinished temple that was built 3,000 years ago. It was unfinished, that aligned with the winter solstice. And Jarbri ran with that. The temple wasn't finished. So it wasn't any worship to the winter solstice. Right? It's aligned to the winter solstice. You can go on lifescience.com and see the article and read the article. It was unfinished. This dude will piece together information, and because he's eloquent, I've never denied that he's not eloquent, and he's able to speak, he enunciates his words, and he says it in a particular way that many persons think that is fact. Because this brother came on and said, yes, he showed this. It was an unfinished temple that they found 3,000 years ago that aligned with the winter solstice. And he said, oh, yes, the Egyptians, of course, they knew about the winter solstice. But was it that important to them as a people? That is debatable. That is debatable. These were scientific people who were studying, who were observing, and so they see the occurrences. That's my 2 cents.
Oh, Truth said they got an article or something. I don't know. I need to read it. And I don't know, man. There was a lot of influence exacted. I just want y'all to know, man, this statement I'm gonna make, I'm gonna let Brother Reggie get on. I think this is important for y'all to know. People are resistant to other people's religions because it's based off of honoring ancestors, y'all. Y'all should be like, this shit ain't no fucking rocket scientist shit. This is an anthropological statement I'm making for y'all, man. We didn't learn it that way, yo. Reggie. That's why Reggie's is so fucking important to this community, man. He's the go-between, yo. He's set with people. This the first guy, this the real guy. You got him to set with the elders. Now you remember, like Sonetta interviewed the elders, but Reggie actually was there listening to all of that. And then he was there listening to all our shit. He's that in-between guy, right? He knows what the elders got us. He know their weaknesses, and he know what we he just, yo, sitting a hell of a fucking spot, yo. So I'm trying to plead my case that, ladies and gentlemen, nobody is accepting somebody else's. It takes traumatic events like slavery, and even with that, niggas was still not trying to be real Christians. Look at the goddamn black Christian church. This shit totally different than the Christianity they gave us, because dog. So religion is ancestral worship and deification. So now you're asking a bunch of Asiatics to accept Egyptian religion. They can't stand the fucking Egyptians. To the Egyptians, they are the oppressors. Why do we act like we ain't even read the Bible? They are diabolically opposed to the Egyptians. Yo, they killed the great Pharaoh. That's a message for y'all. See, they didn't even have to actually do it, but they wrote it. And so the sea, which represents their great God, and all they know, sucked up and destroyed the mighty Egyptians. They saying that they killed the known leader of the world that they understood, bro. They say they stomping out Egyptian religion. Yo, remember, I was raised in the Jewish community, yo, and there's a time every year, right? It's called the Passover. What do you think the Passover represents? It represents killing the first African born. Okay? Your first son or daughter, the first one born, you're gonna die if you don't got that Jewish symbol, that mark of blood, right? I grew up in a Jewish community. When you go to these Jewish houses, you'll see this box on the door. It's actually symbolic that if you don't believe in our deity, the angel of death is going to kill you. Let me slow it down. If you don't believe in our ancestors and our deified deity, we have a mechanism that will come and kill your firstborn. So now y'all trying to convince me that these people who was diabolically opposed to African religion, custom, and tradition would borrow that shit. There would have to be something else at play, ladies and gentlemen. There would have to been a Greek force that came in and tweaked it and added to it. I don't know why y'all don't understand this. Maybe because I really do this shit for real. Maybe that's the difference. So there are similarities you can see. No one's taken away from that. But I'm gonna hold my peace on something. I got a piece. Reggie, what's up, brother?
Brother Uncle Cat, man, happy New Year to you. You're looking good, man. I see the sun at the back coming in, like the equinox and all that, the solstice coming out. Man, we've been doing a good job. Sometimes we're just talking to the few, because we see the few trying to hang on. And a lot of the people that are coming on are actually not old people. They're just new people. We just acting like we've seen them for 7 and 10 years, the 15 years that we've been out here, and they're just new people, and they're hanging on and they're asking these questions. Thank you for your comments about me, Unc, and I can give the same comments to you because you are Black YouTube. There's nobody. The one person that put everybody onto YouTube was Brother Ankh. Brother Ankh looked out there and saw science, saw the new wave, and he was one of the first pioneers of monetization of YouTube, right? But you don't listen to this brother. This is forward-thinking people. So Ankh, we're talking only to a few believers of men, how can I say, apostles, followers. We're not talking to the masses, because you know what? Science is moving on, and our enemy and our oppressor has moved on, and they can continue to oppress people who don't think, and they're expendable. So what you were actually saying, trying to take some very, very difficult concepts and put them all together. at this period, Mr. Osaze is actually looking at what the Greeks are thinking. Mr. Osaze is not even looking at what the ancient Egyptians, the Nubians, the Nabta-Playas, the Gift-Keber, he's not looking at that period. Mr. Osaze is a Greek. He calls himself a Greek. He's Alpha Phi Alpha, right? That's his orientation. And when you go through these processes of initiation, right? Like, you know, alphas, Greeks, Masonry and stuff, that's who you are. Religion, right? He was a Catholic. He was a Alpha Phi Alpha, right? He's from the Caribbean, right? All of these things come into context, and he doesn't lead those things. What he does is try to renew it. He's Greek thinking. So in this period of the winter solstice and the summer solstice, what he is sitting on is what the Greeks are. But what he tries to do is he tries to now make those things ancient Egypt, but he doesn't track the changes. He doesn't track the changes when it was indigenous African, when Africa was conquered by the Satis, the Persians, the Syrians, the Greeks, the Romans. So we're at this period of Christianity for this conversation. And what he's doing is he's applying his old Christian beliefs that's based on the Greek beliefs, because Christianity was in the Greek and Roman world, and he's trying to make that fit to ancient Egypt. But what he's doing is blocking what Ankh is saying. Ankh is saying what is delicate to humans surviving in different regions, right? And how they have to live based on the climate, based on science. And what he's trying to do is ignore that and focus on some religious, spiritual BS.
Yeah, later.
And we got to leave that alone. Now, as someone who actually studied with right, learned from the greats, Mr. Jarbri Osaze is not part of that movement. He's not. To me, he's no different than Asarasun Seti, saying that he studied with Dr. Ben. He's not that. He's not that. You don't see any pictures of him. You might see photo ops with him and Dr. Ben, but you won't see photo ops with him and Dr. Ben and the people around Dr. Ben, the people around Dr. Clark. He wasn't part of that. He wasn't part of it. Unlike many of you, he did go to Cornell, so he got connected to Dr. James Turner and the Africana Studies Research Institute there, right? But what year? What year? The reason why I'm just trying to say is that you'll go for charismatic people, but you're missing the delicate things that Ankh is saying. When people are in Europe and Asia, their climate is different. That means they're herding, their farming is based on years of observation of the climate, of the climate. Ankh went out, he goes to what? Ireland? Yeah. And he shows Africans, I mean, not Africans, he shows humans surviving in that region. And they have to understand the changes in the season. Their whole life depends on doing things at the right time. The same as in Africa. When the Nile floods or before it floods, you have to do things at the right time. You have to get prepared. So then you create rituals and you deify it. I'm asking you people, what are you doing? Do you want to leave science, technology, actually artifacts that show this is happening? Or do you want to go and listen to somebody with some hocus pocus focusing on some fake deified person's birth. You want to do that instead of dealing with the actual science of why it was deified. And I think that that's what you're getting away from. And then you people are still saying, I hate Jabari. And listen, it's not about me hating Jabari. I don't like charismatic people who are wrong, right? And can be proven wrong, right? I can't tell you what to believe or not, but you're going to be left in the ash can of history, right? And you're going to be looking stupid years later, like many of the people who follow Dr. York or Jim Jones or Daddy Grace or Father Divine, or all of these people that said the world was going to end. And you're going to be left behind. You are the mummy, right? You're going to be the piece of the museum that's been the stuffed animal. Because you're not useful. You're not useful. So I enjoy Uncle Keck and the pseudo Killas, because at least they examine it for you to give you talking points. But you can't feed into the peanut gallery.
No, you can't.
Yo, can I speak real quick?
No.
Well, hold on, Savior. I'm gonna let you go, yo. Stop diving in.
Yo, you my brother.
No.
You my brother. But
No. Yeah, Savior, you're gonna get a chance to get in there, man.
yeah, I'm
Let me
on
finish out.
Sabio. Sabio's my brother. I love Sabio because he's forward thinking. He just gets so much fire.
It's
And then he
time.
wants to listen. Here's the thing. I am a great teacher in this community. I've created many of the great topics that you talk about all the time. I have, right? I've cheated it, right? I played with it. I put it up there. And then voila, I have lots of great young people that I am so proud of. But when I'm talking, because I don't have as much time as y'all. You have much more time to be me and better. I have less time in front of me than you have.
You got half your face on the camera too. You look like you lost your mind, like you halfway died.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry, because I just the way you have the screen thing. Sorry. So let me focus and open up my eyes.
Yeah, open up your eyes, yo.
That's what happened. But at any rate, listen to Brother Onk. You know what the thing is, Onk, right now? You are lecturing and you're not PowerPointing the points. And so they hear your voice, but they just don't see how you are actually breaking it down. And I think it's a cognitive thing. So I'm gonna stop. Sabio, I'm finished.
Hold on, let me say one thing before Sabio go.
No, you can't. No, you can't run over Savior. No, no. I got
My
you.
hand is raised the whole time.
Come on, man. Let's just Savior gonna say he gonna blur it out on you anyway. If you don't let Savior go right now, he gonna blur it out.
No, I wasn't. I was gonna mute my mic and let him go because he's rude. And I did just ask if I could speak, and y'all asked me to wait. But see, he's being rude. And all I wanted to say was,
I was rude by raising my hand, and I was
my hand was up. My hand has been up before yours, bro. Trust me, it was.
Well,
so can I? So can I please speak? I will be brief.
Hey, Savior.
Go
ahead.
So, first thing I wanted to say,
and don't mess up the show. I don't want to hear about the white racism. I'm not
finna say anything on that. Trust me, I'm not.
All right, go ahead.
So, first thing I wanted to do was shout out Ankh and Reggie, two of the best teachers in this community that I have met on everything that I have been studying: Egypt, science, religion, slavery, the slave trades, everything. If it wasn't for the information that you guys put out there, for me to look into, I would not be able to have these conversations with you guys. That's first off. So I want to give y'all shout outs and y'all flowers. And the next thing I want to say is, you have been saying for a long time that I am light years, 3 clicks ahead of a lot of people.
Mhm.
And I am starting to actually recognize it.
Oh shit! Try to tell you. Try to tell you. You finished?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Truth, Pseudo Killer. What's up?
Yeah, I was being quiet. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't know
Yeah.
I was being rude, but that's cool.
All right, good. Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is, it's a lot of astrology associated with the Bible. If you look up Lucifer, right? Lucifer was at first a Roman god, right?
Okay.
Actually, if I can actually share my screen, I can pull up what it actually says about it. Hold on, sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. Shit, I don't know what's going on. It won't let me share my screen because I got some type of this is a different phone. This is a Mexican phone, yo. So I'm just telling you what it says. I'm just telling you what it says, pretty much. Pretty much, Lucifer was a Roman god that actually represented the star Venus. Well, the planet Venus, but it appears as a star in the sky. And what happens is, during certain parts of the year, when the sun rises in the morning, you could see Venus right below it. This was described in ancient times, in Greek mythology, as the rising of Lucifer. And the fall of Lucifer is the second half of the year, when you could only see that the star Venus, the planet Venus, at nighttime. And this was representing the fall of Lucifer. You see what I'm saying? It's all like it's astrology. They incorporated these type of like actual science into their folklore. You see what I'm saying? They put it in there. So when Jarbri is trying to break down what is going on with the winter solstice when it comes to the Christ, it's not hard to believe when you research Lucifer and how they put other things into the Bible that it's not impossible for them to have done that. You see what I'm saying? Especially because the Greeks had a major influence on Egypt. Greeks had a major influence on the whole Mediterranean.
Yes.
And I believe that's the link right there, the Greeks.
Yes.
The Greek philosophers that actually everybody ran to for their knowledge was the Greek philosophers.
Romans.
And the Romans. You have Romans.
Yeah, and Romans was serious.
But all of these philosophers say they got their information from the Egyptians.
Okay, so let's do this then. Let's read this. Let's come to the House of Wisdom. The House of Wisdom. And that's my favorite shit. So it says, I think this is important. All right. It says the transmission of science, especially that of mathematics and astronomy, referred to by historians as exact sciences, is one of the most powerful tools for establishing relationships between different civilizations. Other areas of human thought. So what are the other areas of human thought, ladies and gentlemen? The other areas of human thought, such as religion, and philosophy, are transferred more slowly and will only gradually diffuse into and influence a particular culture. But the exact sciences require a direct use of trees and other written work, and so can tell us a great deal about the circumstances of the time. We've been doing it wrong. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. What we should have got was scientific literacy first, understand the scientific method, understand how science traveled through cultures, right? And then talk about the religion. What we got was from the elders was the religion, and how great African religion was, and how we're all religious, and how important religion is to us. Remember, have y'all forgotten that the African is the most religious? That was the calling card of the elder. You would have to get Dr. Ben. That's why they don't really fuck with Dr. Ben, because he was like, whoa. Did you not read that the Egyptians say, yo, don't murder or don't sleep with my wife? He said he would have actually had to been doing it to even write a treatise about it. He said it. So we got it backwards, ladies and gentlemen. We focused on how spiritual we was instead of how scientifically we were trying to get to be. It was backwards. Y'all get mad because I came in and say, yo, let me correct this. Let me give us, we should have, remember, yo, it's 1, 2, 3. Humans had to find a way to find water before they found a way to find a God, yo. God was based off your superstition. Finding water is based off of what you can actually prove and verify. They're going to chop your head off, yo. You got 2 days to find the water or you dead. You talking that hum shit and you ain't found the water. We're going to kill you for that. Because the whole village is required to have water on a daily basis, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm saying. I'm not knocking religion. I'm simply changing the course of the way we was treated and the way we was taught. I'm telling you, the world learns through anthropology. And I'm saying for our world to be on par with the rest of the world, we got to start looking at it through anthropology. Anthropology does not ignore religion. It just puts it in its proper context. Don't hate me. Hate the game. Anyway, it's amazing to me. So we need to look at the environment the religion was created. Am I correct? This is important. And in the same book, it says this. So we can, this speaks to, this is going straight to Reggie's point. Same book, The House of Wisdom. Why I keep using The House of Wisdom? I taught you about The House of Wisdom 10 years ago. Y'all talk about the damn herbs. Yo, they reached the golden age. Okay? If not for the herbs translating ancient text, you don't even get modern science. Y'all didn't know that? Yeah, you think about this now. Rome was done. They couldn't read the Latin. They couldn't translate the Bible. None of that was going down. They called it a dark age, not because people was living in caves. They called it a dark age because a lot of text and stuff wasn't written. It was dark on the telling of history. But we was all taught the dark age meant they lived in caves and shit.
And because of the diseases, right? They couldn't deal with the diseases. And so that became a period of intellectual devastation because of also because of the diseases, the plagues that were in Europe. So,
just the plague, yeah. Justine. It probably was just the chicken pox. See, that's the funny shit. See that? Y'all didn't know that. Let me finish. Here you go, Reggie. This speaks to Reggie's point. I'm gonna tie it up for you, Reggie. It says the earliest Persian rule over the land known as Mesopotamia, from the Greek land between the rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, which largely corresponds to what is known as modern Iraq. Okay. It ended with the defeat at the hands of Alexander the Great in 333 BC. Ain't no indigenous Africans running shit at 333 BC. All right. None. The Nubians were one of the last ones, and then you have to go all the way. You can fast forward to Amwat Sadat. Right, they consider him to be an indigenous ruler, and he's a half Sudan. Am I tripping or am I there? Okay, let me keep going. Okay, it says the death of Alexandria signaled the division of his great empire amongst his generals. Egypt to Ptolemy. This is important, right? He's the Soter, right? He becomes the Soter. What's the Soter? The savior, the Soter. Watch this. It says, who ruled from Alexandria in Asia for Seleucus, who built his new capital, Antioch. Oh, y'all familiar with Antioch? And they was first called Christians in Antioch. Let me slow this down for y'all. Let me do this for y'all since y'all think y'all can really get with it. Let me show you why I'm always get you. I'm gonna take my time and I'm gonna do this again. It say the death of Alexander signaled the division of his great empire amongst his generals. Egypt Ptolemy, who ruled from Alexandria and Asia, and Seleucus, who built his new capital, Antioch, in northwest Syria, a city that would later play a vital role in the transferring of scientific knowledge from the Greeks to the damn Arabs. And all y'all know about Antioch is Jesus Christ and Paul ministry. Man, knock it off, dog. Knock it off. That ain't what made this shit slick. What made it slick was the transference of science and knowledge. Y'all thought it was, and they was first called Christians in Antioch. Knock it off, dog. Okay, we're not speaking in terms of absolutes. We're not saying that certain things didn't get to, what we're saying is there is a treatise against African lifestyle, custom, tradition, and deification of wise old elders in the biblical text. They think you're crazy for worshiping crocodiles. They think you're ludicrous for worshiping dead bodies. They think you're out your mind for Asar, a Set, the Mother Hathor. Mother Hathor is a Nubian deity from the Great Sahara. They think you're crazy for having that depiction of God as a cow. They think you've lost your mind. They say you're, what the hell? Oh, the Muslims was like, yo, blow up the pyramids. So it's something going on here, man. It's something we ain't getting. I'm just trying to figure out, yo, if I hate you that much, yo, like that much, why am I gonna take your whole, why? When I got more religion in my area, the Persians, the Assyrians, Zoroastrianism, monotheism. Come on, man. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that there aren't certain customs and traditions that were taken to build it, but the biblical text is the highest positive, different things from different cultures in that area, and there's certain things that they get from the Egyptians, right? We're not. I mean, come on, yo. But y'all know what the hell
confusion. But not directly from the ancient Egyptians, but from the empires that conquered them, not directly.
Yeah, that's why I read what I read, Reggie, and that was the point for
right.
that statement you write. Let's put all this shit in proper context. Show me the Christian priest, the Hebrew priest that stood in front of an ancient Nile Valley African and got the shit from him, and then I'm shutting up. Then I'm gonna shut up.
Jarbri didn't show that. Jarbri showed no real primaries. You see what Ankh is doing? Ankh is actually quote, Jarbri showed no primaries. He had free will without rebuttal to push something that, how can I say, that's actually anti-African. He had no African primaries for his point, for who he is, right? So he's more like what Ankh is actually saying, House of Wisdom, right? Sitting on top of the Greeks, a new different period, and he's trying to backtrack that information to ancient times. Don't go for that. Don't go for that. Listen to Ankh.
Anyway, I see what y'all saying. I actually see where you're coming from right now. You're saying that what Jarbri and them is practicing is not what the ancient Egyptians were practicing before the Greek influence.
Of course, Persians and all that. Yes. Yeah, come on, yo.
Jarbri and his people are not good meta-nature readers. They can't even read the text. I asked them a question about the pyramid text, and he asked like the coffin text.
Right? The New Testament didn't have Greek influence, and we gotta, at this point in time, now that we understand that he's not, I mean, we understand that it is not ancient Egypt that we're talking about, right?
Yeah,
right. We're talking about Egypt during the Greek occupation.
Yep.
All right, so we got to understand, even so, by Alexander the Great being appointed as Pharaoh of Egypt, that makes everything that's Greek. It's kind of like, all right, I see what you're saying. It's Greek influence and not Egyptian influence, but it's still influenced based on Egyptian mythology.
But it was given. So you made a good point. And
it was
wait. Let me help you out. You're trying to get your thoughts together and you're coming to see what we're saying. When those Egyptian scribes did not want to die because they didn't believe in the afterlife. They didn't want to die when the Persians came. So what they did was they made Cambyses, Xerxes, and Darius pharaohs. When the new empire came, the Greeks, and beat the Persians, they didn't want to die. They didn't want to die. They didn't believe in the afterlife. So they made Alexander the pharaoh. It was given to them when Augustus Caesar conquered those groups of people. They made him a pharaoh. It was given. It belonged to the conquerors. It was not stolen. It was given to save the lives of this priest class. So it belongs to it's just like what happens in America. You a black man, you do an invention, you work for a corporation, it belongs to the corporation. Do you understand? It's given because you're an employee. But then you have these pseudo people coming and saying it was stolen. These charismatic pseudos play with you just because they went and they got a lower degree in an Ivy League school. He's putting up his white Ivy League school to show he's better than you.
Hold on,
brother Reggie. Let me ask one question.
Go ahead, Truth. You was on. You was there. Go ahead, Truth.
When did Asar turn green, or Osiris, whatever you want to call it? Was it before the Greeks or after the Greeks?
When he turned what?
Why was he painted green? You know, in some depictions.
Oh, in the pyramid text, well, earlier on, but you got to understand there different tribal cities along the Nile, all the way from what you call Egypt, Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, Lower Nubia, Upper Nubia. There are all these groupings of people along the Nile. They had their thoughts. In the pyramid text is when they nationalized or kind of Canaanized all of the thoughts together to keep the people and try to create a concept, even though it didn't really exist, a concept of oneness of thought, meaning the ruling empire and at least admitted that they know what's going on with these other people, right? These other people that they are ruling. So in the pyramid text is where you have the great thoughts of, you know, a seer who is not a seer is the dead king, right? So the civilization, when the king dies, what's important to ancient Egypt is when the king dies, the civilization doesn't die, there will be a new king, right? And so there they have these great metaphors, the great green, the great black, right? All of these titles of a seer, right? And all the mythology. But that, you got to understand, you're dealing with ancient people 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. You got to give them stories. Because they're too busy with the cattle, too busy with the grain, too busy looking out for the Nile on the Nile, fishing, right? These are normal people trying to survive. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have paper. So you had to give them stories. And now I'll stop. Hey, Unc, I can't be here all day, man. You're doing a great job. Hopefully it gets to, I see Truth is getting it. I just see a lot of people.
I want to, because I asked you that question to actually build on that question. You know what I mean? I asked why he was green because what I have learned is he was green because he represented life. And, you know, when spring comes back, the earth turns green again. And that's why they depicted him as green. Now, it's a festival. This is why I asked you, did it happen before the Greeks or after the Greeks? Did this festival, really is about the festival, did this festival begin before the Greeks or after the Greeks? Because like I was telling you earlier, They had a festival dedicated to Asar that they used
Which
to actually
festival?
make bread out of make bread in the shape of his body and make wine that represented his blood, and they would eat the body of Osiris and drink the blood of Osiris.
Okay,
This is
so
to
in
me.
the
This
pyramid
is to me.
text, if you want to listen or you want to talk, right? So
I was trying to explain my question, bro. Y'all gotta
I'm
stop
gonna teach
with all this
because you
hyper
asked a question and I'm gonna answer it, right? In the pyramid text, there is there's what you call the cannibal hymn, right? So the cannibal hymn is what the dead king eats, right? What he eats in the afterlife. That ancient concept from the pyramid text was earlier in these villages called the Sapats. Through syncretism, over time, internal syncretism that's happening within the kingdom, and then external syncretism, when it gets to the Greeks, the Ptolemies, Serapis, right? They include that because one, they have to rule over people that already believe this, but they want to tweak it for their purposes. Then it goes into the Roman period. So you're correct, but I am trying to tell you from which it comes. But these are observations of what's happening in the world that they deify. Yeah. Okay. So Uncle, I can't be here all night. All day. It's a pleasure. It's a beautiful day. I'm gonna take a walk, man. It's the first of the year. I'm gonna get some sunshine and get some vitamin D because I'm a little I need the sun to strengthen my COVID resistance and viral.
You silly.
Huh?
Don't speak to a mummy, Saber.
Hey, Reggie.
Yes, sir.
What you think about this right here? You see the deity on the screen?
Let me blow. I'm sorry, I gotta blow up the screen. Yeah.
So yes. This deity comes out of the Eastern Desert right here.
Oh, my man, Min.
All right. This older than Osiris, I believe.
Yes.
That actually represents Osiris. It's a different form. Osiris has many.
He's older than Osiris.
Hold on, man. Chill. Everybody.
Osiris. Come on, man. He wasn't Osiris Prime.
No, that's later. See, if you want to learn,
relax. Let me say this. Hold on, stay right here, Reggie. Don't move. So it says right here. It says the dark-skinned fertility god, Mem, with his erect penis, frail. Right? They say his arm is raised to the east, like near the Red Sea and all that, the eastern portions, right, where you get those magi. See, the magi gonna talk about this pre-dynastic shit right here. This shit I know y'all don't even know about, right? Like this is what really get everybody. We you know what I'm saying? We can take it to Jabal, right? Where you actually see a depiction of that in a rock outcrop. It's funny as hell. Right? I'm gonna get into that on the show. Ancient shit that the Egyptians was going down in Nubia, you know what I'm saying, in this area where they claim it's primordial origins of Amen and all that. We're gonna definitely get to that. So this MEMS is essential for y'all to get that. Why didn't they teach you about the dark-skinned fertility god? That's not his skin. I didn't say anything. It said the dark-skinned deity, right? It said that. Those people in the eastern portion, you know what I'm saying, was dark-skinned. They come from Ethiopia and all those areas right there. Y'all should just know that. The Magi, right? And I think I can show you right here. It actually talks about the Magi. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Really Smash is probably going to have to get on that. Yeah, see, a pre-dynastic period. 4th millennium BC, Eva the Frail, erect penis. Hold on, the festivals. Central Cause, Upper Egypt, right? We know our favorite friend, our favorite guy, how I'll say, the Upper Egyptians is dark-skinned. They're not niggas though, but they dark-skinned. You know, that's him saying that, right? Lands both sides of the Nile, extended up, let's say upper from Lower Egypt. Okay, so we know where Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, right? Upper Egypt is really lower portion, arm raised to the east, pre-dynastic time. Let's see, links to horse, find pen. Hold on, I want to find, hold on, where they talk about the Magi is in here somewhere. The shrine, Mem shrine, honors the bull, domestic versions. I can't find it. Let me see, agriculture. New Kingdom was doing the pharaohs. So these pharaohs are trying to go back and actually get the ancient shit, right? Remember how the Egyptians always felt like the older the better, right? We never talk about this guy right here. I know Dr. Benjamin talked about it though. But y'all be focusing on Cyrus, but you ain't thinking about Mems. Hold on. Why not? Mems depict the appearance. Let's see. Oh man. Damn.
Well,
man.
let me help you out.
Yeah, help me out, bro. I know.
Yeah, let me help you out. All right. First of all, in linguistics, his name is Min, right? Min is the establisher. He this deity concept, he's going to create gods after him. Amen. Right?
Yep.
Amen is related to Min.
Correct.
Menes is related to men, right? What I'm trying to pull up is the Ciali Stela. If I could pull up the Ciali Stela, then I will. Okay, let me just share my screen. So let's go to pre-dynastic real quick. I'm gonna stop your screen sharing for a second.
Hold on, stop, right? I found it. It said, damn, right when I found it.
Okay, so can I stop? I'm gonna stop my share. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. I got you here. I'm gonna shut up. Here, it's right here. It says it right here. It says, it goes on to say he has also had connections with Nubia. Then it says,
Okay,
however, his main center of worship remained in Coptos.
So let me help you out.
All right, go ahead.
So
All
I'm gonna
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So this is not my best photo because I'm looking around, but I think that y'all can see it. Okay, so this figure here, over here, let's see if I can blow it up just a little bit. Why is that always, yeah, a little bit lower? Okay, I think this is gonna do it. This is my man right here. You see him? This is the god Min. This is in Dynasty 0, right? This is in Nubia. Now let's look at this. This is writing. Here is a man with 3 legs. There's this penis right here. He also has a tail. He's Min. Now you see, it tells you where he is from. Ta, the square. Seti, Set, the Seti, the bow. And then this is actually the feminine T. Ta Seti, this is Min. And he is worshiping Hor, Hawat, Hathor. This is pre-dynastic, right? So then later, now we know who he is because he's in Nubia. So we already know he's black skinned, but this is the earlier worship. So when Ankh was just showing the diagram of him, that was the later dynastic Egyptian syncretic version of Min. So Min, he becomes later Amen. He becomes later Amen Ra, right? He prior to with Nermer, he becomes Menes, right? So this is words and logograms, right, to help tell the story. So when he is the black, the great black, Osea is the great black because of men. I'ma stop. I gotta go.
All right, man. But that's a point. That matter of fact, that's a great point. People don't know, and I think the real interest. First of all, shout out to Garfield, brother Garfield's in the building, man. Shout out to him and all that.
I'll wait 5 minutes for Garfield. I'll wait around for Garfield.
But he ain't hit the link. I don't know what he's doing, but he's in the building. But I think the point that needs to be made that when they look at Nama's burial shit, really archaeologists don't even understand why they would make that shit so important because this shit ain't nothing. You actually got animals that predate him that are buried more elaborate than that, right? And they saying shit like, so, but why is like memes and all that, why they shit so serious, right? They can tell they kings and all that, but everybody focuses on menace. See, that's the really back conversations when you start reading archaeology. Like, yo, did you actually look at Nama? You're like, damn, it ain't even even that. But they got shit to predate that with all the royal things and all that. I can show you a royal possessions that predate Nama shit. There's way slicker. So why did they fixate themselves on just Nama and all that? Why they leave out a whole lot? It's funny. Right? I don't, you know what I'm saying? Yo, like people think they really got all the pieces and they ain't studying everything.
That's
a funny game to me, yo.
The early Egyptologists needed to separate this magical kingdom that they call Egypt, right? Which is a pseudo word, from its parent groups, the Tamu and the Nubian and the Chichinu, right? Those groups, they considered them barbarian. One is because they didn't conquer them the same way they conquered Egypt. They didn't own it, right? So they had to create in history with billions of dollars of education and writing and research, a way to separate out this magical kingdom. And guess what? You went for it. But guess what? My work, Ank's work, is in the museums. The Brooklyn Museum has the Green Sahara, the origin of Nubia and Egypt. The Green Sahara is the origin of Nubia and Egypt. And the Metropolitan Museum has the African origin of civilization.
We need to be there.
Say what?
We're gonna be there.
Yeah, we're gonna be there. We're gonna breathe the air. We'll bring it to you, but we're gonna breathe the air. And so, guess what? Guess what? I tell you, the pseudos, and hopefully Garfield's gonna be there. But I tell you, the pseudos who come on these platforms and do these fake presentations, they're not there. Let me just show you one thing, before I go, because I ain't showed on your channel. See this right here? Let me just freeze this
right there.
here.
Stop moving. Don't move. Stop. Got you. United States Congress. Go ahead. Got it.
United States Congress, right? See, you don't get this. See this right here? I'm gonna read it to you, but I'm gonna freeze it because everybody likes docs. They like certificates. They like degrees and diplomas. Let me go read this. Citation of special congressional recognition. Oh, that's the seal. Citation of special congressional recognition presented to Reginald A. Mabry. In celebration of Kwanzaa, we honor of your perseverance and dedication to the village of Harlem and the greater 13th Congressional District. This citation is presented to you on the 30th of December in the year 2022 by the congressman. For my dedication, perseverance, and dedication to the village of Harlem. Okay.
That's
work.
good. That's good work.
We
See,
are in the presence of greatness.
See,
Yeah, good work.
See, pseudo stuff, we'll talk about, we'll do pseudo presentations and they will put up their old degrees, right? And use their old degree. I got an old degree. My degree is 88. But this is brand new and it's golden. And guess what? We can do the Egyptian pseudo stuff, right? Instead of Ra, right? We got the earth, right? We got the world, right? The winged scarab, right? We got the eagles. Yeah, you can say that this is based on Egypt, but it's something else. It's the United States seal of Congress. So you can play with me. See this air right here? I breathe different air and I continue. And my partners, man, Uncle Keck, man, I mess with Uncle Keck hard. I mess with the Pseudo Killas. I mess with Garfield Reed and the Dagger Squad, right? And I mess with my brother Sonetta because he allows me on the airways to get this out.
Yeah, he did.
But yo, don't play me with that Daffy Duck Pseudo Kemet BS, yo. Because you're gonna have to show me something brand new. And when you say I hate somebody, I'm just telling you, I'm helping you out. I'm telling you what the truth is. Brother Reggie got a congressional citation for my dedication to the village of Harlem. Why? I was educated in Harlem. Yeah, y'all knew that, right? Yo, Brother Reggie worked at the Schomburg Center for 5 years. Oh my. Oh my. I don't just visit the Schomburg. Oh my, Unc. I worked there with the greats. Oh my, I followed the legacy. Wait, hold up. These pseudos, right? Now here goes some. Here go. Hat sideways, right? I'm gonna do the New York. I'm gonna do the New York, Washington Heights. You know that area, right? I'm gonna do it when I was young. Hey, won't you pull back people's work history who say that they great? So you got these degrees. Where did you work? What's your job? Yo, I took my technology and I used the technology in the Schomburg for 5 years. Wait. After that, I worked for a Chinese company for a year. Wait. Then I went back to Harlem and worked for a law firm for 16 and a half years. Wait, some people got degrees, right, Unc? Where did they work? No, they've been hustlers all life. Their whole life they've been hustling. So you want to play with me? Don't play with me. Don't ever in your world say to me, right, that I have bad arguments. Man, I will unpeel you like an onion peel. Or this is a pseudo killer, so I can talk my shit, right? You say you a priest? Nigga, who made you a priest?
Oh,
The mummy that talked to him.
No,
Talking mummy. Talking mummy. Listen, relax.
Okay, I'm out. Happy New Year. But y'all want to play. See, the thing about it is, they playing with black people's minds, and you hate that because you was there and you know what it is. You know the damage. And then guess what? For your whole life, people gonna say, well, you was a Nuwabian. No matter how much you change.
I don't care. I don't think like a Nuwabian no more.
No. Bye. I'm sorry, Unc, but I had to do it. But who made you? And niggas, who made me? One more time. So y'all can play the little games. Say who you hate. Show me this. Because guess what? There was a lot of people. There was a lot of people on the list to get this. It wasn't the people who say they are in that community. It was somebody who's in our community that got it, right? Peace to y'all.
Peace.
Black African power.
Black African power. Got him.
Happy New Year,
Where you at, Google Scholar?
Peace.
Where you at? Unmute yourself, Google Scholar. Where you at?
Yo, peace. What's going on? Y'all hear me good?
Yeah, man, open that camera. What you doing, man? I don't know why y'all on that camera, man.
I opened
Happy
the
New Year,
camera
big
before. Happy New Year, everybody, too.
Happy New Year's. But you
Yeah,
can't see you. Trying to see you, man.
Yeah, that's me.
There you go. How you doing, bro? What's going on, man? Glad to see you.
I'm good.
It's on your mind. You talk longer with your camera open. Go ahead. It's on your mind.
No, it's fine. I was just listening. I really was coming on because this brother in the chat was having a question for you and Reggie.
What's the question?
I can read it out. The question was
But
that y'all have to explain how humans came to be. It's a simple answer. So he
oh, say he
wanted
don't
to,
mean the origins of it or what? What he's saying?
well, how human came to be, I guess he means how we came to be on the planet. So
Well, so that'd be
I
start with life. Go ahead, Google, go ahead.
no, I wanted him to come on and you know, expound on what he meant by that, but it seemed like he got cold feet. So you know,
So listen, you know we
He's
stay
talking about in
prepared.
chart.
Look, we stay prepared right here, right? You
Mhm.
familiar with this, Google?
Let me see.
This Aaron Ra right here. He on YouTube, right? He finally got
Yeah,
his
no,
anthropology degree, right?
yeah, no, I know. I'm subscribed to him. Yeah.
I love him.
Yo, yeah, look, we are all apes. Listen,
Mhm.
watch this. Look, everybody need to get this and just knock it off. This is very, very, look how he do this. He got good pictures. Look, this for everybody right here. A small little thin little look, picture book. Look, this ain't this an answer your man question, right?
Mhm.
Look, see all that? All right.
Mhm.
And you know, like people who go into medical school, they before they deal with a cadaver, they actually look at fish first. That's important. If you can master the skeleton of a fish, then you can move up to the complexity of a human skeleton, right? But they're on the same body plan, and there's a reason for that, right? So he says, you are a metabolic organism. This is where he starts out at. Do you see the metabolic organisms right there?
Yeah.
See? You have to start here, right? We know what the three domains of life are. We know, you know what I'm saying? We know about, they call it the universal ancestor that connects us all, this universal ancestor, right? You know, in biology, they talk about the three domains of life. Eukaryotic, archaea, and bacteria. And I normally have, I don't think if I put my biology book, I normally have a biology book for y'all because you should, if you talking the shit he talking about, you have to first have a biology book, right? And it says, as such, you're basically a collection of regulative proteins that function according to chemical reaction and processes organized in cells. Your body digests food, converts it to energy, lipids, nucleotide acids, and proteins for your cells and eliminates waste. All of your cells work together like a factory to form the final living, breathing organism, you. A virus is similar in that it too has proteins with what's this mutable nucleoside acids, just as you have. But viruses lack metabolism, and so you may not be considered to be alive in the same manner. That you watch this differently are as to reproduce. It says they need to hijack cells, machinery from living hosts to live. So just right there, I ain't got to go on to the next, so I ain't gonna read all that, right? But the next, when he gets you next, he hits you with, he says, you are eukaryotic, right? And he shows you eukaryotic. So he will get you all the way through this book, right, to how you end up being human. These are stages right here, right? He gets you all the way through each one of these things. See, he'll get you all the way to the stage, right? All the way to the stage where you're gonna be a human. This is an excellent book for you and your damn kids, right? So don't be talking crazy, right? Acting like what it is, what it ain't, what you think it ain't, what it hotter. No, we won't do that. But go ahead, Google Scholar.
Oh, I just wanted, it seems he don't want to come on, but I just wanted to know, to let him know that, you know, science has already broken down all the stages of human evolution. So it's not a secret, it's not a mystery, it's not a hard question anymore. So, you know, if you want to get into that, we can have the conversation. If he disagrees, he can outline his disagreements and we can go through it. But if he's not coming on, I don't know what his disagreements are, you know.
Well, you got people like Narcissus, Dash, and say Sarah Sutanseti already destroyed that years ago. Him and the young Pseudo. Yeah, they said we come from the wheel of the potter's wheel of Kaloum. So if you think we come from the potter's wheel of Kaloum and not eukaryotics, then okay, then you're running around stupid as hell. You're just gonna be stupid. I gotta start calling you stupid. Now you think we came off of potter's wheel in Egypt. It's crazy to me, but that's what they say. Go ahead, Google.
Yeah, and even it didn't. Pharaoh says that we came from extraterrestrials. That extraterrestrials are the one who brought us to this planet.
Oh,
so,
correct.
Yeah. So if that's what you want to believe, if you believe that's the knowledge, that's fine. But you can't prove that.
You see, somebody just asked KRBG or something like that. He just asked, "Are monkeys still turning into humans?" You see, that is the fundamental flaw.
Yeah, we never even got to that part. Now, monkeys never turned into humans. That's not real.
That's a super flaw.
Yeah, that's matter of fact, you say the super flaw, super fly. So once again, I always say get chronology of human evolution, but get my work, chronology of human evolution. And I got questions and answers in the back, right? And anything I give you, you're gonna be able to actually look it up. Let's see who actually makes these statements, right? This is important. It says, question, who claims that humans come from monkeys? So we already know where that person's mindset is, right? I've already prepared for this. I knew it was coming. So the question is, once again, who claims humans come from monkeys? Watch this. Here's the claim. It say people who have not taken the time to study and understand human evolution. The claims, for the most part, start with the religious zealots and creationists who fight against science with ignorance, not facts. So that guy is fighting with ignorance, not science, right? And not scientific facts. So we're not mad at you. We get your mindset. We get your perception. We understand where you're coming from. We know you're clearly either shrouded in pseudoism somewhere deep in the Dr. Feelgood Valentine, Bobby Hemmett shrine and nonsense, or you on a damn Egyptian wall in Kaloum. We get it, but we're not having that conversation. Remember, whenever the pseudo killers have a conversation, whenever we're on Sonata University or the Real Black Atheists, we're always speaking from a position of science, specifically when we talk about biological organisms. This is how we do it. This is exactly what we do. There's no in between. All right, I see you on there, Mr. Craig. What's going on? Craig Armand, what say you?
That's my dude right there.
What's going
what's
on?
good?
Happy New Year, Craig. Peace, big dog.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to the platform. Shout out to But I just wanted to say, they actually did find Adam and Eve ribs in a cave in Israel, dated to 2 million years ago, scientifically proven. That's all I just wanted to say.
Man, humans ain't even 2 million years old, bro.
That was on livescience.com.
They're not 2 million years old. They're not 2 million years old. You got other hominids that are 2 million years old. Like Lucy might go back 7 million years, but that wasn't a human. It wasn't a Homo sapien.
That was actually from livescience.com though.
What you probably read was they can find what's it called? Mitochondrial Adam and mitochondrial Eve, which is it's actually two people that they can link the whole human race to, but these people lived at two totally different times during human evolution.
And they don't have fossils for these people. They have they track it through the how you call it, the molecular clock.
Craig.
Yeah.
Craig, it's too Craig.
But
it's too early for Craig. It's too early for April Fool's. Big dog.
No, let the man finish. Y'all cutting. Let the man finish his thing. Go ahead, Craig. We'll hear you out.
But there actually is a recording of a human being turning into a monkey and then turning back to a human.
I seen that at the circus. Nah, they had that at the circus, yo. I swear they had that at the circus, yo. I ain't even
My nigga, Craig is a fool. Craig is a fool.
I ran out the fucking tent. I was like, what, 7 years old when I seen that shit at the Maryland.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. You
I'm
funny.
just playing, Ark. I'm just playing, Ark.
Yeah, you funny. That's funny. Hey, Craig, that's the one that chased everybody out the tent. Remember, yo?
Yo,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, we all got, but then that was the good one, yo. Nigga, I recall diving underneath the tent to get out of there. Yo.
Oh, damn right.
Right. Right.
Yo, that's got to be the greatest exhibition in any carnival. I don't know if they still doing it, bro. Where they say the man and they start out shaking the cage and shit, and they be like,
Right,
you
right.
see the man turn, and then that gate open, yo, listen, man. Listen,
That's a
man,
fact.
I came sliding underneath the tent as a little boy. Shoot, you're a funny dude. You funny. You
Shout out
funny.
to Pseudo Killas though, man. I'm gonna hop off, man. Happy New Year.
yo, I
Happy
knew
New
you.
Year,
I knew you
Savior.
was joking,
Appreciate you.
Craig.
I
I
love
knew
Appreciate
y'all,
you
you was
man.
coming
joking,
through,
Happy New Year.
man.
Craig. Peace, big dog. I knew you was joking when you
Yeah,
said that, dog.
appreciate
You
you
a
coming
fool,
on that
homie.
support, man. I actually appreciate
No
that,
problem,
man.
man.
Funny, yo. Y'all funny. Y'all gotta stop it, man.
You a fool.
Yes, man. Hey, man, make sure y'all take time out, man, and like and subscribe, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Magi Artists, man. Go over there and like and subscribe to all his videos, man. I'm gonna make sure the Magi do a presentation on memes, man. That's gonna be powerful, man. And y'all know we're in the new year, man. And you know we making sure the decorum is right. Appreciating everybody that's in the building right now, man. For all that support, man. Make sure y'all go to Abjuwear, man, and go ahead and get the hoodies, man. We got the Sound of the University hoodies. We got the No Religion, different types. We got the scientific literacy, right? For all y'all that don't like to wear messages of no religion, we got the scientific literacy thing going on, man. Excellent wear over there with that, man. Make sure you hit that Cash App. Let me shout out a couple of people that hit the Cash App, man. I think the Cash App is pinned up there, man. All right. Let's see. Let me look at a couple people. Got a couple of them, man. Appreciate that shit, man. Ain't no joke. All right, man. Hey, man, Chris Harris say, shut up, brother. I'll start laughing. But I appreciate that donation to Chris Harris. we got Byron, man. Hey, man, appreciate that, yo. Absolutely, man. Appreciate that shit from the discourse, man. Mr. Michael, man, appreciate that, yo. This man say, look, Robert E says, Michael, this is what he say, man. It took 12 years now. I understand now. That's funny. But I mean, we all come to grips with our understanding of the world at different phases and different stages, man. So I could always tell, it's funny, I can always tell where you at based off the questions you ask and just based off of what you're saying out your mouth, where you at in your development as an African and as an African American, man. And you said, well, why you use the word African American? Because I was talking to James Small in person, who was having a great conversation. I say, man, I ain't no African American. You say, what? He said, I ain't giving that away. He said, hell, we helped build this spot, man. He said, our ancestors died and fought in all the wars, yo. He said, man, I'm not giving that back. No. I'm an African American, right? And my ancestors come from Africa. And this shit was clear when he said it. And I understood it, right? So we all have a lot of vigor when we first think we get the information. And we start out at humble pseudo beginnings. We start in some wild religion. We start with pseudoisms. We do this. And it takes time to get the scientific literacy. It took Homo sapiens over 350,000 years, man, to come to the point where they needed to separate their religion from science. It took forever. This is new. This is a new idea, right? You know what I'm saying? Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this is not, no, this is new. This is the 1800s. Now, you may be under the belief that, like the Egyptians that was old is the greatest. And I'm telling you now, I'm saying what's old as time goes on is what we look back on to realize that things are progressing to the point where we have enough eloquency in our speech and our learning. We have more things that we have learned from nature that prompts us to realize that our superstition, we cannot be guided by our superstition. This is what I'm saying. So my job has always been, when we're talking African history, don't be guided by your superstitions and your beliefs and your hopes. Don't be guided by your clan, because your clan will only guide you to the level that they reached. The clan is always better when it gets more information from other clans. Matter of fact, this is what made Homo sapiens great, is its ability, watch this, to link up with other clans and bring those ideas together. As a matter of fact, this is one of the things that made Egypt so damn great. It had population from the south coming, it had population from the west and the east. And Lord knows if I leave out the Asiatic population, y'all gonna stone me to death. Y'all gonna stone me to death. Oh, you're not right. Okay. You had them trickling into in all times. They always trickled in, right? This is what made Egypt great. Don't hate people that focus on that Nilotic population, right? Don't hate them. They have great points because Europeans left all that out. The Saharian population left all the east and west. They left all that out and they focused on this outside force that came in. But this is what made Africa great. Different African populations in Africa coming together, or just not coming, just ideas through trade, through commerce. And this is what makes human populations great, that we can look to China for certain things, to Russia, to America, to Canada, to Australia, that we're all linked now. We're all linked by science because 10 meters is 10 meters in the United States, and 10 meters is 10 meters in Australia. You can go to a little village in Australia and a little kid will know where 10 meters is. Remember that? A yard. If you're still dealing with yards, you can go to the edge of Britain in a little schoolhouse, and a little kid will have a 12-inch ruler, and it will match up with a little kid in Baltimore, Maryland, going to cross country. See what y'all know about cross country. Not too far from Glen Avenue. I used to walk to school, and a little kid in the second grade will pull out a 12-inch ruler, and it will match up in that little kid's ruler in Australia. But why is this? You can take that same kid and walk him home and have a conversation with his parents about Christianity, and they have a whole damn different version from that same kid that's in Australia talking about Christianity. But why is that?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Epistemology.
This is what we've been talking about for the last 12 years. Can you understand the difference? Where's your elegance at? Where's your sophistication at? Where's that at? This is what we're saying here. We're not knocking religion like you think we are. It's your lack of understanding of what we're talking about that makes you make the determination that we hating on the thing. No, we're not. We're saying there's no consolidation, there's no consistency, that it's a tribal cultural thing, and we will always argue over that shit because it's different bits and pieces. And then we got Jeremiah Judah in the building, and watch he express his Hebrewism, his tribalism, and watch
Yeah.
What's up, Jeremiah?
Hey, man, peace and blessings to the Pseudo Killas. Hey, happy 7,000. Happy 7,000.
Happy New Year, big dog.
Yeah, happy 7,000, because this is the year that I am in. I'm waiting for y'all to catch up. You see what I'm saying? I'm 4,000 light years ahead of Andre. So y'all think it's 2023, not me. When y'all gonna catch up, man? Meaning, we gotta get into a mind frame where we are above 2023. I'm with you on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'm cool with that. But I don't want to waste another 364 and a half days. Because wait, is it noontime yet? Oh yeah. 364 and a half days arguing over a goddamn Bible. I don't care about that, bro. All I care about is the principles that the Bible teaches me, the accountability that the Bible teaches me. You see what I'm saying? The respect for my elders and things of that nature. I take that, I eat that, and I spit out the goddamn bones. We are not trying to say that we are those same people, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, walking around in Jesus walk sandals. We're not doing that. We cannot stone people and do all that shit that they did back then. We don't have a temple where we can do some of these 613. It's about like said, space age Africans. I'm cool with that. But like y'all saying, let's get back to nonviolent culture. Teach us what is that culture. That's what we want to know. Where did we go wrong if y'all saying y'all got it right? That's all we saying. What I'm saying, look, we got an opportunity because a lot of us have a lot of influence and we got these platforms. So let's make the best out of it, man. This year, let's don't have no catastrophe debates like we just had today or yesterday. Let's be more organized. Let's be more honest about it. You know, I had a catastrophe in my life when I debated in Nepal. My cousin got killed. If y'all remember that debate, I said, let me give a moment of silence for my cousin, Shamari Page. And that's what I did. But but even though I added that into my social media life, it's a time where we got to separate our social media priorities from our personal priorities. Garfield didn't have to explain all that. He didn't need to explain all that. He didn't have to explain all that.
Say that. That's a fact. And I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah. I mean, I've been around y'all, all y'all long enough to know that, you know, each person individual ways and stuff like that. We, like I say, man, we just got to be honest, man. Just, you know, there's no, if there's no big excuse, you don't have to go through all that drama thing. Things happen. To me, he could have just said, well, you know what? The energy that he spent today, he could say, you know what? Hey, let's just do the stream thing tomorrow. And all that could have been solved. You know, now you're the floor.
So can I speak?
I tried to do it. I tried to. They when everybody was foaming at the mouth. You know how we do.
You say you tried to get him to do that?
Yeah, I tried that. You know, they were too busy trying to get the victory. I get it though, man. I ain't tripping, man. I told everybody, yo, I know what y'all don't know. Everybody chill.
I do know one thing for certain. If it's a JJ 7000 debate, hey, I'm gonna be there. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
And it's for free. I don't care about that because I'm trying to edify the body, man. The money can come later. You know what I'm saying?
So JJ, I take it now that since you're going scientific literacy, you now accept evolution.
Oh, here you go.
That's the question I was going to ask him too.
Yeah, let's talk about something different. We can talk about something. I want to talk about that. Let's get off the Garfield and the Jarbri thing. You know, it's hot news right now. You know,
please get off of that.
Yeah, let's get off of that,
because people gonna have their ideas, and we ain't gonna change people's ideas. If people don't want to accept the information, they're not gonna accept it. They're gonna continue to hold the ideas because they want to believe Jarbri talked to a mummy.
I mean, but see, some people. I mean, we all don't get treated equally in this arena, bro. It is what it is. You have to accept that. Because I'm gonna say this now. The brother signed up for a debate with me. We had flyers going. Signed had to announce, Garfield, you lost because you signed up for it, you didn't show up. I didn't get a victory parade show where everybody come on, damn, man, he didn't show up for the debate. It's cool, though. That's just one example. But he did it twice this year, and you got on the show. Now, I'm not knocking, but he got on the show and he ridiculed Shaka when Shaka didn't show up. And then he ridiculed Chris, and they agreed that he should be gone for 6 months. So if you did that twice, so we got to add 6 months up twice. That's a whole year, Garfield, that you need to fall back. And actually, you need to let Black Line Supreme be the new face until you come back and redeem yourself, bro. Not you. And they was even saying Sabio. I ain't gonna lie. They brought up Sabio, the new face today. I think, what? Sabio, you must be doing some good shit. Go ahead,
can you unblock me in the chat, bro?
Yeah, you know how long you been saying that? That shit funny as shit, yo. You been saying, yo, they got me blocked. Who blocked you, man?
Y'all gotta understand, like, the real reason why Sinetta upset. You know, he mad because he invested money. Money was spent, and people paid their money. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta understand, he gonna feel a certain type of way. I would feel a certain type of way with thousands of dollars involved, and somebody didn't show up to a big debate and didn't give me a reason. Yeah, even though I understand the reason.
Listen,
you know what I mean? And I understand why he didn't give him the reason. I understand that it's a chance that if you give people that's going to go live information about you and you try to do some type of sting operation, that they might put that information out there. And there's also a chance that the person follows Sinetta. Sinetta got a big ass following.
He sure do.
There's a chance that he could have watched it and knew that y'all was trying to set his ass up. So don't give nobody no information. I understand why he told on.
I got
And
a
that's the
surprise
key.
for
And
y'all.
that's the key. Everybody was
I
overlooking
got
it
a,
right
I got
there.
a surprise for y'all. I got
What's
a
the
surprise for y'all, man. Listen, man. Garfield gonna come through and he gonna present some of his slides for y'all.
That's not fair, man. Because he rebutted. That's not fair. And I'm just being
Not
honest. That's not
listening to
fair,
you.
bro. That's
Yeah,
not.
man.
He shouldn't even be able to present the slide, bro. Honestly.
The fair is where they judge pigs at.
You on some bullshit, man. I hope, hey Jabari, Jabari, I'm with you. I hope you didn't show all your hand, man.
Man,
You know,
listen.
as a matter of fact, Jabari should be able to come on that panel and they debate. You know, if then they quiet, man. This is some bull crap, man. Go ahead.
Yo, Jeremiah, you just gotta let somebody else talk sometimes, yo. All I'm saying is agreeing with you.
No, I was talking about the Garfield coming on doing the slides. I wasn't talking about you talking. That's why I said some bullshit, man. Because that's like the Sunday. You supposed to be there for Sunday noontime kickoff time, and now you doing Monday morning water cooler. You making up plays at the Monday morning.
Did
water
Jabari
cooler
do it
talk.
though? Did
If I can say,
Jabari show his slides?
if I
Did
can say,
Jabari show his slides? Did Jabari show his slides?
if I can say,
It was a long presentation, so I didn't.
Okay,
I was in and out.
but Jabari showed his slides though, right?
Yeah, he did. So it's open for ridicule. I get that.
Okay. So yeah, if
But them
Jabari
slides
showed
would have
it,
worked better in a debate format, bro.
it doesn't.
Are you
It
listening?
does. I understand that.
So it took his whole energy away, bro.
Listen.
Unc, you got the Abdul and somebody's asking.
Yeah, let me grab that link for them real quick.
Listen, all I'm saying is if Jabari was able to do it, Garfield should be allowed the opportunity to do it also. Why? Because
I talked to Sarnetta, man. He gonna call.
He put the work in.
Okay, so should he be able to rebuttal what Jabari's saying, or should he just do with his information?
He should just
and then they
slides.
say the rebuttal. They should what should happen is Garfield should just present his information, and then after he presents his information, then both of them come back with rebuttals. Other than that, it's not fair. Period.
I'm telling you, fair is your fair.
I don't think Garfield rebutted anything on
where they
Jabari
judge
though.
pigs at.
Nah, man, we not
They
doing
judge
that,
pigs
man.
at the fair, yo.
No. Come on, don't do that.
Nobody cares about the fairness.
Okay,
that ain't right. Because nobody cares when we're actually talking about scientific innovation.
Yeah, we do care about it. Why you think I got my team all on it right now, Unc?
A minute, relax.
And you know I've been on it for the last couple of years talking about science and Big Bang theories and debating y'all on this shit.
No,
y'all want me to stay in the Bible because y'all feared I can do the checks and balances.
No,
I don't tell y'all to stay out the Bible. If you get in the Bible, you say something right, I'm gonna agree. If you say something that I disagree with, I'm saying, brother, let's talk about this.
I want you to talk about the science, JJ, but I want you to try to learn it first before you know, like.
I've been learning it though, bro. And I have questions for y'all. What some things y'all ain't teaching?
Yo, you went and grabbed a biology book, nigga, and started asking.
No, it's a chemistry book.
I say, what the fuck? I said,
that was funny as hell.
Hey, what is the mathematical equation that brings together light protons and neutrons together? I was like,
it's the same thing that y'all do this with the Bible, though. Think about it. Yeah, it is, huh?
I don't say, yo, in the book of Matthews, what scripture? I don't do that. You gotta look it up, yo. It's okay.
Hey, look, don't be mad at my strategy. You got your own, man.
But I mean,
I caught your ass up.
No, you didn't. Yo, I never said that I could tell you that's why I got experts.
Yeah, there's nobody. Even
I got Google Scholar and
even you ask a scientist though. If you ask a scientist right now, something.
Come on, man. Y'all give me my props. I caught the student the other day.
That's not my area. I don't know that. I'm not gonna. Yeah. So nobody gonna know everything, especially if you're not an expert.
And that's all you would have had to say that day, and I would have been like, okay, cool.
I told you.
Let's read out of it and learn.
Y'all tried.
Yeah, boy.
You've been doing me like that for years. That's his tactic. Hey, yo, what's the process number for photosynthesis in the nucleus?
Right.
What's that? I was like, what? Hold on. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Brother L in the chat, where you at?
Brother La.
How you say it? Brother La. Where you at? Yeah. What's up?
Maybe it's done law because
how you doing, bro? What's on your mind, man?
Nothing, just for the most part, I'm just sitting back here listening, brother.
Okay, all
Just
right, well, you
listening.
sit.
Hey,
You don't have nothing.
Hey,
You
welcome,
have
welcome.
any, come on. You have anything to add to
No.
discourse? You just listening.
No, I mean, basically what I'm listening for in regards to is seeing how everything is going to play out and how everybody's talking about in regards to what Sonetta is going to say tonight. But I know for a fact, once he gets on tonight, the live chat and how people are expressing how they feel and they stand on about what happened with their brother Jabari and his child is going to overshadow everything.
Okay.
No.
Can
Well,
I,
we
can
got
I, res-
Garfield here.
can I respond or build with you,
No,
brother?
we don't. Relax. We got Garfield on the building. He can speak for himself. Brother Garfield, where you at?
All right,
Hey,
go ahead.
peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. And by the way, JJ, I agree with you. I should not
Thank you,
become
Garfield.
on any panel and rebut. I did not watch
Thank you, Garfield.
Jabari's presentation, just for the record. The only thing I saw is when I was trying to come on the live stream, he was presenting something. I think he was playing like a Dr. Ben video. And what a lot of people don't know is don't fall for the I'm gonna say this with all due respect. Don't fall for the okie doke about Dr. Ben. Don't fall when people like to call on the elders and say, yeah, Dr. Ben said, and try to appeal to emotions, because the truth of the matter is this guy right here, I'm gonna show him right now on the screen. This is Jabari's master teacher. Don't fall for it. None of the elders are his master teacher. Don't fall for it. This guy, I'm gonna show him on the screen right now.
You're not
This
seeing
guy
the
is
screen.
Jabari's master teacher. And there's a reason why I say this, and it's not a disrespect, it's not a shot. It's because he said it. It comes out of his mouth. And then what they do is they call on, well, Dr. Ben, the elder said, no, I'm not worried about the elder.
You can't hear it.
Hold on.
We see it. Turn it up. You gotta turn it up just a little bit. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off. Dr. Ben is not your elder. Tom Harper is your daddy. That was the slides. But but that's if he had brought out the Dr. Ben and tried to play appeal to the elders, which he did in the
Wow.
So let's not play games with the elders. We know who he watches and who he plays. This is the guys. Remember when he used to come on JJ, he used to show this book called The Jesus Mysteries when he debated Michael Edwards. Now he changed JJ and he's saying, now remember I told you all to read the Jesus Wars. It was never the Jesus Wars. It was the Jesus Mysteries. But because Faithful to God made the video and exposed that this is garbage, and these guys actually admit publicly that some of their information is misinformation. These are the people that teach everything that comes out of Jabari's mouth. So anyway, he made a savior's model. So I decided to make a savior's model. And my savior's model is Shulgi. Shulgi is the first human that was considered a savior ever in the history of the world, in the 3rd millennium BC. So when people talk about Jesus Christ as savior, as a human, it's not new. Hold on, Poppy, I'm live. Okay. So what happened is when people talk about hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, family. Don't move. 1 second. I gotta tell my son here, he's 7 years old, but he's like an adult. I picked him up from home and nobody knew that I picked him up. That's crazy. Hold on 1 second. Let me just let these people know that I did pick him up. They act like he's missing. 1 second, family. Jay. Yeah, I picked him up. I got him. All right. Yeah, because the parent and big son was sleeping. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Pops. Yes. All right. So Shulgi is for those who don't know, is the first savior ever in the history of mankind that we have on record. Doesn't mean that nobody else was a savior, but the concept is we have a savior in Jesus. So he copied from Kemet. But the issue is, what is he copying and how are they copying this stuff? So basically, I talked about different saviors and all that different stuff. But what I want to show you guys is something real quickly. I want to show you guys this. This is something that was released in 2022, because what happened is nobody really cares about the rest of the world except ancient Kemet. You only care about ancient Kemet because it's such a complex culture. They're still trying to translate things and trying to figure it out. But there's a cult called the cult of Dungi, right? And I want you guys to pay attention to this. The cult of Dungi, hold on, a matter of fact, let me come up a little bit earlier. The temples were built to these kings everywhere in Sumer, and our collection possesses liturgies sung in their cults at Nippur, a city over which they rule. Sacrifices of oxen, sheep, and rams were made to these godmen as to the great gods themselves. We also possess seals of influential Sumerians dedicated to these gods. Dungi, Bursin, and Gimilsin, and these seals show the deified emperors seated on thrones receiving adoration precisely as one of the great gods. The month of July was dedicated to the festival of Dungi, exactly as our July and August were named for Julius and Augustus in Rome. Savior, kings, and deified weeping mother and Messiah. So, and the reason why I'm actually bringing this up during the debate is what we see in Kemet, we see in Sumer, we see in the Hittite culture, we see in Ebla, we see in Canaan, we see it all over the ancient Near East. It's a shared cultural environment, so you're gonna have stories that are similar. Nobody is better. I don't really care about who's first or who's second or who's third. That's the whole thing that people are falling for with this debate. But anyway, at the beginning of the debate, I asked this question here. If Jabari presentation is not about first century Christian or New Testament writers and the process of gathering information from Kemet, then this debate is a waste of time. Why is it a waste of time, family? Because we have the ability, we have to look at the charges against Christianity. Christianity was stolen from ancient Kemet. What is Christianity made of? Christianity starts with a gentleman in the first century, and these, of course, these particular 27 writings. So if these writings are from Kemet, he would have to show, as Brother Thunder said months ago, that there is some mass conspiracy of these people who are writing these actual books, and that they're connected. So of course, I pull out the Law and Order CSI NCIS slide, and I break down basically what Christianity is. Christianity falls under these categories. The fall of every Christian basically believes this: the fall of man, which is original sin with Adam, the Trinity, virgin birth, salvation by grace through faith, the person of Jesus Christ, meaning his birth, his death, his resurrection and ascension, and of course, the second coming of Christ and the Antichrist. So those are things that you actually have to actually believe to be a Christian. So we have three ways of dealing with this matter. If we remove Kemet, would these ideas still be in Christianity? Number two, did these ideas originate in Kemet? Because you can't steal something if the person who claims that you're stealing is not the owner. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about the argument of stolen, it really, really, really is like an impossible task. So what I expected Jabari to do is show a many-ope with Proverbs, Psalms 104, a couple of things here, a couple of things there, and say, hey, there's similarity in the Old Testament. I expected that. But one thing I gotta tell everybody this: just because somebody might have the same ideas or might have similar concepts, don't mean that the concept, the older one, is where it comes from. And this is gonna be the perfect example. John F. Kennedy, I'm gonna ask Unc right now, did John F. Kennedy exist, Brother Unc? Brother Unc,
Not
there?
on the panel.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm right here.
Oh,
All right.
Yes.
Did John F. Kennedy exist, my brother?
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
All right. So now you know the claim is that Heru is the root to Jesus. So because
Okay.
Heru is not real, that necessarily means that Jesus can't be real because the concepts are stolen from Heru and Osiris or Asar.
Okay.
Watch this. Let's take a look at Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, a comparison.
Oh man.
Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John F. Kennedy was elected to Congress in 1946. Abraham Lincoln was elected president 1860. John F. Kennedy was elected president in 1960. Both were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both presidents were shot on a Friday. Both presidents were shot in the head. Gets really weird now. Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners named Johnson. Andrew Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. Weird, right? Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908.
Yep.
John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald was born in 1939.
1939. Yeah.
Both names are composed of 15 letters. Lincoln was shot at the theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car called Lincoln, made by Ford. Booth and Lincoln were assassinated before their trials. A week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was in Maryland, Monroe. Lincoln was shot in the theater and the assassin ran to a warehouse. Kennedy was shot. The point that I'm trying to make is just because you have similarities don't mean anyone stole from the other. It can happen through chance. It could happen for several different reasons. But for us to hold to a conclusion, hold on one second here, family. Yeah. So for us to even have the possibility whether somebody existed or not or whatever, we gotta look at this from a whole different perspective. Now let's look at this for a second. Roman influence are just shared culture in the Mediterranean, not stealing. Stories have no borders. Let's take a look at this. Suetonius under Julius Caesar death. In the Julius Caesar death, he talked about obscuration of the sun rays. During all that year, its orb rose pale and without radiance, while the heat that came down from it was slight and effectual, so that the air in its circulation was dark and heavy. All right, now look at this. Look at what Plutarch writes now. He writes, there was trumpets in the sky. The sad image of the sun offered a lurid light to the worried lands. Look at this now. They're calling him the morning star, and he was spattered with darkness. The moon was splattered with blood. You know, the blood moon that they talk about in the Bible. They say that the ghosts of the silent dead wandered around, that the city was moved by earthquakes. Julius will accede to heaven and be worshipped in temples, make the spirit taken from its murder body into the heavenly brightness of the star. All of this is what is in with Julius Caesar: unusual darkness, heavenly trumpets, morning star symbolism, blood moon references, wandering dead. In Matthew, earthquake, star symbolism, the ascension of the Savior, the apotheosis or the divinization of the Savior. All of these things, ladies and gentlemen, is in the New Testament some way, somehow. Now, look at this now. Julius Caesar is also said to have died, resurrected, ascended to heaven, and appeared to humans, just like Jesus. But this is during the Greco-Roman period when Jesus writers are writing. So if they were to take from somebody or some culture, more than likely, going back to the things that makes up Christianity, it would be Julius Caesar, who they copied or stole from or whatever. But at that point, you understand syncretism and know when people are writing in that time, they are writing this pretty much the same stories. The wandering dead, where did I read that before? You know, the wandering dead story is within the Sumerian culture. Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh said was true. Ishtar is only further enraged. She threatens to free the dead from the underworld so that they can feast on the living. This is from Gilgamesh Epic Tablet 6. And in Matthew 27, it talks about the tombs being broken open and the bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life, and they came out of tombs, resurrected and running around. They had earthquake. The same story. So you have a story that's in Sumeria, you have a story that's in Rome, and you have a story that's in the Bible. That's pretty much the same exact story. Would you say that they stole the story from the Epic of Gilgamesh? You wouldn't say that, right? You wouldn't say that they stole it from Rome, right? You would say, what did the writer of Matthew know? This is a story that's being told within the same culture that the people live in for years. Let's take a look at the parallel methodology. You got to locate the primary. No, I don't even need to do all of that. But at the end of the day, oh, I had to put this slide in because I just thought it was funny. 11,000-year-old carving of man holding his penis surrounded by leopards is the oldest known depiction of a narrative scene. Does that mean that the Egyptians writing on the wall stole this idea from these people? Does it mean that?
Garfield,
Mm-hmm.
Go back to that. I'm just proud of you, yo. These slides are very simplistic. very edible, very digestible, yo. I'm proud of you, bro. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, yo, your command of the subject, little words and a whole lot of explaining what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
And this is what the people actually need, yo. They
Yeah.
need to be able to see that. So everybody got a penis. Everybody got sperm coming out their damn penis. We don't need Egyptians to tell us about sperm. That's crazy. And fertility. You get my point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's 11,000. Damn.
Yeah, this is new, by the way, too. This is recent, very recent. They found this, but it doesn't take away from what Kemet brings to the table.
Not at all.
And somebody stupid now would say, "Hey, Kemet, copy these people." And speaking about copying, let's take a look at one of your favorite topics. I asked the question: are the Egyptians the real kleptomaniacs? Because let's look at Libya. Let's look at Libya. Let's look at Libya for a second. Libya has all the items that Egypt has, and it predates, the findings predate Kemet. Does that mean Kemet stole it from Libya? Let's look at this is the conversation that's really puzzling to me. All you have to do is find a culture with something that predates Kemet and say, hey, they stole it from Kemet. Now look at this map right here, family, because my brother said, make sure you got a lot of maps so the people can really think about what you're saying so they can identify it and relate to it. Libya is right beside Egypt. Look at what they found in Libya. They found mummification, the black mummy. Guess what? The black mummy had organ removal. They cut the side abdomen and they cut the thorax. They were surgical in doing what they're doing, because you know the Egyptians cut the body open and remove the stuff and let it dry out for 70 days. So now you have the same type of thing in a culture that's right beside Kemet, doing it before it's documented in Kemet. That's a problem. Grave goods, and for those who don't know, they found the ostrich eggshells on the baby that they found in Libya. And what happened is, grave goods is meaning that they had something called an afterlife, because you're taking this ostrich eggshells with you as a form of protection, or like an amulet. So now we find petroglyphs of jackal heads, and because of course, you know, you have the jackal head in Kemet. I know Uncle don't want me to bring this up, but they also had cattle cult family, you know, the worship of Hathor. They found cattle bones. They found pottery. The pottery they found in Kemet came from the Green Sahara region, where that was the ritual offerings. They have pottery and stone tools, and of course they migrated because the Sahara was dried out, and of course they had to go to the greatest place ever built, Egypt, because of the Nile. So we know all these people are able to migrate. Mummification before Kemet, 1,000 years before. The child was embalmed, put in a fetal position, placed in a sack with antelope skin. The internal organs were removed, just like the afterlife process with Kemet. Incisions with the abdomen, the thorax, organic preservative to stop decomposing. Then they had the ostrich. I mean, come on. Look at Libya. Libya right here, going into Egypt. Rock art. And when we take a look at the rock art now, we see elephants, giraffes. Then they have,
that was 1,000 years before Kemet, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or probably even earlier. Pottery. This is some of the pottery that they found in Kemet and they found in the same region. The animal dog head. Now, this is the one that's right here. And you see the dog head or whatever. And of course, you have, what's the dog head in Kemet? That's Anubis, right? So you see all these things that you see later on, the cattle rock art. You see the cattle, and of course, look at this. This is a crocodile. What is a crocodile doing in a dry Saharan region? Obviously, it wasn't dried. It became dried eventually. All right. Then you have the cattle, of course. You have these little arts and all that stuff, more dog head based. All right. Then we go into West Africa and Egypt. This talks about, I read this live before, about 4700 BC. They had megalithic monument tombs and tumuli in the Niger and Sahara. And this clearly predates the construction of Egyptian mastabas and pyramids by a very long time. Substructures more than likely are the precursors of Egyptian pyramids and monumental architecture. I'm not saying Kemet stole from Egypt. I'm not saying Kemet stole from West Africa or Nigeria, but they may have gone into the region and inspired certain technologies that now exist. So when people say people copy, The earliest pottery in Egypt, in Africa, migrated from West Africa to Egypt. Does that mean that they stole from the West Africans? The Unjuju people in Mali in 9000 BC were building a certain type of ceramic pottery that was inspired, that the same type of technology they found in Egypt. It's the same people around the same time period. The watermelon seeds found in King Tut's tomb from West Africa. Does that mean that, oh, all the people in Egypt are West Africans, or they come from West Africa, or, you know, it's crazy. We have all this technology all over Africa, but we centralize in one spot. Iron smelting predates the Levant and Egypt in Niger, West Africa, 3000 BC. All right.
That's
All
some
right.
brilliant shit right there, yo. You know what you just did?
Mhm.
Man,
Man.
you burying people right now.
No,
All
but
right. Don't show
But
all of
it's
them.
funny because you just brought up a whole old conversation. I had actually debated the pseudo killers with the same information that you just presented, that the migration from when the Green Sahara dried up and
What?
people was forced to migrate into Egypt, they told me I was pseudo.
Oh,
Who
man.
told you that? Who told you that, bro?
Yeah, who told you that, yo?
Man, y'all was arguing with me for a long time when
All
I
right,
said
man. Man, I'm writing a book on the Green Sahara, yo. I know I ain't told you nothing like that, yo.
No, I don't think it was you though. I don't think you was
I've
on
been
the show.
talking about wavy line
I
pottery
don't,
for 12
nah, I don't
years,
think you
yo.
was on the show that day, yo. I don't think you was on the show that day.
Oh, I've been
Okay.
talking about that for 12 years.
Oh,
solid, yo.
hey, Unc, you calling sick that day, bro. You calling sick. Now let's take a look at the pre-dynastic Egypt influence on Mesopotamia. Now, y'all might not know this, but the gold in Kemet that ended up in Mesopotamia, Tepigara, came from exactly from Egypt in the pre-dynastic time period before there was an Egypt. So there is trade. So people are exchanging ideas and cultural ideas and so forth. And for those who study Buddhism, Buddhism got popular because of the what is it, the Amber Road or one of them trade routes. That's how Buddhism exploded, because of trade routes. So people are trading from the Egypt to Syria, to northern Mesopotamia, to further into Mesopotamia. So the trade route is not a direct trade route, but it's trades being going on. Let's change the topic a little bit. Mary is Mary. This is something that the brother has said in the past. Mary is before many gods like Mary, Ammon, etc. It actually means beloved. And what happened is, family, if you look at this is from the Archaic Dictionary, Egyptian, Assyrian, and Etruscan monuments and papyri. You look at Mary Amen means beloved of Amen. Mary Amen Ramses, Mary Ann, Mary Bass. So Mary is not Mary. By the way, to the word Mary comes from Miriam. Miriam is a loan word into the Semitic Hebrew language. It's actually originally from Kemet. So that is true. But it's used in Egypt for several different people, not Mary as in Mary alone, but Mary Amen Ramesses, Mary Ann, Mary Bass. So it's used in a different context, not what my brother has been trying to teach us. The 10 Commandments, we've heard that the 10 Commandments come from Kemet, or because it's documented, I think, in around 1250 BC in the so-called the Book of the Dead, which is coming forth by day and night. Now, watch this now. There, you find the 10 Commandments in something also called the Instructions of Shuruppak, which is dated to 2600 BC. Now, bear in mind, this could be older in Kemet. It could be older in the Hittite culture. It could be older in Africa. It could be older in anywhere in the world. But the oldest documentation that has similarities to the 10 Commandments come from ancient Mesopotamia. It's just a fact. It's a 2600 Sumerian text. It's called the Instructions of Shuruppak. Look at what it has. The Instruction of Shuruppak, can be to the Sumerian forerunner of the 10 Commandments and some of the Proverbs of the Bible. Line 50 says, do not curse with powerful means, which is the 3rd commandment. Do not kill, which is the 6th commandment. Do not laugh, sit, or in the chamber with a girl that is married, the 7th commandment. Do not steal or commit robbery, 8th commandment. Do not spit out lies, the 9th commandment. So you have this documented, but we are told that Egypt is the real reason why you have the 10 commandments. They copied it. So this would put that to rest, because basically it's about who's first in our conscious community. It's not about if it's possible there's a shared culture, because obviously there's a shared culture with the Mesopotamians and Egyptians and the so-called Canaanites at the time, and people are moving all around and trading. So ideas are going around, but the first documented stuff that's similar to the 10 Commandments we find in Sumeria. It's just the facts. So those who are running around, so the 10 Commandments come from Egypt, you are being misinformed. All right. Now, as far as copying and so forth, is something I want y'all to think about. The Code of Hammurabi and the Book of Exodus has a lot of similarities. If you look at the Book of Exodus, it has, if an ox gores a man, if an ox gores is also in the Hammurabi tablets. If the ox gores a male slave or a female slave, and it goes on in the Hammurabi code, a habitual gorer, a habitual gorer. They're using the same words. So they're actually, would you say they're stealing, they're direct copying? This was already known because remember, Hammurabi was an Amorites, and Amorites are spreaded all over the ancient Near East. As a matter of fact, they ruled parts of Canaan before the kingdom of the Empire of Egypt ruled in 1500. They actually ruled that area, the northern area. So there was influence already going around with the Hammurites. So they, who are actually connected to the historical Hebrews, they are already saying it. So if you see a similar wordings in the Bible, it's because of that. Because technically, this is in Exodus. They're supposed to be in Egypt. Why are they copying the Hammurabi laws in Egypt if they already have Egypt's so-called laws in there? So that don't make no sense.
Quick point. To ask you, Garfield, if you don't mind. Do you mind?
No, go ahead, brother.
So doesn't the Bible actually match up with what you're saying, or am I tripping?
Yeah, the Bible matches up with what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it says that Abraham comes from where?
It comes from Sumer, and he was literally an Amorite. I got a slide for that, by the way, to a very important slide. So I'm gonna come up to that right now.
Yeah, come to that.
All right, so let's move on. Let's move quickly. The Eucharist. The Eucharist is about eating the bread, because you know, there's a quote that's going around about Osiris eating bread and all that stuff, and that's where they copied it from. But let me tell y'all something, man. There's something called the intertextual Bible, right? And the intertextual Bible tells you where these stuff come from. So what it does is tell you the root of what this is. John 6:49 is what a lot of folks who teach the Egyptian stuff, they quote it a lot, but they don't realize that what he's quoting from is really Exodus 16:15 about eating manna, the bread, and all that stuff. So they just match it up with the Bible and say, hey, it matches. But anyway, let's move on to baptism. I'm gonna go through this real quickly. Baptism. When you talk about dunking people in the water, they used to use the water in ancient times where they would dunk you in the water and use it as a judge. If you drown, that means you committed a crime. If you come up, that means you're innocent. So some form of baptism already existed back in the ancient Near East within the Amoritish Sumerian culture. The Ur-Nammu Code, which was written around 2100 BC, talks about dipping in people as far as judgment, as far as a water. You don't have nobody using water. I have not seen it where they're dipping you in like how they dip you in the Bible with John the Baptist and these Christians running around in Africa dipping you in water. You don't see it before this time. And in Hammurabi code, they actually use this type of dipping of water to say, hey, I'm cleansing you and all that stuff. The Hittites also do it. It's in the Greek world. But it's also in Kemet, where they have some sort of ritual blessings. They used to do it in Sumer. Before you go in the temple, they would sprinkle waters all over you and say, hey, you're free of sin. And in Kemet, they actually wash the womb to clean the child and all that stuff through baptism, some ritual baptism. So it's all over the world. And I'm going to read something carefully for you guys. Baptism of repentance is known in many religious traditions of antiquity. For example, in the ritual of the Hittites, it was that 2 ablutions were performed in one ritual. First, the usual washing of the body with water, and then the subsequent washing off the spiritual dirt, cleansing from sins. And we see that in the Bible. So it could be from the Hittites, it could be from the Zoroaster, the Sumerians, it could be from the Hammurabi folks, it could be from Kemet, it could be from anywhere. But if you want to go with who's first, then that conversation goes back to the Ur-Nammu Code, which is actually written in the code. All right. That's for the people that like to do the first. I don't really care. Okay, so this was one of the things that he actually said he clobbered me on, the kings of kings, lords of lords, right? And what happened is, in the Papyrus of Ani, which was written around 1250 BC, you have the kings of kings, lords of lords. And what happened is, you don't have any prerequisite for Kemet actually using this language. This language is being used in the ancient Near East for probably 1,000 years before the Papyrus of Ani. It has been used constantly for a while. So while we find it in the Bible, we know where the New Testament got it from. They actually got it from the Old Testament, because and the book of Enoch. So you have the kings of kings, which is Artaxerxes. You have the kings of kings and lords of lords, which is Nebuchadnezzar. In Deuteronomy and Daniel, you have different references to that. So a Christian New Testament writers had the Old Testament to go by. So if you look at Revelation 17:14, it talks about the Lord of lords and King of kings. Then in First Enoch, which is a pseudepigraphia, which was written like around 3rd, 4th century BC, you see that they're saying the Lords of Lords, God of God, Kings of Kings. Now, what am I doing here is using again what's called the intertextual Bible. It tells you where the writers of the New Testament got it from. So they're saying Revelation 17:14 comes from First Enoch 9:4. That concept comes from First Enoch, not from Egypt. First book of Enoch, again, Revelation 17:14. First Timothy 6:15, the same thing, come from that same book of Enoch. All right, so by other cultures before Kemet around 2000 BC, we have Marduk being called the Lords of Lords. It's right here at the bottom. All right. Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics. It also points out again in that region, Enlil has a prayer when he's calling people the Lords of Lords and Kings of Kings, way before the Papyrus of Ani. All right. And we see these words, Sarini, Kings of Kings, and Bel-Beli, Lord of Lords. We see them right here. The titles of the monarch, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So these predate the Papyrus of Ani and predate it by a big long time, maybe like around 2000 BC. Now, to me, it's not about who said it first, it's how it got into the New Testament. Obviously, by me showing the slides here with Enoch, we know where the New Testament writers got it from. Because remember, at the beginning, I told you guys, let me show you the slide real quick so I can go back to this slide. This slide right here, very important. The source material for the New Testament, ancient text for New Testament studies, a guide to the background literature. So you have the New Testament Apocrypha and Pseudepigraphia, and I have over 200 to 300 writings where all these people are surrounded, because one group was reading all of these writings, but this is what influence is the New Testament along with the Old Testament. So if they did get it from Kemet, which is actually, you can't prove that, they did, the people who got it, they got it from were people who were in the Jewish culture. So they didn't get nothing direct from Kemet per se. So you'll see Revelation, they got it from the book of Enoch. Revelation got it from the book of Enoch. Timothy got it from the book of Enoch and all that stuff. So all these notifications of Lords and Kings of Kings don't necessarily come from that area. But we also have in the Indus Valley, in the Rig Veda, we do have these, this has been translated, Superior Kings of Kings. That's also known around 1700 BC. In the Akkadian chronology, we see the term King of all peoples, King of totality of the four corners, Kings of the universe, Kings of Kings, so all this stuff, you see the chronology of it being evolved to the Kings of Kings, so because they was using that terminology before. You don't see that actually in ancient Kemet. All right. Well, I'll go into like the Indus Valley Mesopotamia relationships and Egypt and different things. Now, I don't want to go into that. I don't really want to go into that.
Right there. Oh, okay, I see that. I feel you. All right, go ahead. I see that.
All right, but the key here is the finds of lapis lazuli in Egypt are especially significant for the tracing of contacts between Egypt and the East. In Nakada 2C, lapis was found in 20 tombs on 8 sites between Marmara, So when you look at lapis lazuli and all these different things coming from the East, as far as India, not directly, but indirectly through Mesopotamia.
Okay.
Cultural contact with Kemet again with the Amarna letters. There was contact, and I'm gonna get into that a little bit. Now, one of the arguments that Jarbri says, and I had actually asked Smash Rockwell about this, is the Kings of Kings. He said it's written here on the first Erech with Heru. But the trick is this: when he said he clobbered me, he made so many errors. There's no Kings of Kings, Lord of Lords for Heru. It's for Osiris. It's for Asar. That's the first error. The second error is he said Heru is called Kings of Kings, but this is not Heru the Younger. This is Heru the Elder from the 1st century. Because you remember, in the 2nd dynasty, they were using Heru. They was using Set as for the Serek. So when he said that on the Sereks, they're all called Kings of Kings, that's not true. And again, it's not Heru the Younger, who was the child of Osiris and Isis. All right. One of the things also people need to understand too, the terminology is being used in Sumer. N as in Enki or Enlil means Lord. So when you see Lords of Lords, you have an idea of where the root of that might come from, because Baal also is considered means Lord. What do you call it? Lord. All right. I don't need to do this right here. Kares, this has been going on for the last 50 years. Kares is not the root to the term Christ. Please stop repeating it. Kares is the word for burial. All right, has nothing to do with the Mashiach, the Hebrew Christ, or nothing like that. All right, I'm not gonna go into that. Yeah, this slide I made on the fly right here, right? Who ruled Kemet in the Iron Age? And this is important because you know the Hyksos, who is connected to the Amorites. I'll show that later. You had the real Tamahus in the third intermediate period ruling Egypt. Then you had the so-called Nubians, then you had the Assyrians, the Persians, and Persians again, then Greeks and Romans. Throughout this time, remember the biblical text is being written. So if at the time when the biblical text is being written, Egypt is not in control of where these folks are trying to say, hey, they must have influence or whatever. Or even if they say in that age of the 1200 BC and they control and all that stuff, it really puts us in a different situation. All right, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave this for now. Let me go down here. Savior, Shulgi.
Yeah, you don't gotta do all your slides. I mean, keep.
Let me talk about the virgin birth for a second. I'm gonna say, because the Savior's model, I had to invent my own model because the master teacher Jabari made up a Savior's model. So I said V is for virgin birth, but I said V is for vision. They're not seeing right. You missed the writing of Isis sitting on a dead man's penis. But regardless of that, we gonna have T.I. because T.I. was checking his daughter's hymen. He would take her to the doctor and say, hey, so we gonna check to my Jamaican family, we gonna check if a duppy is a virgin. And one of the texts that came out, I'm not gonna go too deep into this, by the way, too. But the Journal of the Society for the Study of Egyptian Antiquities, they had a conference. And I love conferences. In search of ancient Egyptian virgins and a study in comparative values. The reason why this is important is they had a conference of the term virgin and virginity in Egypt. Now, do you want to know what the verdict was? Look at this. Look at what the first line says. It is usually assumed the term virgin is universally used to designate a person who has not engaged in sexual intercourse. However, the ancient Egyptians apparently did not have a word that matches this definition of virgin or a term for the state of virginity. Let me repeat that for everybody in the back that didn't hear that. However, the ancient Egyptians apparently did not have a word that matches this definition of virgin or a term for the state of virginity. So now, we are arguing about virgin in the text when the experts, goes back to what Brother Unk is saying for the last 5 months. When the experts have a conference, they say that the people are using words that they're trying to fit into the definition of virgin. So there's no clear word, Nefert or Hewenit or Parthenos, or let me just scroll down a little bit because I want to show y'all something real carefully too, because we got to be careful when we say these things. All right. A similar emphasis on reproductive history and our age rather than lack of coition is also reflected on a few Egyptian references to terms that might designate virgins. That might designate virgins. Keywords. Now look at this now. In the Lamentation, the songs of Isis and Nefertiti, I saw Jabari bring this out about they having 2 virgins or whatever, right? I'm gonna show this at the end of the slides because I think I had to separate it so people could get a clear understanding. So the young woman described in the Papyrus Westcar is as Neferet. Neferet right here are described as never having been opened in or by childbirth. So when you see that term Neferet, sometimes it's translated as virgin because the people who are translating the text originally, a lot of them were Christians. So the minute they get an idea in their head, they jump forth and say, oh, it's virgin. There is no word for virgin in the text. Not because I'm going to be childish now and say, hey, the word virgin didn't exist at the time. It literally didn't exist at the time. It's a Greco-Roman concept. So the word, what it means for the Greco-Romans in the onset, it doesn't mean that today. It has a whole different meaning. It evolved to just being somebody that did not have sex. But before, it represented independence for the woman because you had people who had children who were considered virgins. So we have to look at the overall picture of the time period in what we call the so-called BC era and how it's represented. And then we can make a conclusion. But there's no word for virgin per se. I know Smash going to disagree and Asar going to disagree. But with all due respect, I'm a rock with the experts. They had a whole conference on virgin. A whole conference. But anyway, in the Brimarine's papyrus, it does translate it as virgin. But the phrase nin whippetsin in the papyrus Bremerine may be an abbreviation of the earlier whatever, as fought in a thought. However, the text is at least 1,500 years old. Let me see if I could find it. Let me see if I could find this translation. I think I got it here. I began this study with the realization that modern dictionaries of ancient Egyptian listed no word analogous to the modern English term virgin. This might itself have seemed a dead end, but recent interest in the construction of gender in the ancient and modern worlds offered clues as to the best method of approaching this puzzle. All right. Hold on a second here. Let me find this one more thing I gotta find. I gotta find this quote. Where is this quote at? Let me scroll on a little bit. But anyway, the virgin birth in the Bible is it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated, and I don't think it's directly connected to Kemet. And of course, you know, everybody gonna have their own views of where it comes from. But I mean, through the process of all of this stuff, you know, everybody had some sort of virgin birth or some doctrine, you know, within their concepts. All right. Virginity in ancient Mesopotamia. All right. In Western languages, too, there's no word that originally designated virgin. Parthenos, Virgo, or Jungfrau all designate nubile girls before marriage, maidens. And like that word came by extension either to denote or to connote sexually innocent girls because of the expectation that respectable girls would refrain from sexual intercourse until marriage. A Jungfrau should be sexually innocent as well as a young woman. In principle, a nubile young woman does not make love. All right, the experts say there's no word for virgin in ancient Egyptian, suggesting that one's degree of sexual experience or absence of any was not thought of as a matter of fact. There was little virtue attached to being a virgin. Indeed, there's no word for virgin in ancient Egyptian. An ancient Egyptian language appears to have no word for virgin, as virginity was not an important concept. It is thought that as a girl was young at marriage, she was expected to be a virgin in order to limit further. Furthermore, there was no word for virginity in the Egyptian language, suggests perhaps it was not considered essential. All right. All right. And by the way, this is for Unc. His name is Hutzlipotchili. Honor for virgin in Mesoamerica. Did they get this from Kemet? You know what? I forgot to put a map. I had to put the map so people could see how far it is. All right. But anyway, just to give a basic foundation of the Christians, Isaiah 7 was a prophecy. They used the word Halma, translated as Parthenos. It has a double meaning. It means unmarried woman or virgin. First century writer for Matthew uses the term Parthenos as virgin and not young woman. And that's pretty much how you got virgin birth in Matthew. All right. There's no Kemet in the picture and all that stuff. And again, if they were going to copy somebody, they had a story of the Roman Emperor Augustus, who actually was supposedly born from a virgin birth. All right. Alexander the Great also had a story. Didn't need Kemet. Alexander the Great is a Greek who was very popular throughout the world, the whole Mediterranean region. All right. The songs of Isis and all that stuff. One thing that puzzled me about this whole thing when he brought it up is this statement at the bottom. From out of your house, consort you with us after the manner of a male. So consort, it sounds like a threesome to me with Isis, Nephesis, and whoever the male is. Is this sex? Come you in peace to your place, O great bull lord of passion. Lie you with your sister Isis, remove you the pain which is in her body, that she may embrace you, for you wilt not forsake her. Place your life on the forehead of the cow. Oh ho, you are protected, O you who are drowned in the nome of Aphroditopolis, for the evil as it has never been done. All right. What did I want to do right here? Okay, yes. This is the Brenda Ryan papyrus from the article I was talking about. So it didn't say pure and virgin. It actually was translated as they must also be depilated, pure, and not open. The term web was used, usually translated as pure, undoubtedly refers to their ritual purity. But in the translation of Faulkner, it says woman pure of body and virgin. I am saying if you're pure of body, you don't need the word virgin, because pure of body is similar to being a virgin. But who am I? I don't know anything. All right. Bright and morning star, fourth millennium, Osiris. I'm not going to get into this Osiris thing because it's really deep and it goes into a lot of things. But as far as stealing, I do want to make the point. There's an article called Levantine Thinking in Egypt, where it breaks down the story of the shipwrecked sailor coming from Semitic people. So the people who are being accused of stealing, their ancestors actually influenced Kemet. Another bigger influence, which was a serious dagger here. The deciphering of earlier Semitic texts revealed talk of snakes and spells. Now, if you think of this, ladies and gentlemen, and you're reading the Kemetic text, ladies and gentlemen, there are texts in the pyramid texts that were written by Semitic people. It only could be translated with Hebrew or a Semitic language. This is crazy. Now watch this. A 5,000-year-old Semitic text dealing with magical spells and snakes has been deciphered from an ancient Egyptian pyramid inscription. The texts, which were first discovered a century ago in the 24th century BC Egyptian pyramid, are the earliest continuous Semitic texts ever to have been deciphered, said Semitic languages professor Richard Steiner. The passages, serpent spells written in hieroglyphic characters, are associated to have been written between the 25th to the 30th century. So what this is basically, when you go into the Unas pyramid, you have people writing spells about snakes and about entering the Duat. This is a major central part. So would you say that they are stealing the Semitic thought into Kemet and then putting it in Kemetic thought? Because these are Semitic writings, have to do with spells and the Duat, which is the most central part to the Kemet culture, because you know Kemet culture is all about the dead. They're all about the dead. That's why they build the pyramids, the mastabas, and all that different stuff. They're about the dead. The Canaanite priests of the ancient city of Byblos in present-day Lebanon provided these texts to the kings of Egypt. All right, I'm not going to say no more about that slides. I'm going to move on. But what I was going to show is I was going to show more pyramid texts being inspired by these texts that were given to the Egyptian priests. All right, so this is Egyptian trade between, no, I'm not going to show this. I'm not going to show this. But this is a book about loan words from the Levant, Semitic words in Egyptian texts of the New Kingdom on the third intermediate period. And it shows like different words that are Semitic words that you would know: cakes, biscuit, father, stream, mother, crystal, sister, son, daughter, dagger, to judge, divinization. There are some of the words. Over 500 words is actually in this book that are loaned into the Kemet. Now, the reason why I bring this up specifically, because with the kings of kings and the lords of lords, it's a saying. So because the words are in Kemet, that means the New Testament stole it. So if these Semitic loan words are in the Semitic culture, which is the Levant, which is the Hebrews, the Syrians, whatever, does that mean they stole an idea because they used a word that these people had? That makes absolutely no sense. But that's what you're claiming when you say stolen from Kemet. Resurrection. Okay, resurrection. Concept, possible origins, culturally speaking, agriculture and farming plant, growing deities, which is universal. No one can say they started this. A vegetation deity is a nature deity whose disappearance and reappearance are life, death, and rebirth, embodies the growth cycle of plants. In nature worship, the deity can be a god or goddess with the ability to regenerate itself. A vegetation deity is often a fertility deity. So you have vegetation deity, plant growing deity, fertility deity. It's pretty much the same thing. So what we find out is, in the world of the resurrection, the category of fertility myth, the disappearing god is the dying god whose resurrection signifies earthly life's natural cycle of birth, death, and regeneration. So this is in every culture. So the concept of dying and rising is really an agricultural festival. Then now I got to go to Brother Ankh and those who deal with the Neolithic period and talk about who is the first people that started doing agriculture. Who's the first people that did farming? Was it the people in Kemet? So the people in Kemet could not have invented the disappearing God and the dying God and dying resurrection and come back to life idea, because this is an idea that started as far as fertility goddesses if we look at history outside of Kemet. But again, these concepts you find with Inanna, with Osiris, with Baal, these are concepts based off of agriculture and farming. All right, just to not stress that. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, I'm gonna drop that link in there, man. I know they're gonna have some questions and stuff, right?
Where did the New Testament writers get their resurrection from? Christians are normally reading the Old Testament. The resurrection of the Messiah is in the Old Testament. It's in Job, it's in Psalms, it's in Isaiah, it's in Ezekiel. But the key is in Isaiah 53, Psalms 22, and Daniel 12, it revealed that the Messiah in particular would be raised from the dead. So that means if it's in the Old Testament, why would we say the New Testament Christians are stealing an idea that's already in the Old Testament? So you might say, oh, but Garfield, where did they get it from in the Old Testament? The Jews believe in a physical bodily resurrection. The Jews believe in a physical bodily resurrection. The Pharisees did, and some Jews did. And what happened is the Sadducees didn't believe in a bodily resurrection. But again, to repeat the scriptures that I just read earlier, we had resurrection. The first case of resurrection we find in the so-called New Testament, and I'm saying so-called New Testament because there was no New Testament in the first century. And this is how you got to split it up. You have Paul's writings, which he's they're saying that he wrote 13 or 14 books, and the rest of the books is from Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, whatever. All right. Now, in 1 Corinthians, first writing about Jesus' resurrection, written in the 40s or 50s, where did Paul get that concept from? Paul is using Old Testament, not Kemet. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Paul was a Pharisee. He became a convert. Of course, he's listening to people talking there in his own language, like people talking and listening to mummies. I'm not going to play the video. I'm going to leave that for the, all right?
Can we play the mummy video?
Yeah, we're going to play that in a second. So Paul is using Old Testament, not Kemet. So remember at the beginning, I said you have to show the first century people reading or writing the New Testament. The writers are using Kemet as a basis for their ideas. That is ultimately what he has to do. He's never going to do that because that would take scholarship and actual work. Jarbri is not equipped to do that. Neither is anybody in the community. But Paul is using Old Testament, not Kemet. 1 Corinthians 15:4, that he was buried, that he was raised on the third day according to the scriptures. After 2 days, he will revive us. On the third day, he will restore us that we may live in his presence. Paul again using Old Testament and not Kemet. 1 Corinthians 15:55, where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? He's quoting Hosea 13:14, where's thy penalty, O death? O Hades, where's thy sting? Resurrection, of course, we have it in other cultures. But look at this now. This is where Paul went, and who he is writing to is Kemet in the picture. Again, showing a map. Rome, Thessalonica, Philippi, Colossians, Galatians, Ephesus, Corinth. Ain't got nothing to do with Kemet, bro. As you can see, Kemet is down here. Israel is here. And all these places that he right and going is up here. In West Asia, Turkey, Europe. He ain't got nothing to do with Kemet. So the first representation of resurrection does not come from Kemet. Without Kemet, would you have the concept of resurrection? Let's ask the Native Americans. Let me give an alley-oop to my brother Unc again. So there's a gentleman by the name of Manabozo in the myth showcases the necessity, the dying and rising deity in the Native Americans. Did they get it from Kemet? That's the key issue. All right. If Osiris did not exist, was it possible for Christians to know about resurrection? Plant growing deities were worldwide and vegetation deities are everywhere. So you're going to have a cycle, especially when it comes to the winter solstice. And of course, I had to run through the afterlife process with the Egyptian resurrection story. You know, it has to do with Mayat. They insert a hook through a hole near the nose and pull out the part of the brain. They make a cut on the left side of the body near the tummy. They remove all internal organs. They let the internal organs dry. They place the lungs, intestines, stomach, and liver inside canopic jars. They place the heart back inside the body because remember the heart, they got to weigh the heart, rinse inside of the body with wine and spices, cover the corpse with natron, salt for 70 days. So right now, if anybody we know dies, like my uncle passed the other day, it would take 70 days for the process originally, and it can take up to 500 days. Do you hear what I just said? So now you picture, after 40 days, they stuff the body with linen or sand to give it more human shape. After the 7 days, wrap the body from head to toe in bandages, place in a sarcophagus, right? And then, hold on 1 second here. Place in a sarcophagus. Then they have of course, the tent and all that stuff. And hold on 1 second here. Mummification was mainly done to wealthy people, as poorer people could not afford the process.
Point of clarification, Garfield. Do they do mummification at the Shrine of Ma'at?
My brother, I don't know. I would have to ask the shrine members.
Okay, let's check it.
Also, remember earlier I talked about the mummy in Libya. Amulet's buried with the mummified person. Here you go. That's it right there. So you have the Shabtis and jewelry buried with people. Then you have, of course, the different scenes that you have. You have the hold on there. You have the weighing of the heart, and of course you have the crocodile deity Amit. And then you have let me see what you have. The place where you go and it's nice, it's called the Field of Reed, Seket Aru. All right. Now, look at this right here. Here's another map. That's the best advice somebody could ever give. If we go by the biblical tradition, family, Abraham is an Amorite. He's from Mesopotamia. Inanna, the top deity from the 4th millennium BC, before Abraham went to Egypt, he would already have known about the resurrection from Inanna, the 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't need Osiris. Because if you're going by the narrative, and we don't believe Abraham is a real person, but we're going to say Amorites are real, and they did travel and go into Mesopotamia, beat them up, then went up to here and beat up these people over here. Then they went all the way down to Canaan and beat up them people and had their own kingdom right here where Ugarit is. It's the Amaru kingdom right here. This is where the central location was. But again, if Abraham or the Amorites did exist, which they did, not Abraham, the Amorites, they would have already been aware of Inanna and the rise and fall. They would have been aware of salvation, to be honest with you. Because when you look at the comparison with Jesus and Inanna, and I'm not saying that they copied Inanna for the record. I'm saying that these concepts already existed. Look at Jesus and Inanna. They both traveled to a big city. They're both arrested by soldiers. They're both put on trial. Both are convicted. Both are sentenced to death. Stripped of their clothing. Both are tortured. Both are hung. Jesus was on a cross. Inanna was on a stake. Both of them died. They both resurrected after 3 days. So the concept is there. I'm not saying anyone copied or stole anything, but if Christianity was to copy somebody, Inanna actually makes the most sense. All right, one of the biggest things, and let me see if I got a video for y'all real quick.
Worst possible situation. Anika can tell you, we were in Puerto Rico once, and all these people surrounded us.
Turn it up, Garfield. You gotta turn it up. Yeah, turn it up.
And a woman appeared and spoke to us. And I turned back and she was gone. She was not a literal person. We sensed energy. Sometimes energy exists in a way, and I want to be clear, this is the reason why I bristle when you say real. I'm a spiritual practitioner. Worst possible situation. Anika can tell you, we were in Puerto Rico once, and all these people surrounded us asking for money. We were very nervous. And a woman appeared and spoke to us. And I turned back and she was gone.
All right.
Like magic.
Let's talk about salvation.
Yo, Garfield, can I say something real quick?
No, let him finish. No.
I just want to say I apprate the Paul shit.
No. Oh, come on, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No doubt.
Hey, quick question, Garfield. When you want to open up the panel, let people start asking you questions.
Whenever, give me like 5 more minutes, 5-10 more minutes, and then you could do that.
Because I don't want you to kill. No, you got about 500. You got so much more. Yeah, I don't want you to kill. I want you to leave a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, this is salvation, which is a very important thing. The guarantee of salvation is throughout history. It is not new. A lot of people did it. Of course, I'm not biased. Of course, salvation was a big thing in Kemet, Egypt. The Persians had salvation. Look at Persians who worship the great Lord of the universe, Ahura Mazda. The soul of the dead comes to a bride of Chinvat and was judged according to its deeds, words, and thoughts in life. The good passed over the bridge safely into paradise. The bad were dragged down to hell. Now, this is what they say is one of the biggest influences on the whole salvation thing. Then you have the Mesopotamian angle. And you talk about the cult of Ishtar. If you want to know what Christianity is about, this book right here, one of the things I got to say before I even say anything else is that we got to think logically. All right. Now, look at this right here, family. I'm going to read one little part right here. She was able to start her gradual ascent from death to living, from impurity to purity. Yet her salvation and resurrection could not occur without a savior, someone taking her place. It is the duty of the god King Dumuzi, the husband of Inanna, to play the role of this savior. The sacrifice of Dumuzi explained why the king, a son of a god, and thus a god himself, had to die. He was sent to the world to be the perfect man. Sounds like Jesus, the shepherd, to set an example for his people to follow and to guide them on the right track. The king, as Dumuzi, died for the redemption of innocent souls, represented by Inanna. But as Inanna herself was resurrected from the dead, also her savior, Dumuzi, the king and the perfect man, was promised resurrection. It sounds very familiar. But this picture here is one of the most important slides in the whole presentation. From the 9th century BC to the 600s BC, Assyrians ruled over Israel and Judah. What made these people different, Brother Ankh, was their deportation policy. They would deport the people to Assyria and bring their people to Israel. So now you got to ask yourself, why is it they adopted seventh-day rest? Why they adopted the calendar? It was the Assyrians. It wasn't nobody else. So although I love and respect and honor Egypt, the biggest influence on these Bible guys is the Assyrians because of that deportation policy, because you're bringing a priesthood from Assyria to come into your culture and run the priesthood. So that's telling me they are changing the way how you write your theology. They're changing your cosmology. That's what they're doing with this Assyrian resettlement policy, because they wanted you to ultimately worship Ashur, their god, with your God's name. It's the same thing the Persians did, but the Persians got it from the Assyrians. And look at, again, another map. This is where the Assyrians control. They also control Egypt for a certain part of time. But the thing about Necho II, he was a puppet king for the Assyrians. He actually went to Assyria, went for training. He was a house Negro. But this book, I suggest everybody get this book if you want to get if you want to claim the whole copycat stuff. This book here, this guy named Christopher Sargon gave it to me online, and I refused to read it. But when I actually read the book, I realized where a lot of the influences possibly came from. The 7-day week, the calendar, the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? So judgment in history. I mean, Inanna had 7 judges.
You got the calendar. You got the Hebrew count, the Jewish calendar with the did. That's the killer. You got that?
I didn't put it in my slides.
Shit.
I didn't put my slides.
I mean, damn. It's in their calendar. It's a day exactly. What is Dumuzi? Am I correct?
Yeah. Hey, let me say this. Tammuz, by the way.
Yeah, Tammuz.
Tammuz is in the matter of fact, I forgot to put that in the slide. I'm supposed to put Ezekiel and Tammuz in the Bible and put Merodach, which is Marduk, to show that there are deities mentioned in the biblical text from these cultures, but you don't find Asar, you don't find Aset, you don't find Heru, you don't find them mentioning them in the biblical text, but you actually have deities in Babylon and Mesopotamia that is actually and Canaan that's mentioned in the biblical text. All right, this is Jesus with no beard. I hope people realize that originally, Jesus, when they used to picture him, had no beard. He had no beard. He had no beard. And they started making it. So when people argue and say, oh, they get it from Serapis, nah, these are the earliest pictures. These are the earliest pictures of Jesus. All right. Serapis and Jesus. The worshippers of Serapis are called Christians, and those who are devoted to the God of Serapis call themselves bishops of Christ. Just to let you guys know, that comes from the Historia Augusta, which is a forgery. Just to let y'all know, because y'all like to repeat that. They were Serapis, the Christians, Serapis followers is called Christians. Yeah, I used to teach it too 10 years ago. It's foolishness. I'm not going to get to Amen is not from Egypt, because, you know, Asari Motep going to come on here and talk that craziness, and I don't want to hear it right now. The Greeks and their influences. All right, I'm not going to go into this, but I do want to go into, of course, the Magi, the great mother goddesses. Got to talk to the Magi for that. Handbook for the conscious.
I have one more question, please. Can I ask it quickly?
I want to
When gods get married, do they have sex?
I can't help you that one, bro.
Okay. You see,
All right.
you're leaving me hanging.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, the December 25th thing, I think people need to understand that the Christians were the first persons, or the Jews, to actually use that date. Because, you know, we all grew up on 16 crucified saviors with cursed graves. And of course, because of people evolving and doing more studies, we realized that none of these guys were born on December 25th and were considered on December 25th except Sol Invictus. Mithras, we don't know if he's a virgin birth because he comes from a rock. So we don't know where Mithras come from, and we don't know if it's December 25th. For December 25th, what happened in 221 AD, what we have is we have church fathers acknowledging December 25th as the birthday of Jesus. And this is key because the 28th, remember, they're saying that the earth was formed on March 25th. And of course, Jesus is born at that time because, of course, he's a part of the Trinity. So he's already born. So March 25th is the day when Jesus was born, and March 28th is the day when the Son was born. So if he was going to be following the Son, his birthday would have been December 28th. All right, but watch this now. Watch this, family. You don't have nobody before this claiming December 25th. And I'm going to say it again. There is nobody in history claiming December 25th. And I'll go even deeper. We know we have Sol Invictus. They said it's 274 AD. There's no documentation of that. It's an assumptive date. The date that's official when they write it in is the chronograph in 354 is when they wrote that Sol's birthday is December 25th. And that's the birthday of the Son. But before that, Christians weren't celebrating Jesus' birthday. This is the key though. The Jews don't celebrate birthdays originally. But they said that's the day that he was born. Because March 25th is the day when he was actually crucified, which is 14 on the sand, and they did all that work up. But the dagger is this, though. The Egyptians said that his birthday was May 20th. So if it was Heru, that's a dagger. Because if it was Heru was Jesus, and the Egyptians believed that the Coptics or whatever, this is in the 2nd century, the Egyptians who are Christians are saying that Jesus' birthday is May 20th. You can't get past that. You can't get past that. Hanukkah, go back to my Jamaican Gleaner newspaper. It talks about December 25th as the root to Hanukkah. Because when the guy desolated the grave, it was on December 25th that they rededicated it on December 25th. So Jews were familiar with December 25th. This is why Hanukkah is around Christmas time. All right, because of course, you know, the days rotate and move on with the Jews and their calendar. Oh yeah, and half the Christians celebrated Christ's birthday on January 6th. Is that because of Kemet? Because remember, you had Eastern Christianity and Western Christianity, and even today, Eastern Christians celebrate January 6th. Is that because of Kemet? Nope. Winter solstice, I went over this earlier. The earliest sunset is not on the winter solstice. That's a misconception. It's between the 2nd and the 13th of December. As you see, the time is 4:27 sunset On the 21st, it's 4:30. 4:29, 4:29, 4:30, 4:30. Then it stopped. Then it started going northward, 4:31, 4:31, 4:32, 4:32. There is no sun dying and rising. Okay? There's no sun dying and rising. Now, if you want to talk about Heru and the winter solstice, that's all fine and dandy. But let's go with the culture that we found with the earliest reference to the sunrise of the winter solstice in Newgrange in Ireland. And it's also considered a mastaba in some cultures. Let's look at let me see, sun dagger. And the winter solstice can be between the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. It don't must necessarily be the 21st or the 22nd. It can be the 20th and the 23rd also. All right. We have the birthday of Ra right here, birthday of Ra Harakati, which is Heru and Ra, and the birthday is on the new year, which is around August or probably July, depending on the calendar year. So if we want to say Heru's birthday, we could use that if we wanted to. It's a mixture. And of course, the Julian calendar, December 25th, is different than what the Gregorian calendar would calculate. All right, here's a slide I want to show, the Ankh versus the cross. Going to that. This was documented from the 1st century. They had the cross when he talked about the people holding up from the cross, the early crosses and so forth. Here's a slide I want to show before I go. Trinity, it's about the Trinity and all that foolishness. Hold on 1 second here. 1 second. This is my last slides I'm gonna show right now, and then I'm out. Then y'all could come on in and ask all your questions. Amorites. Here we go. Beautiful. All right, this is a slide that, just for FYI for everybody, the Pharaoh in Canaan, the untold story. The Canaanite influence on Kemet. The area where Canaanite culture had the most influence over Egypt was in religious matters and Egyptian cult. And I want y'all to consider this. They are stealing, the Israelites are Canaanites, and they are stealing from Kemet, but Kemet is actually the ones that are stealing. You remember I asked the question originally, is Kemet the real kleptomaniacs? Because in the 1500 to 1200 BC, Kemet dominated Canaan. But guess what they did, Unc? Instead of dominating and say, hey, y'all better worship Isis, Asar, Heru, they're stealing the people's gods. What type of dominant culture is this? The area where Canaanite culture had the most influence over Egypt was in religious matters and Egyptian cults. In this period, a group of Canaanite deities was accepted into the Egypt. No, ain't no accepted there. I've said stolen. Temples of these gods and goddesses are known from Egypt, and they now appeared on Egyptian monuments as worship entities, both by private persons or the pharaoh himself. Additionally, in other aspects of life, one can identify the Canaanite effect. Now, let's take a look. These are the pharaohs worshiping Canaanite deities. Is this stealing? The extensive Egyptian presence in Canaan also led to the worship of Canaanite gods by Egyptians and integration of these gods into the Egyptian pantheon. Stealing, the Canaanite gods, both male and female, received the standard epithets of Egyptian deities. They were venerated by kings as well as private individuals and were depicted on Egyptian royal and private monuments in both Egypt and Canaan. The Canaanite gods most commonly appeared on Egyptian monuments. You remember they're saying the Canaanite gods that appear the most. That means they're going to talk about ones that they don't talk about at all. They're not going to tell us about those. There's a nude goddess called Kedeshet. The goddesses Anat and Astarte. And this is important because Astarte is who? Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte. It's the same Inanna from Mesopotamia being worshipped in Egypt. So later on, when you see stories developed, you might see some similarities now with Inanna and Isis because of Astarte. That's how shared cultures work. The god Baal identified with the Egyptian Seth, the god Resheph, the god Warmantu, all these gods, are they stealing? Egyptians worshiping Mekal, Mekal is in Beshian, and the two Egyptian worshippers facing him apostate, while they're out of the goddess are not venerated by the kings. Canaanite worship of Egyptian deities, they would worship Hathor. This was who they featured and they learned about. But look at this though, the Amarna tablets, the Babylon king wrote to Egyptian pharaoh. He was mad because they robbed. You see, the Egyptians are those kleptomaniacs. We just got to get over it. The king of Babylon demands justice from the king of Egypt for robbing a Babylonian caravan in Canaan and killing a Babylonian. I don't know. Are these people kleptomaniacs? Then you had the Armana trade. These are all the people that are trading in the 14th century BC. This is why the book of the heavenly cow is in the 1200s or the 1300s, and the story of Adapa with Adam and the original sin. The heavenly cow has a similar story, but the original story could have been the Adapa story, which is found in Egypt in 1375 BC. Of course, that could be because of the Armana trade. And the Egyptians were writing in Akkadian. You know what I'm saying? But why did Egyptian religion need foreign gods? Ashtar, they worshiping Baal, they worshiping Sapdu, they worshiping Ashanha, they worshiping the Nubian god Dwedden, the fertility god Min, Astarte, Anat, Set Baal and Astarte, Haran and Kushtu. Before Egypt ruled Canaan, the Amorite kingdom ruled and had influence in the area. This is a map of the Amorite kingdom. So they didn't go all the way into Canaan, but they were very close to where Egypt ruled. They didn't rule as much as or as far as Egypt did. But before Egypt ruled the Levant, they had a whole control all the way from Sumer to near the Turkey area, northern Syria, come all the way down to Canaan. That's a large area. So when you talk about the Amorites, you're talking about the people that's connected to Abraham in the Bible. They defeated the Akkadians. They beat up people everywhere they go. The Amorites conquered Mesopotamia. This is important because the Hyksos, according to top expert Manfred Bitak, were Amorites. Most historians agree Amorites were the Hyksos. So you have somebody who actually conquered Egypt, not conquered physically, as far as beating up and taking over. And it's a part of Egypt, not the whole entire Egypt. The Hyksos took over. But they ruled in Egypt and they also ruled in Sumer. I don't think anybody in history has done that. This is how powerful the Amorites were. And just to show how connected they were, Manfred Bitak talks about the Amorite presence. He said, increasing evidence suggests the succeeding Hyksos of Egypt were an amalgamation of Asiatic people from Syria, of which the Amorites were also a part of. Based on the temple architecture, Manfred Bitak argues for strong parallels between the religious practices of the Hyksos at Avaris with those of the area around Biblios, Ugarit, Alalak, and Telbrak, defining the spiritual home of the Hyksos as in northmost Syria and northern Mesopotamian areas. That is very, very important. I'm not going to get into the Ezekiel 3, the Amorites, the Hebrews, and all that stuff, and go back to the route, New Testament stories, origins. The Lord's Prayer, I'm going to end with this one. Everybody know the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. The first book of Adam, which is an intertestamental book. It's not from Kemet. Our Father who art in heaven, be gracious unto us, O Lord, O God, hallowed be thy name. Let the remembrance of thee be glorified in heaven. It's actually a small little remix. Thou shalt reign in glory forever and forevermore. Amen. All right. That's it, my brother. I'm done.
Okay.
I think I have too many slides. I got to cut my slides.
Hey, Garfield, that was an excellent presentation, brother.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, Amir. Everybody freeze. Man, first of all, yo, hit them likes, man. Let's stop playing. Hit them likes. Let's catch the likes up, man. We got a nice crowd in the building, man. Hit the damn likes. Before we go forward, we need to get more likes in this, man. All right, yeah, y'all gotta participate, man. You gotta get people over to the show and you know likes. We only got like what 140 likes. That's not enough, man. We got close to 300 people in here, man. Like up the damn show and subscribe, man. You got a couple channels y'all need to subscribe to. Okay, you got Smash Rockwell's channel. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the Pseudo Killas. All right, make sure you subscribe to Real Black Atheists on Fire. All right, make sure you do that. Make sure you subscribe to Sonetta University. All right, make sure you subscribe to the Dagger Squad. Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure y'all do that. Take time out your day to do that. The House of Conscience, subscribe. Brother Reggie run that. Make sure y'all subscribe that. All right. Make sure all that work is put in. All right, go ahead, Amir. You had something to say.
I was just saying that I like his presentation. I've been saying for years that the biblical text has more connection to Mesopotamia than it do Egypt. The Egyptians were known for taking from everybody, especially more in the Near East. They had more interest in Near Eastern customs than they did in the interior portions of what they classify as Africa. In the pyramid text, you find Canaanite spells, snake spells in the pyramid text. It's an article on that. People can type it up. Canaanite spells and pyramid text. You know, so they were always using them for some reason, for something in those areas. So, I mean, I'm glad that he presented that. But the biblical texts definitely have more of a connection to Mesopotamia, Syria, Iraq, Iran, more than anything. And it only makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, my brother. I appreciate that, man. How you doing, by the way? Peace and love to you. And I think the whole stolen argument is really ridiculous, especially when you look at Morocco and the Green Sahara and what they brought to that region of the world. People don't realize what made Egypt great is the Nile River, because you need water for agriculture, farming. You need it for the animals to survive. They need water. So the Nile River was important for everybody.
I definitely
Can
agree.
I ask a question?
And the super Saharan pump, you had an influx of people coming from the Green Sahara and late Pleistocene Levantine zones that made that place so complex and beautiful. And even that border in the Levant has certain signatures that's been drifting from North Africa, Fayum area, with early indigenous populations that split off and became Basel for over 23,000 years before you even have what they classify as the Tufians, the Cambrian cultures, the Emirate cultures. So that whole region is special, but that biblical world is only based off those regions. The three rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, Mesopotamia, and the Nile Valley. It talks about specific regions in the literature between Syria. This is all you hear in the biblical text: Syria, Egypt. And when they talk about Ethiopia, it's not talking about modern day Ethiopia. You know, they're talking about populations in North Sudan, populations in Egypt, populations in the Levant, populations in Syria, populations in Iraq. That's the known biblical world. And the only European introduction that the biblical world talks about is a little Greek and a little Rome. So you're going to see a cultural exchange amongst all these people, because that's what most of that known world is on. And that base root, that known world has an old distant element that shares genetic affinity from those Anatolian farmers. And when we start studying those farmers in the Near East, we start seeing the genetic signatures that's been shared before these empires was even established and before the myths was even created. It's amazing.
Yeah, and by the way, too, when it comes to science, medicine, technology, architecture, Egypt has always been the base for the entire universe. And not universe, the world, because their high-tech architecture and the science that they did and the medicine is definitely the biggest influencer of this is why Egypt is the greatest civilization ever. It's not because of the theology and the theological writings. That all of that stuff, everybody did it. The whole dying and rising, I just proved that that's all about vegetation deities, plant growing deities, which is all over the world. This is why Native Americans have a resurrection story. The Canaanites have a resurrection story. Egypt got one. The Mesopotamians got one. The Ebla people got one. The Africans got it. Everybody got it.
Everybody got it.
Absolutely.
Everybody, nobody want dead.
Nobody
die.
want. In Africa, though, they did the whole reincarnation stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, family, this is what I'm trying to prove, though, because a lot of people like to say Egypt first. A while ago, I just saw Pan-African Designs made a comment, but they had it before the Canaanites. Monotheism, and I could show you the source, existed in the Ebla tablets that dates to 2600 BC. There's no pyramid text at 2600 BC. The 10 commandments that I just showed, we have it at the Shurapok hymn. That's from 2600 BC. But it's not about, and by the way, to although it's 2600 BC, what I'm trying to tell everybody is that don't mean Egypt didn't have it first. It's just that Sumerians have it written down first. We got to get away from that argument. It's craziness.
Well, but
Hold on,
Garfield,
one second, man. One quick sec, man. Hey, man, hit like up the daggone videos, man. If we're gonna stop. I'm telling y'all right now, subscribe. Y'all just laying around chilling. It's a great show right here, man. We got some great minds on here, man. We got Smash Rockwells in the goddamn building. Y'all know it's about to heat up. Like and subscribe to videos, man. All right? I'm telling you right now, stop playing. All right? Do that for the brothers that's taking the time away. The first day of the year. It's the first day of the year, and we right here. We really could be with our families. Really could be. Least y'all can do is hit the like and subscribe button. And by the way, hit the damn Cash App because it's there too. Stop playing. Y'all joking. All this parlaying around nonsense and then not jumping on the panel talking trash in the chat. That's flagrant. That's a flagrant foul. So if you flagrant and fouling too much, right, in the chat, talking too much trash, right, you chatty patty. Meaning you don't got enough heart to jump on here and express what you're saying. Now, if you're in the camp of Jarbri, then you're supposed to hit that damn link. I'm gonna let you get it out. I'm gonna let you say it. I personally feel like both of the presentations was good. We just need to put them in this proper historical context. There's a layer here that no one is really getting. I just heard Garfield talk about why Egypt wasn't the superstar because of his damn religion. Y'all see, that's the way the elders taught it. They was a superstar because they science and innovation. And that thing people could use in other places. Person can't use your damn religion. Who died first, deify ancestors, I'm talking to the mummies. They can't use that in survivability, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we got Hebrews in the chat thinking that they breathe in God. Right now, you got people in the chat thinking that if they don't believe that Jesus resurrected, that they're going to die and not going to be able to eat. That's not true. We're navigating the world we live in based off of our understanding of nature and how to gather resources, right, to help the biological organism that is us survive. I'm telling you now, man, Egypt ain't popular for its religion. It became popular later on by the Europeans, popularized it for religion. It's called the Age of Enlightenment, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all got to really take your time right now and really focus on what's being told.
So,
I have one question. By the time the Greeks got to Egypt, didn't they have their own cosmology developed already?
of course they did. This is my point. When I had my debate with Zion Lex, we talked about who wrote first between Mesopotamia and Egypt. I used Gunter Dryas as reference to show that the Egyptians had their own stuff going. No one's denouncing Egypt from having things first, but other people don't stop thinking when they leave Africa. And some people tend to believe that because people leave Africa and they stop thinking and Africa has to create everything. Mesopotamia developed a lot of things independently on their own without an African element, and Africans did as well. And even on the diversity.
Wait 1 second. Hey, check this out, HB Bump. You about to get kicked out because you're on some halfway bullshit right now. I don't ever want to hear an individual in the chat talking about somebody's daughter and use it for an excuse. How dare you even remotely come close to talking about another man's daughter and what he uses for the goddamn excuse. You're a clown for that. Kick that fool out. He's a straight clown right now. I'm going to say this again, dog. I cannot speak for everybody else. But what I know from the brothers on the panel, they're men of honor, and we respect family. Family first. All right? All that, I'm going to use my daughter for an excuse so I don't present something to you. You act like you paid $100, $300 for a goddamn Neil deGrasse Tyson goddamn show. It was a $25 goddamn conversation. You spend that in 1 hour smoking some fucking ragged ass weed. You're gonna say he tried to use that for an excuse. That's some bullshit. So now he made up 500 slides in 1 hour. Get out of here with that. You chatty patty all day. We don't respect that. We do not respect that. So any more of those type of comments, you dead on arrival. You done. You're out of there. You off the game. We do not talk about men and women's families because, like I said, as African people, as African Americans, last time I checked, the only thing y'all got is your friends and families and relationships you forged with them when they die, because we all gonna die. The biological organism that we are, your ass is grass, and we're all on the clock. So any moment, any time you get to spend with your family, niggas, y'all better be doing it. Now hit the damn like button, hit the damn Cash App button, and stop playing. No more of that nonsense. Fake ass Hebrew shit. Only care about God. No, when your black ass parents die, then you'll understand that. Then you'll know. I'm sitting on earth without a mother and a goddamn father, and this shit is real. And the only thing I got is the memories of my mother and the memories of my father and the memories and the time spent with them. Not time on damn YouTube with y'all nuts. When I say y'all, I'm simply talking about the quote-unquote peanut gallery, and we can identify the peanut gallery by the statements that are made out of your mouth. Now, if you're making intelligent statements, then we know you're part of the intelligent, literate people. Thank you. Please continue.
I was trying to say was, what I was trying to say, that's real, Unc. I was just trying to say, I don't think that people like this monotheism and polytheism and henotheism, the bottom line is that the earliest animist thought came out of Africa. We know that. But human beings don't stop thinking when they leave out of Africa. And a lot of things in Mesopotamia developed on its own without an African element. It was independent. And Egypt developed things on their own. And people in the Congo developed things on their own. And that's what people don't want to accept, the independence of people and how humans and Homo sapiens thinks. We have a thinking mind for a reason. That's what we are, thinking man or wise man. Humans are going to figure things out and use the environment, to the best of their ability in order to work with it. That's what we do. That's what makes us who we are. So the thing is that when I debated Zion Lex, he was trying to push the Mesopotamian element, and I'm trying to just show no civilization. According to depending on who's talking, there are components that makes up civilization. Egypt had its own sense of civilization before certain traits in Mesopotamia, but Mesopotamia was right behind it. And a Harappa civilization in India may be older than both of them, but I don't want to talk about that right now. So I'm just saying, how do we define what's a civilization and what's classified based off the standards of what mainstream academia say? And another thing, I want to talk to this brother Dante. I never said Native Americans, Europeans back migrated to America. You probably misquote me. I said Native Americans are more closer genetically to Europeans, especially late Pleistocene Europeans. So when a European got here, all he met was his closer cousin, regardless of them looking different. They're more closer to one another than they are to you. That's all. That's what I was saying.
Why when somebody
Smash Rockwell in the building.
Smash, what up, dog?
Hey, yeah, what's up, dog? Everybody open up them cameras, man. Come on, man. We looking crazy. Where you at, Smash? Camera died. Go ahead, Smash Rockwell's Happy New Year's, man. You know you get a pass. Can't hear you, bro. You're on mute.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so look, somebody had just asked, did the Greeks have gods before they came to Kemet? And everybody was like, yeah. So where y'all get that from? Y'all don't get that from no Greeks. No ancient Greek would claim to have gods before Kemet. They say all of their gods came from Kemet. So name the one, because I'm gonna name mine.
I got you right now. Go ahead, keep talking. I got you right now.
Aristotle, Plato, all of them said they came from Egypt. And Thales being one of the first, and then we could go back to Salome, who traveled to Egypt, who say all the gods came from Egypt. This is the Greek god. So the question was, did the Greeks have gods before they came to Kemet? Now, the trick is, before they migrated to Kemet, they had gods that some of them might have thought was their own, but all of their teachers and historians say they got it from Egypt. So who you about to cite?
All right, watch this. Let me share my screen.
Got the screen share on there.
All right. What it's called, whenever any culture, a Christian or anybody, they call it interpretatio Graeca. Interpretation by means of Greek models is a discourse used to interpret or attempt to understand the mythology and religion of other cultures. A comparative methodology using ancient Greek religious concepts and practices, deities, and myth equivalencies and shared characteristics. It's just like Herodotus, he would say Dionysus is the same as Osiris and all that stuff, because you're trying to understand the mythology and compare them. Although I would never use Dionysus because he's the top homosexual deity in the Greek culture. I would have never used him to compare him with Osiris, because I think that's opened up for something else. But I do want to point out, hold on, and actually, Magi, I had you in my slides. I do want to point out, I do have, I got to find it out. Hold on, right? Is it right here? Ah, here we go. It's right here. It's right here, right here. Here we go. So we have the Greeks and the other influences. So when you look at the mythology of what they're saying, what we do find out in the ancient mythology is that they're actually using Mesopotamian stories for their stories. So that means, hold on, that means their deities and what they're doing can't come from Kemet. Somebody can say it, but that doesn't mean it's true because of interpretatio Graeca. But if you look at the mythology of what they're doing and the storylines, they're basically taking a lot of their mythology. This is why I said earlier, Kemet is great, or Egypt is great, because of medicine, science, technology, architecture, and all that good stuff. Not because of their mythology. Anybody can claim, hey, I took a mythology from them. The mythology in Greece about Trinity comes directly from the Canaanites. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. Now, if you want to say that they claim it, the author, of course, interpretatio Graeca, they could claim it. It doesn't make it true. Because when you look at the storylines, it's Mesopotamian stories. It can't be Apollo and Marduk and Ninurta. What the hell is this doing in the Greek myth? It's from the book called Greek Myth and Mesopotamia. Yeah. And then on top of it, the Babylonians gives Greeks trigonometry. 1,000 years before the Greeks, ancient Babylonians had developed a unique form of trigonometry. And they got it from them. The astrological chart of the zodiac, mainly 90% of it comes from Babylon, because they had the omen charts from the 3000 BC come all the way down. Then 1000 BC, they switch it up a little bit. Then they start using the 12 names, zodiacs or whatever. That's where the Greeks got it from. The one that you have in Egypt, Dendera. So you're going to find ancient Jewish sciences. I mean, I have a whole thing about astronomy and astrology with the Jews and how they took different things. Plimpton 322, the study of rectangles and how they influenced the Pythagorean triples. They're influencing, but we only been taught here in America, from my perspective, because I learned a lot from the elders, from the greats, Dr. Ben and whoever else, George M. James. I would think everything with Greek comes from Egypt, but it's not true. It's not true. Interpretatio Graeca.
All right, that's cool. Good answer. I wanted to understand how. So you're saying if there's stories, I hear what you're saying. That's cool. But that doesn't get, I don't want to argue about it, but basically if they claim it, and you saying they could be lying, basically. So then there was another thing, and I ain't trying to filibuster, but I think I asked this yesterday. It was Sabio, you around?
Yeah, he's
we was talking about Paul, and I think
Yes,
the
sir.
question, what did Paul know about Egypt?
Yeah.
And then I said something about the line that I said Acts by Luke.
Mhm.
And Luke is a disciple of Paul, right?
No.
You sure?
Luke is Paul's writer.
Yeah, he's reporting what other people says.
Yeah, so he's the underling of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Luke?
Yeah.
Was Luke a disciple of Jesus?
No.
Okay.
So
continue, Smash.
So in the same Acts, it was Luke who said Paul had got accused of being an Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
How could Paul be accused of being an Egyptian if he bear no relationship or don't know nothing about it?
I think accuse him of an Egyptian based on what though? Based on how he looks?
I was kind of continuing with Sabio. I wasn't contending against what you said. It was something. Sabio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So
you know what I'm talking about, yeah? Because this is something we raised up yesterday, and I'm just adding just the end because it's the same Luke and Acts who learned from Paul, who said Moses was schooled in all the ways of the Egyptian. How did he know that? Oh, I got my camera on. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you have the verse? Do you have the actual verse?
Right,
Verse?
because what you have to do, I will go and get it. If I can't remember it exactly, I think it's what is that? Luke, can y'all hear me? I'm gonna go and get it, and while I go and get it,
I grab it too. But the question is, Egyptians they knew about Egypt. Your claim is, what did Paul know about Egypt? I'm saying his young man's Luke said he got accused of being one, an Egyptian.
Okay.
So let's
being accused of being an Egyptian is not saying anything. It could be his features. Maybe he looks like the Greco-Roman.
It don't mean nothing about Christianity being stolen. This is just
no. I agree with you. I know where you're going. I know exactly where you're going, and I feel you because there's no way that he would know about Egypt per se. I would be arrogant to say that. I think everybody in the Levant knew about Egypt.
But all I'm saying is I'm trying to establish that they did know about Egypt before I could go on. And it's established because his underling Luke said Moses was trained in all the ways of the Egyptians. That was not coming. That was his underling saying that. And so how would he have known what Moses was trained in if the person who taught him didn't put him up on game about that?
All right, hold on. Anybody else want to speak? I don't want to hog the mic.
Yeah, let me say something, please.
Go ahead.
You mentioned Plato earlier. That Plato gained his knowledge from the Egyptians. Am I misspeaking or
I threw out a few people when I did say Plato.
Right. No, my problem is that when I read up on Plato, and Plato talk about forms, F-O-R-M-S, I don't know if I said this on this channel before. I've never seen any mention of forms, F-O-R-M-S, you can look it up, in any Egyptian writing. Plato said that forms are the perfect version of anything that existed. It's a fundamental tenet of his thinking. And if he's learning in the way of the Egyptians, why we don't see that in any Egyptian writing?
Plato said out his mouth that Egyptians invented writing, arithmetic, and numbers. That was one of his most profound statements.
Yes, but all right.
Or whatever.
Okay. The English people invented reading. So if I read a book, whoever the first person who writes a book, are they the person that influenced me because I now have the ability to read?
No,
because I know the ability to the maths. I have no the ability to write and read.
No, definitely not. You made a good point. But if you produce a profound literary work,
and I said it a while ago, Plato profound literary works is on forms. Look it up, anybody in the chat, F-O-R-M-S. Is there any mention of forms anywhere in America? You read it. Have you ever encountered the Egyptians talking about that perfect being that exists outside of this world?
You definitely have, but I don't want to listen. I don't want to. That's off on a tangent because that's not what we're talking about.
No, it's not off on a tangent. That's the tenet of Plato writing.
Let me explain why before you cut me off. Because I only mentioned Plato and them to say that they got their gods from Egypt. I didn't say nothing about his other theories about forms and things.
But he didn't get his knowledge from Egypt, so why assume that he got his God from Egypt also?
No, but I am showing you. He said he got his knowledge from Egypt. You're contradicting him. I could give you direct
He's saying that the Egyptians are the first. He's saying that the Egyptians are the first. He did not say that he got it from Egypt.
Invented numbers, arithmetic.
Right. They are the first. It don't mean that because they are the first, he got it directly from them. Are you saying that when Plato went to when Plato went to Egypt, he was unable to read, he was unable to write, and he was unable to count?
Let's
That's what
not.
you're implying?
So if some of the intensity of your discourse is letting you lose the timeline.
Oh, no.
We're
All right,
talking about, we
let me
mentioned them.
rephrase it.
We mentioned them because they said they're gods. They said they're gods.
No. You said Plato got his knowledge from Egypt.
I said that his gods. You start switching over to knowledge.
No,
we were
no,
talking
but if he
about
didn't get,
gods. I came in because I
what
said,
are your
hold on.
gods?
Yeah,
What are your
you asked the original question.
All right,
Your first question, listen. You asked the original question and you said, did the Greeks have gods? You didn't say knowledge. You said, did the Greeks have gods before they came to Egypt? So now
and you said yes, and how you answered the question?
Over the knowledge.
No.
I just
You were the one who
out
answered
about
that the
knowledge,
Egyptian.
where Plato said they invented
How did you
numbers
answer the
and
question?
arithmetic.
How did you answer the questions? You answered the question yes, because Plato said he got the Egyptians invented all the stuff. You was the one who went through.
I said they said all of their gods. We were talking about gods. You injected knowledge.
And then you said, you first said mention knowledge. You first mentioned where Plato got his.
We can rewind live, but let's proceed.
Okay, all right.
Regardless.
All right, let me stop.
On account of gods and knowledge, I have a direct quote from Timaeus, from Socrates, saying where Plato states that it was invented from numbers and arithmetic. I mean, Egyptians invented numbers and arithmetic. So you saying
yes, and that
from them?
And that's a moot argument.
In Plato's
everybody got it from them.
Yeah, in Plato's eyes. Exactly. Everybody got it. So
but that don't mean that they got the God from them.
He said that on another account. These are two different things. Knowledge, and that's why they separate science and church now. Because guys like you get confused. We talking about knowledge and two different things.
Let's compare the Greek gods to the Egyptian god. Do they match up?
Dude, you want to know what's funny? You haven't read any Greek literature. None.
No. I'm asking if the Egyptians God and the Greek God match up.
Because they do that in their literature. The Greeks line up all of their gods and they say, this one is that one. And this one is that one. You want me to pull up a quote? I'll switch to my computer.
Yeah, pull it up.
All right.
You should know that.
I'm here to learn. I'm not arguing.
You should know that. You even asking that question.
I'm not arguing.
But I'm just saying, when you ask that question like that, that lets us know what you don't know. So you should already have known.
I don't have a problem with not knowing stuff. Anybody
okay,
who comes on this place and act as if they know that what you're trying to insinuate is a non-argument, because I established that I don't know everything. I don't have a problem with that. And if I get taught something in public or taught something in private, it's no big deal to me, as long as I get something was taught to me. So if Smash want to teach me today something that I didn't know, I am appreciated whether it was in private of a classroom or public in the general public, in the general stadium. This is a learning moment for me and a teaching moment for Smash.
Well, I don't think
my ego not that fucking big.
Okay, but check this out. He don't have to teach you that. He just told you yes. We live in the internet age. Just type in.
Stop talking. You want to prove the point. Stop talking.
You too smart. You too smart to be asking these type of questions is what I'm saying.
Stop talking, because you didn't know the question now. You didn't know the answer.
I do know. I know exactly what he's talking about, and I know what you're talking about.
You don't know. If you know, you'd come with the answer instead of trying to criticize.
I'm telling you the answer is to go look up the correlation between the Egyptian gods and the Greek gods, and you will find your answer. He's telling you what we already know.
Wouldn't he come with a stronger point? Wouldn't he have
okay, well, I'm gonna mute out, man. Go ahead, because I'm not here to argue.
Right.
That's not what I'm doing.
Any other participant while something to look up?
All right, so can I share my screen real quick?
If you're addressing that part stuff, but I'm about to tap back in.
Because there's a misunderstanding of that whole verse. All right, so I'm gonna pull up the verse and then I'm gonna read it, and then I'm gonna tell y'all exactly who Luke was referring to. Let me pull this back up.
Yo, can I not hear nothing? Oh, I know what's going on.
My bad. I muted myself.
Okay. Yo, can I not hear nothing? Oh, I know what's going on. Are y'all talking right now?
Savior, you're
I'm
muted.
Oh, okay. It was hella quiet,
No,
quieter
the
than
floor
ever.
is yours, Smash. The floor is yours, Smash.
Yo,
Oh,
can
no,
y'all
I ain't
hear me?
the choice yet. It's on
Yeah,
Savior.
we
I'll
can
be
hear
right
you,
back.
Savior.
Okay.
So all right, I'm finna share my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
I don't know. For some reason it ain't working. Hold on.
Man, I don't gotta read much of this document. You still sharing all right, let you get your thing together. This is just one document, and this is secondary because going into Herodotus, we'd have to actually read too much. Y'all see my screen real quick? Let's see what I'm doing.
I think that's you now on the big screen.
Oh, I gotta share my other thing. Hold on. Start video, I think, and then. But just don't trip. My bad. But Sabio, if you about to go right ahead. Now let me see if I can get it to show my screen. Share screen. All right, well. Y'all see that document, Herodotus and the names of Egyptian gods?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna read the beginning. It says, it has often been noticed that Herodotus speaks of foreign gods, and particularly the Egyptian gods, by Greek names. It says the assumption generally made seemed to be that as a good Greek, he saw in alien divinities only the gods of his own land in other guises and called by barbarian names, and accordingly, he says that he made these identifications himself. Like he just translated the gods, is what they say. They saying certainly this was often done by Greek writers, and Herodotus was capable of doing it, but his own statements give evidence to suggest that his identifications in the case of Egyptian gods have a different source. Now look, it says he himself tells us in what appears to be very clear language that most Greek god names came from Egypt. And this passage must be fully quoted. And then he quotes the Greek right there, which I can't read. And so I won't read much of that, but
Hey, Smash, can I ask for clarity real quick? I'm not interrupting you. You said that Herodotus said that? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, he's one of them, but we could
Herodotus made that up, bro.
That's true, but there's many more.
Herodotus made that up, bro. I watch Smash all the time because I watch Smash and I love his flow. But look at this for a second. Let's Google something for a second and let's look at it for a second. And I just read it, but I'm gonna Google it and I'm gonna put it on the screen and look at this. And we gotta be smart with this. This is what we fall for. 40 years ago, we wouldn't have said this because we had George M. James, we had C.H. Bale. So we said, okay, we're gonna go with what the elders said. But let's look at what he's saying technically. He's saying that the deity, you're talking during the time of the Iliad and the Odyssey, you're talking about all those things. Because remember, I just showed y'all the gods from Mesopotamia and the storylines they stole, right? They pretty much took the stories from Mesopotamia. But yet still, this guy is writing in the 5th century BC saying that they took the stuff from here. All right, so let's look at this Wikipedia article right here. Let's look at this.
Y'all gotta stop talking in the background, yo.
And I'm just saying, if that's the level, if you prevail over the ancient source, then so be it. I have no contention.
No. I'm not trying to do that.
He clearly said that in his work. If
hold on.
He made it up,
I'm not.
You can say that about any source that anybody bring.
I know that. I'm trying. Listen to what I'm saying. Interpretatio Greca, or interpretation by means of Greek models, is a discourse used to interpret or attempt to understand the mythology and religion of other cultures. All right, now watch this. Watch when we go down. They say examples. Herodotus was one of the earliest authors to engage in this form of interpretation. In his observations regarding the Egyptians, he establishes Greco-Egyptian equivalents that endured into the Hellenistic era, including Ammon and Zeus, Osiris, Dionysus, Ptah, and Hephaestus. In his observations regarding the Scythians, he would equate their queen of the gods and all that stuff. So he's basically, this is what the Greeks are doing. They are putting their deities and try to explain it to everybody by saying, hey, he's this, he's that. It's not to say that they stole.
Where do they say they from Mesopotamia?
They don't have to. Hold on, stop. They don't have to. Hold on. They don't have to. Look at this. They don't have to. What they have done is looked at the storylines and tell you.
No, I got you on that point. You made a very good point about the storylines. But when they say, and notice how they said the gods' names, like not the story of them, but he specifically spoke on where they got them names of them gods from. I'm not want to filibuster because we wasn't stuck on that.
No. Hold on. That's a good point. Hold on, Smash.
Said the names, and you talking about the stories.
All right, Smash. Let me ask you this. So the names of the Greek gods, right? So the main god in the Greek pantheon, would you say is, let me see. Would you say Demeter is the main god? Yeah, let's say Zeus. Are you saying Zeus that he says Zeus comes from the Greek gods? I mean, from Egyptian?
They give all the names. And so he line them up and be like, this one is
right. You don't believe that, Smash. You don't believe that, Smash. No, you don't believe that.
I definitely do.
Garfield, I'm glad you jumped in, but
Smash, you believe, hold on, Scooby. Smash, you believe that?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We gonna have to do a show. We're gonna have to do a separate show on that. Because remember, Herodotus is called the father of history and the father of the lies for a reason.
But so we gotta take him for one or the other. Like what?
No. Let's do what I'm saying though.
Mm-hmm.
How would we know where Zeus is from? So you're saying that Zeus, that name Zeus, traces back through the Meganetta.
We can find that right here. Look, so here's the deal. I put up a document from the Journal of. Let's go back. This from the JBL. A detailed document on it, and to discredit, you opened up a paragraph from Wiki. Everything they were saying in the Wiki had just been addressed with what I read in the first paragraph. He was like, some people do that, and some do it through translation, but he said, certainly this is often done by Greek writers, and Herodotus was capable of doing it, but his own statements give evidence to suggest that his identifications in the case of Egyptian gods have a different source. You see what I'm saying? And so that's kind of crazy. I'm gonna end my contention, but yeah, the Greeks said they got it from Kemet. You know what I'm saying?
I don't believe that. I don't believe
my
that.
Interpretation of that is the same as the Romans did. They went and they saw what the Egyptians had, And when they came back home, they said, you know, our God Bacchus? Well, they have God X that resembles Bacchus. So they were making equivocations, not saying the
Interpretatio
same thing.
Romano. Interpretatio
Have you
Romano.
noticed?
Just like
Exactly.
Have
interpretatio
you
Greco.
noticed? Have you noticed that when we can't form a proper contention, we take it out of the realm of facts and sources? Because I can't argue against what you believe. So you took it all the way out of the realm. Since the facts is all right here, we're gonna take it out of the realm of facts and say, I don't believe it so that I can't respond. But if we stop dealing with belief, it's like, this is a scholarly document. Why did he write it? Why would you not believe he wrote this document? It's called Herodotus and the Names of Egyptian Gods. What is there not to believe?
The names of the Egyptian gods, and those Egyptian gods that he named, were they named Greek? Were they given Greek titles?
Oh, so you could not believe Herodotus, but that's what I'm saying. When we doing the scholarship, I could not believe Josephus. We could keep on doing that. You know what I'm saying? But
No,
if
I'm
we
not
just
saying
take it
that
for
don't
fact-
believe him. I'm saying your interpretation of what he wrote is wrong.
My interpretation of
what
what
he wrote,
Herodotus wrote,
what he
or the
wrote,
scholar that I shared.
or the scholar
Herodotus
that,
or the document I shared.
yeah, the document. That's that scholar's opinion. He's not, because Herodotus is not saying that verbatim. He is making
No, he does.
the
He
assertion.
does.
He's making the assertion that that is what he means.
Nah, all right. Where do people get the Hermes Trismegistus is thought from? Where y'all think they get that from? Who is Hermes Trismegistus? A Greek super guy, like, right? That's Thoth. Where do you think they got that from? Thoth is Tahuti. The Greek way to say it is thought. What is this doing? See, the problem is y'all trying to take everything. And so some of the shit that's solid, that just mess up the argument. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's plenty of strong points, but just like I had to relinquish to when Garfield said they got the stories from there, because he facts on that. The stories don't be the Egyptian stories. It line up more with the Mesopotamian story. So I didn't give it no contention. I let it roll, and now that part is dead. But y'all keep fighting this part, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is obvious. Some of the stuff is just obvious, but we could keep reading the documents. But I've been talking a lot, so somebody else get it in.
So I'm gonna say this. And when the Greeks entered into or started to take over, the slow takeover of Egypt, and they set themselves up next to the Egyptians and slowly remix and change the names of the actual Egyptian gods into the Greek gods, that's another era in history. Prior to that, Zeus and all of these characters existed.
All right.
So we know the remix guy.
Share my screen. Who can name the Greek?
Let me say something.
Who can name the Greek sages?
In the middle of talking, man. God damn, stupids.
It was my topic.
All that. Show his screen. Come on, yo.
Show his screen.
I'm just gonna ask a question. Who can name the Greek sages right now off the top of the head? Name the one that said, it's not a gotcha, because I can't name them all. I remember Salome.
Start with Guinan. Start with Guinan. Start with Guinan.
Who is that?
If you don't know who Guinan is, start with Guinan.
I might not be hearing you pronounce it right. Can somebody else say what he's saying?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't know Guinan. No, I don't.
It sounds like you say start with Ghana. Ghana? That's West Africa.
Guinan is
Is he saying Dinah?
Guinan.
I'm about to Google it right now. Who are you talking about? Guinan. I never heard of him, so teach me. It's your turn.
She's a woman. She's not a man, she's a woman.
Oh man, no. Well, that's an oracle. I mean, you know Greek, so we do oracle and sages. We talking Greek now. We're not talking Kemet. A woman is an oracle. She can't be a sage. I said the first Greek sages. That's the smartest, wisest people.
No.
Y'all know, come on, let's do this real quick. Let's just get to the bottom of it. Salome, right? Y'all remember Thales, what's his name? I know you could tell me. Thales, whatever. He like Thanos, but you know, he just their biggest, most powerful sage.
You talking about Thales? Thales, he the first
Thales.
one to start fucking with
We got
science.
Salome before him, right? Or Solon.
Yeah, sure. I started Thales because he's the
Well,
one.
okay, there we go.
Looks
See,
to.
ain't none of us trying to be super expert. I'm just trying to see if we could go over this information. I don't know this by heart, but I know I want to know which one of them said shit didn't come from Egypt. All of them said it, and we could just do a quick Google, put their name and then put Egypt and read what it say. So it's not going to be me making this up. They Greek. I'm on mute.
I was hearing you. Fine.
Oh no, I put myself on mute. I want to hear somebody else speak on the matter because I didn't come on the filibuster. All right, I'm just gonna share my screen and just Google all of these people. I mean, for us.
Yeah, please
I mean,
do.
if ain't nobody else talking, Thales,
Yeah,
what is
please
it?
do. Please do that.
Yeah, let me see.
I want to see this.
Hey, Smash, I just want to hit you with a little mathematics because I know you'll appreciate it, though. That's at 722. That's at 722 where it's... I'm talking, bro. Can I finish?
Babylon done.
That's at 722. And just remember 22 over 7 is pi, Smash. It's a mathematical code there, but I just want to hit you with that. I'm listening.
All right, I'm just now, we ain't doing nothing in depth. Y'all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
I'm not even, we'll be looking for sources. I'm just doing the quick one. What did Thales go to Egypt? Thales traveled to Egypt where he learned geometry. All right, so I'm just saying that don't got nothing to do with the gods, but we just gonna go over them fair. Salon, S-O-L-O-N, Egypt, Greek. Just real quick, and if y'all could tell me the one that don't say, look, Salon therefore unlikely considered traveling to Egypt for his Aphthomenon, it is concluded that since Salon had never visited Egypt, Plato's stories of Atlantis that Salon supposedly heard from some Sciatic priest, this is an Egyptian priest, is fiction. So he lied, basically. But you still see he said he went to Egypt, right? Just from, if we could get the comprehension on this sentence. It said it's concluded that since Salon had never visited Egypt, Plato's story of Atlantis that Salon supposedly overheard from a Sciatic. Now let's make sure Sciatic is Egypt. So he told him that he heard it from a who? An Egyptian priest. Look, Sciatic, relating to Egyptian city of Sais. So we just went over the first two most popular ones. One of them lying to the credit of Garfield, because Garfield was like, I don't believe Herodotus. And we see Salon lied about going to Kemet, but what did he do? He was walking around Greece lying like, yeah, I heard this shit when I went to Egypt, but we found out it was a lie. Now we got Thales, Salon. You could just say Plato. I mean, you know, and what they gonna say? Plato said Egyptians' education made students more alert and human. Plato told students to go to Egypt if they wanted to study the minds of the Greek philosophers. Huh? Why did Plato say go to Egypt to study the minds of the great, okay, the great philosophers? It also said Herodotus, the Greek historian, describes ancient Egypt as the cradle of civilization. So I'm just doing quick searches because we don't need to do nothing in depth on this. Who was one? Aristotle. You know, he convinced Alexander the Great to take Egypt. Aristotle, Egypt, Greek. Aristotle attests to Egypt being the original land of wisdom. So did I put all this stuff on Wiki? Where do it say anything about, they said something about Mesopotamia? Let's be fair. M-E-S-O, no, what do we put? M-E-S-O? They ain't gonna say nothing about that. Look, they don't even know what I'm talking about. You put Aristotle or philosophy in ancient Mesopotamia. This will be for others to pull out. You know what I'm saying? But as I know it, they just was on Egypt nuts. And so I didn't come here to do this because Garfield had a cool presentation on what he did. I just was
But let me hold on a second. Hold on, Stupies. So you're saying that because they don't mention, but again, I mean, there's a lot I could pull out, but I'm gonna let you rock today. But I'm gonna say this. When it comes to the sciences, there's a lot of stuff that the Greeks took from Egypt. Now, if anybody denies that, they're a liar. Now, when it comes to the theological parts, as I showed in my presentation, the Egyptians like to steal people's gods and deities. That's what they do, and they make it their own. Now, what I will say is that, does that make Egypt bad or make them smart? That's like Americans saying, that's like the United States government, so we don't want immigrants here. That would be stupid because the majority of the other stuff that's being done here is based off of people who are immigrants. So now I don't see them not mentioning Babylon or mentioning whatever, but they're taking the sciences. I think with a lot of the Greek writers, a lot of them exaggerated and lied. That's all it is, because Egypt was just the shit. It's like in Jamaica, every Jamaican you talk to, Jonathan Owens, don't they say they come from Kingston? They never say they come from Trelawney. They never say they come from Falmouth. It's not sexy enough. Everybody in Jamaica, I come from Kingston. Lie. So, of course, I'm going to be a Greek and I'm going to write and I'm going to say, hey, that's from Egypt. I am going to do that. Go ahead, Stupies.
No, the question, right? When they talk about Egypt and gods and gods, and you look at the story, and it's not guidance.
Is it me or your mic sound muffled? You sound muffled, bro, like you're under the water or something. You hiding in the closet trying to talk to us in the closet, man?
No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
A
bro.
little bit better.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. When I talk about the Greek gods, and I match them with the Egyptian, and it's Gaia, and when you look at Zeus, she's Zeus' grandmother. Tell me the story in Egypt that match up with Zeus' grandmother. Tell me the story in Egypt that match up with Zeus' mother.
Hey,
Did the Egyptians hide them in a cave? Did something happen?
All right. Let me say this.
Stupies. Let me just beat him up with one question. Stupies, is that Stupies? Hey, Stupies, what is Zeus' surname?
No,
one question.
Afterwards.
What is it? Answer the question. Don't give me no. What do you know his last name? What's Zeus' surname? The Greeks had a last name for Zeus. Do you know what it was?
That's the Egyptian sound is bad.
I think your phone messing up, good brother. Good brother. Maybe your phone going in and out. I asked, did you know what Zeus's last name is to the Greeks? His last name is Aethiops. Okay? Like Ethiopia. So that's just checkmate right there. Anybody Google that right now. Zeus Aethiops. Okay? He has a last name. Let you know what family he come from.
Hey, I think
Google it.
I think
Zeus Aethiops.
No, we're not cutting nobody off. Yo, I swear to God, yo, I'm putting y'all in the black. Hold on, man. Hold on for a minute, man. Listen, we have two people conversating right now. If somebody cut in with the nonsense, the black hole is coming to get you. Come on, yo, it's a great conversation. All right? Continue, Mr. Stupies. And smash. Go ahead.
How are the touch also make that up? When was it? What was his grandmother's last?
Man, I'm just using Google. I just Google Zeus Aethiops. What does it show? You see my screen, my good brother?
Tell me the stories.
I ain't messing with Smash. He got them daggers out today. I ain't fucking with Smash.
Hey, you see?
I ain't fucking
You
with
see
you,
that
Smash.
right there, good brother? Just see the screen, my
Where
man,
did he get
Stupies.
that last name? I can't see because I drive.
He got it from the Greeks. So they'll tell us here, look, I hear your question. It says ancient Greek religion. You want to go in on Zeus's titles? His surname is Atheops. It means the glowing or the black. I'm reading the source for you to bring better understanding.
Okay, all right.
Zeus.
Let's do the story. I wrote by any other name is still a. But tell me the story that match up with Zeus' story.
All right, so because I'm not that well versed in Greek history, we would have to let.
There's a
We gotta let
key there that y'all not looking at.
All right, I'm gonna let you go because we can barely hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Who was in a cave? Who was tied as a rock? Tell me the story. Being dressed.
Am I the only one who can't understand him?
Yeah,
Somebody
yeah,
help
yeah.
me.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. Hold on for a minute.
Yo, he talking in mixed Jamaican, man.
Yeah,
He
you talking.
in mixed
Yeah,
Jamaican.
we can't hear you, bro.
Mixed
Let's bring some clarity. I think I can bring some clarity. Then we're gonna let Babylon done on, right? Here's the clarity. You got to know that what Smash is saying, he's not wrong, right? You got to know what Garfield's saying, he's not wrong. Now, the question is, how can we tie these two things together like that? So my first point will be this. You got to be hella crazy. That's an open word, hella. You got to be hella
no
crazy.
No pun intended.
No pun
Go ahead.
intended. If you think that before people from the Macedones or Mycenaeans and the Macedonians, if you think they ain't have nobody dying before they ran into the Egyptians, y'all crazy as hell. Human beings always die.
But you said dying?
Dying, like die.
Dead people.
Dead dying, right? And so that's why I always like to give the origin of religion and what it really represents and what a God really is, right? You know, you do got people that think they dove through the clouds. The truth is, human beings will deify great leaders in their community, and over time, the deified ancestors will become the deity. This is religion 101, those who really study, right? And so what Garfield is saying is, they don't need the Egyptians to deify a dead body. That's going to happen. That's what we do. When I say deify, I mean honor, give great renown. Simple. That's not hard for us to get. What Smash is saying, watch this, is that, but wait a minute, the Greeks, they used this, but of course they did. So as they incorporated into the Greeks incorporated into Egypt, right? Egypt is renowned, but not for its religion. It's actually renowned for its science and innovation, right? And so everybody want to be part of that thing. This is really what Smash is saying. And wanting to be a part of that, you borrow, you blend in, you add to the shit you got. But that doesn't mean that Egypt is actually the origin of their dead people being deified. This is the point I've been wanting to get across the whole time. So yes, the Greeks move in to Egypt, right? Conquering. And yes, they do bring in a pantheon of gods, and they mix them and they do this and that. Yes, the Canaanites, you know what I'm saying, and the Egyptians incorporate deities from Canaan. This is what they do this back and forth for different political reasons. It's a political thing we talk about, ladies and gentlemen, right? We just stuck on the religious part. So I'm telling you right now, if you study the Greek culture, you're gonna have to push them to Indo-Europeans, because that's what they are. They come out of that. And I'm gonna let you know, I study world traditions, and God itself is an Indo-European with God, good, right? Mighty man. That's coming out of Indo-European tradition. I'm telling you right now, right? So the mighty man was the God, the one that killed the most, whatever the hell you want to say it. We can look it up on online etymology dictionary. But go ahead, Smash.
No, I was listening. I ain't got nothing to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to put these things in proper perspective. Libation to pour out. Everybody pours out libation. So either God comes from Indo-European tradition, right? Mighty man, and you know, the oldest tradition they say of pouring out libation, they say in the Nile Valley, right? Now, hell, I'm thinking every time somebody dies somewhere, you pouring some water on it because you understand the life-giving force of water and you want to add that to the grave, right? So, man, I study religion for a reason for these conversations. All right, who just did that?
Oh, I did that. My bad. I'm waiting on you.
Okay, so go ahead with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we know Astupes asked the question about tell him the story of the history of Zeus Atheos. I'm like, you opening up a can of worms, bro. Like he really is. And I was just coming on to chill, but we won't let this one go. We're gonna let this one go after this, I'm pretty sure. Because this is Memnon.
Mhm,
In Greek
mhm.
mythology, Memnon was the king of Ethiopia and the son of what? Tithonius or whatever, Eos or whatever. As a warrior, oh, I messed it up. As a warrior, he was considered the most, almost Achilles equal in skill. So he was a good ass warrior. It says during the Trojan War, he brought an army to Troy in defense. He brought an army from Ethiopia in a mythology. Look, Memnon leading this army of Ethiopians. You see that?
Mhm.
And so he becomes, look, before his next battle, so great is the divine love towards Memnon that Zeus makes all the other Olympians promise not to interfere in the fighting. So Zeus, being a sucker to Memnon, who was the king of Ethiopia in their mythology, took on the surname Aethiops. What they gonna tell you? Let's see if they say it right here. Seeking vengeance, and despite his age, it says Nestor tries to fight Memnon, but the Ethiopian warrior insists it would not be such a good fight for an old man. Well, I just wanted to put that in there. Now, let's stop, because I want to show y'all something. Y'all see my screen? This shit gonna get ugly. That's why I was like, leave it alone, because Wiki don't tell you what you should be able to see.
Get ugly, get ugly.
Look at this, look at this. When Memnon reached the Greek ships, Nestor says begs Achilles to fight him and avenge Antilochus or whatever, leading the two men clashing with both them wearing divine armor made by who? Who made the armor? It say Hephaestus, Stupides, but who
Is it
made
an
the armor?
Egyptian story you're telling me or a Greek story?
Hephaestus is Ptah.
So is this story that you're reading, is it a story is it an Egyptian story or a Greek story?
So look, hold on. Listen, I'm gonna answer your question, but keep it in context. Look,
No,
it is
you went the wrong way.
You're not even letting me answer. You said no before I got my first word out. See? So that's something about your spirit. How you say no before I even say the first word. So look, you asked, was it a Greek story? This is a Greek story about their gods, and they all is in Ethiopia. Okay, and they telling you how this even coming to play from their mindset. But it ended, and then you got the floor, and it ended. Look what happens. The Ethiopians was wearing armor made by Hephaestus. If you read it only from the Greek perspective, you don't understand what they're saying. They're telling you this is the armor of Ptah. Hephaestus is the Greek version of Ptah, the Egyptian god Ptah. And so now you see why they was wearing the armor of Hephaestus. If you see, they're going to show you Ptah someplace in here. If not, I'll Google it quick and surrender the floor. But you can see
you
his
still
name.
haven't answered my question.
Hold
My
on,
question was,
I said it was a
let me
Greek
answer
story.
this part, please,
I said it was a Greek story.
No, the question is, show me the origin of Zeus in Egypt. Since Zeus is an Egyptian god, tell me the origin of Zeus. How is he described by the Greek in Egypt?
All right,
If he's an Egyptian god,
hold on, wait, Smash. Go back.
It's a misunderstanding.
Go back one.
Hold on,
Go
let
back
me make it
to
smaller.
Memnon. Go back to Memnon where you was at. Go back one. That's Memnon.
Hold on, let's see real quick.
Now go back to where you was at.
This is his page, okay.
I want you to go back to that portion when you was reading about when he get, because I think he's in the Iliad, right? Move up a little bit. You was reading about the wars. What did it say? Remember you was just reading
the
that?
Trojan War.
Yeah, it was reading to say what? Who are they saying?
Brought an army to Troy, but this is all mythological. But
I know it's fine though.
Yeah.
It said Nestle the challenge Memnon, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's his son.
To fight.
In the first
but Memnon
battle.
refused. You want me to read it?
Okay, go ahead, read it. Watch this.
It says, but Memnon refused, being there was little honor in killing an aged man. It says, Nestor then pleaded with Achilles to avenge his son in death. Despite warnings that soon after Memnon fell, so too would Achilles. The two men fought. Memnon drew blood of Achilles, and Achilles drove his spear through Memnon's chest, sending the Ethiopian army running. The death of Memnon echoes that of Hector, another defender of Troy, whom Achilles also killed out of revenge of the fallen comrade Petros.
Okay, so for me, this simply shows how in the Greek story, mythology, and I think it's in the Iliad, right?
Yeah, I think these are the Odyssey. Yeah, one of the two.
Odysseys,
you're right.
which is some of the
One
oldest.
of the two.
Right. So basically, what's going on is just showing their interaction with the Ethiopians and their gods. It's not saying that Zeus actually came from Memnon. It's just showing that these customs, these traditions, these, you know what I'm saying, these personalities interacted with each other.
Yeah,
which
you
would make
100%
sense.
right.
Right. So it
Yeah,
would make
you're right.
sense.
I wasn't saying nothing more than that. It is you right about the Iliad too. It's saying right here, but check what I'm saying. I just said when they went on after this story and they gave Zeus the name Aethiops, we now know where they got it from because they got a whole story about the Ethiopians. So you see this part, Zeus Aethiops. Now we know because he was sucking up to Memnon. And that's what happened, but I yield the floor.
So yeah, they give him attributes. Hold on for a minute, Stupies. So I'm saying they give him, but that's what I'm saying, yo. It's like when you run across shit of renown, yo, and this is shit can't nobody take away. Egypt was renowned, yo. Remember, it was Mesopotamia, Sumer, right, and Egypt that brought culture to the Mediterranean, and out of that culture, right, you get Indo-European stock that will become the age, right? 1000 BCE and all that, they come to age. The Romans and the Greeks and all that, they in the Mediterranean world. We read the document that clearly talks about like what's the written language of the people prior to the Egyptians going in there and the daggone not Mesopotamia, but Sumerians going in there. Ain't no. You got people there, but they don't got trade language and all that shit. They don't got that. So it's these Africans that come into the Mediterranean, make Mediterranean culture what it is. It's these Sumerians that come in there, and it's a great point of contact. That's why they call the area confluence. They come together, and so Mediterranean culture is really a mix between Sudanic, Egyptian, Sumerian culture, and out of that, and this is where they gotta give you praise for. Out of that comes what? Greek culture, the Mycenaeans, Roman culture and all that. That's real history. That's it right there. So of course they're going to glorify certain deities. That's what it is. That's what we do. Trade, commerce, language, business, renown. That we just learned the shit wrong and backwards as fuck. But go ahead.
Where the Minoans come from?
Hold on a second. Everybody, can I ask Smash a question? Smash, you still there, bro?
Yeah, you need Babylon. You got my man. I can't even say your name.
I just fell back and muted myself. What's up with it?
Oh, my
it's an African name.
Hey, brother Smash, do you have an original idea by I'm not gonna say Kemet, but I'm gonna use the word Egypt, ancient Egypt, that you see that's in Christianity? That do you have 3 ideas that you could say, hey, this originated in Kemet or ancient Egypt, and it funneled its way into Christianity?
See, that's a good question. And notice how we wasn't even talking about that, y'all. We was just talking about Greeks and
no,
like
the reason
Greeks
why
don't
I
got
asked,
much
I wasn't listening to the conversation, not to cut you off. I just saw a comment by Sheffrin that said this is damaging to Garfield's position and he won't confront Smash. How is he going to deal with it?
He just trolling, you know.
I know. No. I don't know what he said.
It's the danger room, man. It's the danger room.
Oh, okay. But this is my position, right?
Hard.
My position is that because of what Ong said with the confluence, there is influence by Egypt wittingly or unwittingly. I mean, it's there. Nobody could deny that. If you deny that there's no influence from Egypt, you'd be dumb. That's why when he said stolen from Kemet, I jumped into the debate. If he had said influence, I ain't taking that debate. That don't make no sense. You know, so when somebody hold on, Pops. Hold on. When somebody says stolen, that means that Smash Rockwell got that new Ferrari he was building the other night. I say Ferrari, I know he was building a different car, but I'm gonna say that new Ferrari Smash Rockwell got, my boys stole that vehicle. So Smash Rockwell went to the cops and said, hey, my vehicle was stolen. So the police said to Smash, what is the proof that you have that this is your vehicle? So you pull out the title, you pull out the purchase order, you pull out the evidence of the registration, and then you say, hey, this is mine. But with ancient Kemet, You can't do that because a lot of the ideas and concepts are in other cultures, not only earlier, but the fact that just common sense could tell us. It's like people argue about the resurrection every day, and I don't see it. I'm telling you, it's in every culture because every culture is doing agriculture. Everybody's doing plant growing. They're doing farming or agriculture. So you must have a resurrection in your culture. Must.
So I wasn't coming to do that, and I just was wanting to speak to the things y'all threw out, meaning I don't want to provide more information that others could cling on to. Let's deal with the ones that's been put out there already. And I would just say the ones that are stronger and the ones that are weaker to me, you have a good, I mean, not you, but there is some game that could be worked around that virgin thing, because it don't textually it don't appear too many times in the Medunetter, and the word is used. Everything that you raised about a contention could be, someone would have to prove those contentions aren't valid. And so as far as what the virgin thing, I would say that's kind of like 50-50, but it was certain things that was coming out that was like leaning like 80-20 towards the chemist side. It'll be harder for you to prove. And again, those are my contention. It was some of the ones, particularly about not the virginity for less, but just the overall copying of the character of the Virgin Mary on from Isis. You know, we can show the other images of mothers nursing and everything, but it's so well documented that by Christian, I don't want to say historians, that they leaned on that image, that's that I wouldn't go against everything. You know what I'm saying? You only got 2 hours to debate. And so again, I just would say that Virgin Mary one, that's hard. They really took that from the cult of Isis, you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't, the 25th, December 25th, I would press hard on that. Make somebody prove that, because I don't see that in no Medunetter. But
Hey,
that's my piece.
Would you agree that ISIS wouldn't be known if it wasn't for the Greeks? Cult of ISIS? I mean, as far as her being overall known in the world, she all right. You know, when in hip hop you say, "Yo, I'm a crossover," and you say, "Oh, that hip hop artist crossed over." So it's spreaded because of the Greeks. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, they
popularity.
I mean, the Greek did spread it far, but it was already, I mean, it already had reached Greece by way of Egyptians before Hellenization became a thing. If the first oracle of Dodona in Greece was from Egypt, a black woman from Egypt. And to say, I don't want to say that means she's from the cult of Isis, but we know matrilineal veneration is part of the Isis cult. And so if their first oracle, so look up the oracle of Dodona. So again, how we talk about it go to them, to the Greeks, it go oracles, the pyramid of knowledge go gods, oracles, because I mean, kings is under oracles. So it'd be like gods, oracles, sages. You know what I mean? And so to think that they set an Egyptian woman as their first oracle, the oracle of Dodona, and that's still the temple of Isis in Greek.
Deep. That's deep. Mm-hmm. That's deep.
I'm saying the reason why the Greeks, like, you know, kind of have their thing, because the Greeks went everywhere. The Egyptians just kind of stayed on the Nile or wherever they went through, like, but they didn't like
skip your turn.
Like, the whole thing.
You didn't skip though, yo. Just for the record, but go ahead.
But yeah, oh, my bad. But yeah, my whole thing is that the reason why the Greek stuff stuck is because, you know, their language became the common language. They became Koine Greek. So this is why a lot of the names for Egypt and all this other stuff is Greek. Because when people are writing stuff down later on, they're using the Greek names because Greek is the common language. That's all it is.
Langa Franca, yeah, just like we know that whoever wrote that Bible had to be second, third generation educated in Greek language, whether he was a Hebrew or not.
Exactly.
Right. We get out around here. Where you at, Babylon done? What's good? Because we kind of skipped you. That's a good point,
What's
though.
going on, brother? Hey, check it out, man. I just want to say that Smash killing it tonight. And I want to say that, you know, like regarding the language, when people are looking for the words, you really have to do a little bit of linguistic research, though, because when he says Zeus Theops or Zeus Atheops, that's the word Ethiopia. Now, but in Greek, the letter T can be silent at the beginning of the word That's why they use S like the word Thales. And then, so that word ain't even pronounced like that. That's just in English. We taking that and doing that. The word Zeus ain't pronounced Zeus. It's pronounced Zeus. So now, when you look at the word Theops, now look at the word Theos. See, it's no P in the Greek and in Arabic. So it's not Theops, it's Theos. And then it's Theos, and then it's Zeus. So that's where Zeus come from, which is Tho, which is
Yeah,
the
I hear
ancient.
that's a good breakdown. That's a good breakdown to see the Theos and the Theops, but apparently that ain't how the scholars they like. If you look it up, they all just give it to Ethiopia. If you do the etymology of a Theops, the actually Theo is not in there. It comes from a etymon AIE and then THEIN, AITN. It means always running in Greek. All you got to do is take those letters I put, and so the TH. Now it's funny because it could, Greek to when they got that TH and the EO, it was related to God, but this word goes THEI. And when you look it up, it comes from the cosmos. So they say when you get down to the etymology of the Ethiopian word, we'll find out that the burning inside of it was said by who? Anaxagoras, and also, I think I said his name right, and also Aristotle, to be a cosmic burning, right? And so it do got something to do with burning, but it got something to do with the cosmos burning. So this is probably how the THEI got something to do with the cosmos, and the THEO got something to do with God and divinity. But nevertheless, the THEO ain't in a Theops when you do the etymology.
No, what I'm saying to you is the brother asked, where does the word Zeus come from? And I'm saying that the word Zeus is down the line. Now let me explain something to you. When you say the word Jehuti, we can spell it DJ, we can spell it Z, we can spell it TH. Is this not correct?
What?
That's because
Hey, I'm sorry, family.
That's
Hey,
transliteration.
I gotta jump
When
off.
we-
Hey, much love and respect to
Okay.
y'all. Peace and love. Hey, brother Smash, keep it up, bro.
Peace to you,
hey,
bro.
Bobby Banger.
Yeah.
I'll bang on you later. Peace.
All right, man. Peace,
All
man.
right.
Hey, so yeah.
I don't think I'm out of line, bro. Just let me finish, bro. I think
No, I'm
this
not
is
gonna let you
cool.
finish. I'm in the middle of something, man. Relax yourself. Calm down, bro. I personally
I'll be right
don't know what
back.
I'm talking about, but that don't mean nothing because I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. Y'all need to get them likes up though. Right? Get the likes up, man. Come on, yo. We got a nice crowd in the damn building, close to 300 people, and we should have close to those likes, man. That's only fair. That's only fitting, right? How many likes we got? I'm gonna tell you right now. 199. Come on, man. Give me 10, 20 more likes, man. Let's go, man. The conversation is right where it's supposed to be, man. It's fair, and everybody getting their point across. As long as you don't start talking crazy. Babylon done, I'm thinking you talking crazy. I think we missing somewhere here. We missing the great influence that Egypt had on the Mediterranean world. We're missing that the Greek world actually is in the Mediterranean, the islands, the island of Crete, and all these. They got certain buildings that resemble. We know the Hyksos actually left Egypt and went there. We know there's a lot of information, right? But what we do know is that those people were still dying, and those people still honor their ancestors. And so Africa isn't the first place where people honor their ancestry. I just wanted to make that. Y'all continue the conversation.
Okay, I want to pick up where I left off at because I feel like it's an important point. I just want to say to the people that anybody could research in Google right now that you could spell, as you pronounce it, Tehuti with a T, just TEHUTI. Or you could spell it D-Jehuti, DJEHUTI. Or you could spell it Z, like Zehuti. You could spell Zoser or Joser. Even in Django, he says the D is silent. So it's just Django. So then this DJ or this T or this TH became a Z sound, and that became Zeus. And that's all I was saying. So it's the same word. Just
I
like
don't
you
know
say.
about. I don't know.
Just like you say.
No, you need a source for that, bro. Man, you too much. The A come from the Z and the Z come from the C. The
Bro,
hip
I'm
bone
the
come
one
from the
put
neck
in the
bone.
chat that I'm the one that put in the chat that the Greeks got their gods from Ethiopia.
Okay, I
Before
know.
that-
I'm not listening to that. Go give me a source, a serious, credible source. All that you talked about is bananas.
Is he
No, I'm saying,
suggesting that
I ain't
Pseudo
going to get
history.
no source, bro.
It's pseudo history, yo. I'm
I
telling
ain't
you.
going to
Dude.
get no source. I'm
Okay,
talking.
well, you done. You done for the moment. Calm down. Okay, you talking facts. That's the problem. You talking facts. All right, we over here talking anthropology. You talking
But
facts.
everybody that came on here had a chance to talk, bro. And you want to get on here and argue with me, man? You lame for that, bro. Don't do that. Don't disrespect me like that, and don't play me like that. I don't want to hear none of that black holes neither. Whack, man.
Is someone suggesting that? Is someone suggesting that Zeus comes from Ethiopia?
So y'all see how fast I got him out of here, yo? He was very disrespectful. And I was on the motor cussing him out. I almost called him a bitch, but I didn't. So, you know, I'm learning, I'm growing. Yeah, but I definitely wanted to call him a bitch. But I didn't do it. So I got him out of there. We want to keep the discourse right there. And I'm telling you, if you really want to hear what he said, you're not going to be able to look that up and find real credible source. He's just talking. See, they just talking that talk, right? And I'm telling you, the way things are organized, we learned this shit wrong. We learned it from the power was in our religious beliefs. Remember that we was the most spiritual people. Right now, black people think they're the most spiritual people on the planet. The conscious community swear that the ancient people's spirituality trumped everything, right? When in reality, the thing that the foundation that the world sit on today, and we could prove it step by step, is those who understand nature. You do not understand nature through your religion, through the supernatural. You learn nature by the natural and meticulous steps taken. Each generation learns something that the next generation can take and move. In science, there's a residual. There's a thing that happens when you do this. Watch this. Let me show you something here. There's something that's going to happen when you're able to. Hold on. Watch this. I'm going to show you this. Hold on 1 second. Can't believe that dude came with that nonsense, man. Right here. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Okay. We did this earlier. Credible magazine here, Astronomy. I suggest all y'all get that. Right? This magazine talking about how stars explode. Learn how it's done. But when you come here and it says, right, Nabta Playa, the world's first astronomical site, was built in Africa, right? And is older than Stonehenge. So the question is, who cares about some damn stones? Who cares about people praying to stones and whatever? But there's a residual from that. There's a byproduct. Let's see what the byproduct is, and maybe you'll get my point. It says this 7,000-year-old stone circle tracked the what, y'all? The summer solstice. See? And the arrival of the annual monsoon seasons. It is also the oldest known astronomical site on Earth. So what's the byproduct of these stones? Not the fact that they was praying or it was a religious gathering, that they could track the rain. Why is it important to track the rains? Any farmer know, right? You got the almanac and all that stuff is tracking, understanding weather, yo, so you know when the hell to plant. If you don't know when to plant, then the village will die based off not having proper food sources, famine. And so the byproduct of this scientific innovation right here, ladies and gentlemen, is being able to know when the rains are coming, measuring the stars and how we traveling through the stars, plotting them, so you'll know when it's time to do something that's essential. We didn't learn that. We learned that praying to God. Then I gotta look at y'all. We learned that praying to God was actually the thing that will sustain us in the universe. Remember that? Pray to God, get your blessings. God loves you. Remember that? And we say, yes, God loves us the most. That's why the Hebrews, right? That's why they bring you the story now. They got that lucky tweet from Kyrie. That's why they say, hey, we God's chosen people. Yeah, everybody want to be chosen of God, right? But don't nobody want to be chosen of science. See, if we start talking about Egypt in terms of its science and innovation, right, which I bring to you on a regular basis, I can show you books. If we start about the scientific method, if we start talking about how the Egyptians and the Rhine mathematical papyrus say the way to know all things is through math. didn't Albert Einstein and them start to make certain calculations based off of math to understand and start to arrive at conclusions to understand of like the cosmos and the Big Bang? Is it not is it not physics and math? No, they never taught y'all that. No, so you, even in your lust to want to be Egyptian, you don't want to be Egyptian because of the science and the math. You want to be Egyptian because they're the most spiritual people. They was spooked out. That's why you want to be that. You want to be a Hebrew because they chosen by the greatest spiritual force in the cosmos. And then I'll be trying to figure out, well, how is Yahweh, Elohim, Adonai, Elion, Elion, El? These are all words they use for deity in Israel. How in the hell is that representation of the whole world? Like, did they really know the whole world? Obviously not. It's not, it's how? Was they circumnavigating the globe? No. Well, maybe the cosmic God went around the world and gave him a snapshot and brought it back into the Bible. Is that what's going on? No, that's when they are attacking our ignorance of science and scientific literature. We should love Africa for everything that it brought the world. We should love Africa because we love Africa because the fine traditions in math and science and religion, they left a part out, man. They got us ruin Africa through the lenses of the religious. That's how we see it. And God made man in 2 days, and we argue that nonsense. And off the potter's wheel, this is Sarah's stupid SETI. And Ptah, we're not dealing with evolution because Ptah made man on the potter's wheel. The cracker said it was evolution, Charles Darwin. That's how we got it, y'all. Don't hate me, hate the game. Man, get them likes up, man. The conversation is for the elevated in thought. The process is not hard. The world sits on the foundation of science and technology. And woven through all of that is man's religion and man's beliefs. Scientific literacy separates your belief from what you're learning. Two separate things. Don't get it twisted, man. Anybody want some closing statements right here? Anybody? Smash you? Anybody? Anthony Bowman, I know you was chilling. You ain't heard you. Anybody?
I'm good. Happy New Year to everybody. Shout out to Garfield. Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, shout out to everybody, man. I know y'all doing y'all thing over there, man. Man, how about you, Mr. Anthony?
Oh yeah, I want to say peace to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. And yeah, it was a great show. It was a great show. I really appreciate what you guys brought. But I just want to say this. when you scientifically literate, they can't drag you down to their level and beat you up with experience. So y'all stay with the science, man. Let's get with the science. Peace.
Somebody say the goddamn common ancestor fossil. I don't say anything. Google Scholar, where you at?
Yeah, yeah, I'm right here. I'm listening, because when you guys talk about the history, that's not my lane, so I'll listen, But it was a good Happy New Year to everybody, and we keep going in 2023.
Yeah, man, keep it going, man. Keep it moving, man. Keep it moving, keep it going, man. Truth Ministries, where you at, Truth? Truth Ministries.
Yeah, bro. So the debate's still going on tonight?
Tonight, I don't know. I don't know where it's going at, man. What I do know is, man, we gonna have to figure everything out, period. Like, somewhere along the line, the system is broke. And we'll figure it out, man. Yeah, they kind of, how I get when families get mixed in and, at a certain level, respect everybody, expect, and, shit, it'll all tune down. We'll figure out where it's going to go. We've seen some things to look at. That I will say, bro. We definitely ain't. Who knows? So you want to add?
Yeah, and I get up with you later about that. I think we should start getting on TikTok and all them other media app show because that's where most of the pseudos at, and they getting their information.
Yeah, they running. Yeah, I agree with you. They definitely running. They running over there to TikTok, and they're not getting no response to it. I get it.
And we gotta find a way to start clipping up these shows, run them on reels and stuff like that, so get more people involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we need to start clicking them clicks, yo. Yeah, we need to start clicking them clipping the clips and clipping the clips and clipping it right. I agree with you on that, man. Absolutely, man. Hey, man, make sure y'all support the Abjeware store, man. It's important, man. Support the Pseudo Killers, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Make sure y'all subscribe to Flash Rockwell channel, man. They got a lot of good shows over there, man. He be playing some video games. He do a lot of this channel. Make sure y'all support him, man. Make sure y'all support Summer University, man. All right. Make sure y'all do that. Support House Consciousness, support the Dagger Squad, man. Man, support my man Kofi over there, man. All right, support him. He's doing a lot. The new year, man, support his work, support what he doing, man. We got Jonathan. What's going on, Mr. Smith? How you doing, brother? You caught us at the tail end. What's on your mind? All right, he died. Immediately died out there, man. Yeah, so yeah, go to the Abju store, man, get your scientific literacy, hoodies and shirts and all that, man. Hit that Cash App, man. Let me see if I can shout out anybody, man. Hit the Cash App, man. Don't take much to support somebody to support you. We support you with good quality information. We support you with information you can just look up at the end of the day. That's all you can really ask for. Can I look up the information he just said? What level was the source that he gave me? And how does it fit in the world today? And this is what's important, man. It's 3 pieces, you sleep. 3 pieces.
No, man. No, I'm here. I'm here. I was driving. I stopped.
Okay, go ahead and make a statement. You want to say something?
All right. Today, as I came off, I looked up the Zeus last name, and it is the biggest blackology in the world. I need people to go back, listen to the last name, type it in Google, and see what it means. And then also establish the fact that the Greek did not have surnames. The Greek did not use surnames. So when somebody asked what Zeus' last name was, Zeus was a Greek, and the Greek did not use surname. And the name that he used, it means black or glowing one. It was a title. It wasn't a name. I'm finished.
All right. Okay. I like that. All right, Stu, please. You be talking so fast with the island accent, man, with the extra flavor.
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about
Mango, man. It's all good, man. We all get excited, man. Man, it's a great show. I'm glad y'all all came over. If y'all in that chat, we should have 200 more damn subscribers over here, man. All right, man. We got the Kaiser. Did I say that right? Kaiser Souls. What was that? Unmute yourself, man. I can see you. Oh, that's Wish McCormick. Where you at? Unmute that. Talk to us, man. I'm gonna give you that closing statement right there, yo. Nah, man, you ain't gonna say that, man. All right, man. Let me read. Let me see. While we at it. 1 second, man. All right, man. Well, shout out the top level, right? Man. Shout out to Robert, man, for that donation, man. Appreciate them donations coming in, man. Appreciate all of what y'all do, man. We're gonna have a lot of good shows coming on, a lot of clips, a lot of all that, man. You know, the Pseudo Killers normally go on at 8 o'clock on Sundays. That's gonna be our day. You can set your clock. I'll be on Sarnetta University Fridays and during the week, right? But anyway, man, I appreciate everybody coming through. Remember, yo, the foundation of learning your history is really anthropology, man. Anthropology is actually in the secret vaults called the libraries and universities, right? You start hearing stuff like the hidden history and all that, that's foolery. Thank goodness for great leaders like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and all the educators that actually fought for us to be able to get into these universities. It wasn't even about being around white people. It was about having access to good information because like they say, you can fish for a person or teach them how to fish. I'd rather you teach me how to fish. I'd rather you give me access to information and knowledge, and I can build my own communities. I just need to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a big mistake that Africa makes. I mean, come on, man, we need to be able to, we want to know how to build certain things, how to produce certain factories that will produce the parts when machines break down and tractors break down. We don't want to go to Europe for all that. That's what the African governments have to work on, right? Okay, I'm letting you use some of this land like cobalt, right? That's what they're using all the cell phones. Well, they over there getting it off the ground and all kind of danger and cancer, and the government is wrong for that. They're absolutely wrong for that, man. And so we all played a role in needing stuff for cell phones. The African government has to take advantage of that. They have to demand that certain countries come in and build safer environments to get that precious metal that the world uses. We're not running around with babies on the back of women, grabbing it with their hands, getting cancer. That's barbaric. Leadership making trillions of dollars off of it in Africa and not reinvesting it back into the people, reinvesting it back into the damn community to build safer factories and safer work environments. That's the crap. So I'm gonna blame African leadership for that, because y'all getting the money, but you're not demanding top level. Scientific literacy will immediately alert you that, wait a minute, y'all all need this precious metal. We're gonna slow down for a minute here. We need proper factories built where there are safer environments, proper tools, proper gloves, proper suits, all this. We need high-level things to get this precious metal from Africa. And until y'all do that for us, we're gonna stop that. We're not doing it anymore. But it would take top-notch leadership, right? It would take great African leaders, right, to actually put the brakes on that and make the money go back to the people and back to the community and back to the nation. Man, you talking about cobalt, yo, that's what everybody using cell phones, man. And the majority of it is coming from the Congo. You know what I'm saying? So, man, that needs to get straight, right? But scientific literacy is the first thing that needs to get straight. When these African nations go abroad, they're supposed to take that information back, that knowledge back. Same with the African American. When you go to college, right, you're supposed to bring it back to the community. You cannot leave them ignorant. You cannot. But look, man, I appreciate everybody coming through. Jesus, did you want to say something, man?
Just us.
Well, you put the two words together. You put the J-E-S and put the capital U as if my eyes don't blend it together. I don't see Jesus, man. Everybody see Jesus. They can't help it. Matter of fact, and when really, that's why things are actually misspelled, because you can actually misspell a word, bro. I'm gonna tell you something, right? And people still see the word. So the fact is, you throw the U in there, and I always see Jesus, man. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish out. What you want to say? Go do something crazy. What?
Yeah, definitely adjust us. Definitely agree with the brother was saying about, what the African community and the leaders got to do. And, it's all about the progress and try to better themselves. And, but just as all about the mind, the pineal gland, where that thought first starts, the awakeness, the sleep.
The what? The what? Pineal.
The pineal gland.
The what?
The pineal gland.
I just spent the whole hour, yo.
Hold on. Wait, you say you don't have a pineal gland, brother?
So white people.
I'm not talking about the third eye. Don't get me wrong.
Does white people have a calcified pineal gland?
Everybody has a pineal gland, bro. Stop it.
Calcified.
I didn't say that.
So
I don't believe in that.
Yes, you do.
No, brother. Come on, man. Everybody go to sleep, right?
Malcolm Bailey. Yeah, okay. Now you're gonna go to the real thing of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, everybody goes to sleep.
Okay.
Right, melatonin.
Circadian rhythms. Keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't believe in that other spooky stuff.
What are you saying? What are you saying about the pineal gland?
I was saying the pineal gland, that's the thing that allows you to go to sleep and wake back up. That's it.
And that fits into the conversation like what?
That's it there.
Okay.
That allow, I'm gonna tell you where it allows.
No, you want to stop it right there. You good. We can't do that.
It allows when you wake up,
mess it up.
Consciousness to happen when you're awake.
Okay, we out.
When you're asleep, you're asleep. There's no consciousness on you doing anything. That's it.
All right, man. Okay, man, you crazy. I cannot believe you came with that. Look, man, look, with that sound right there, with that comment right there, right? We're gonna let them end with that. Go look up the pineal gland, right? Serotonin, melatonin.
That's correct.
Okay, sleep, sleep rhythms. All mammals have that, right? Sleep. So check that out, man. I appreciate it, man. Look, the Pseudo Killas, man. Hey, man, big up to them damn Ravens, man. They play the Steelers, man. All right, they playing the Steelers, man. And since Miami lost, man, the Steelers will not have a chance to make the playoffs. Absolutely that. But that, man, look, we out, man. We gone. Peace, love, happiness, and Pseudo Killas on deck. And we